society is not going to work. We use our size to do it through communication. If we get, as of 2013, we are bringing issues related to sensitive issues of the society, whether it's organ donation or Christmas party. How do you do that with divorced parents or non-biological parents? We get diversity, inclusion, what needs increasingly more. That's translated into actions. We we have a lot of action, not a whole lot of talk, and we communicate in an elegant way, and we can bring issues that were hidden in society, bring into the spotlight to generate discussion. I'm not an activist, but I like to bring it out for people to discuss and quote unquote normalize, I don't like this word, into the society. That's important. That's life. When we talk about diversity, it's life the way it is. We have to work with a lot of respect, and I invite people present here, the companies here, not just to get on board with ESG, but to be inspiring with actions, attitudes, be an example for to bring more people in. Arthur, thank you for the class. Thank you, wonderful. This way, this way. Thank you, boys. Thank you all who are here. It's one after another. Now we're gonna have an incredible panel. Moderation is from Camila Coach, CMO of LL Loyalty. In this panel, we have Andrea Jenner, CEO of Oxygen, Sue Ellen Jenner, Head of Sustainability of Arezzo, and Simone Sancho, founder and CEO of Belong B. They're here to talk to us about circular economy. What goes around comes around.
Alô, alô, peraí, vamos lá, técnica, que o microfone dos nossos painelistas não abriu.
Our panelists' microphones are not on.
Não, aqui não abriu ainda, vamos lá. Ainda não.
Not on yet.
Então, você está funcionando aí? Dá um bom dia pra você.
Is it working there?
Só o da Camila que ainda não rolou.
Camila's mic's not on yet. Say hello again, please. Not yet.
Banda, toca mais um pouquinho aí pra gente.
Band, can you carry on, please, a little bit more?
Olá, bom dia.
Hello, good morning. It's really good to be here with you in this agenda of circular economy, the first edition of South Summit Brazil. I am Camila Coante, CMO of LL Loyalty, a startup B2B provider of technology solutions and knowledge to help companies to relate better with their clients. I'm here with Andrea Janer, the CEO of Oxygen, founder of Oxygen, the first Brazilian platform of curatorship of service who offers content on innovation with online classes, debate sessions, traveling with technology and creativity like SGSA, XW, Summit, and we're going to bring maybe a group for South Summit Porto Alegre. We are helping people, companies to engage with themes that are going to have a big impact in the world. Suelen, Head of Sustainability of Arezzo Group, who has worked at Henner, JBS. She's an environmental engineer, and she's been working for over 15 years to build strategies with social impact and positive environmental impacts. Simone Sancho, CEO of Belong Bee, a beauty startup that has been working for 45 days. She's also the founder of Ivy NFT, a Brazilian organization, and she's been working with the digital transformation at Digital Group, and she's responsible for the digital strategy of Sephora Brazil. Let's start our panel now talking about circular economy. Andrea, tell us a bit about the consumption trends. What's the behavior of this consumer who's going to drive and make companies transform thinking of circular economy? First, we must rescue the history and understand that this movement is old. IPCC started to make reports on global warming, climate change in the 80s, the end of the 80s. It took a long time for us to wake up. This waking up as a society mainstream started in 2018. A few important people, a few important agents, culture, celebrities, the actors, singers, people who embrace this cause, the Greta Thunberg, who is a girl. She's 19 years old now. I think she was 13, 14 when she emerged as a voice from Generation Z, and Generation Z has been instrumental to drive this movement towards a circular economy, more sustainable economy, mainly because the Generation Z feels like they're paying the bill. The older generations are going to deliver to them a world in collapse. So Generation Z is doing something about it. They're going to Davos. They're participating. Co-op 26. Generation Z is the between 16 and 25, 28 years old, which is the generation that is the drive of this change. They're suffering from eco anxiety. It's an anxiety that is taking over these guys because they don't have a lot of expectations for the future. So the anthropologists are studying this now. They are the ones changing this line of thinking. They're starting to consume secondhand items. They're responsible for changing the movement of secondhand purchasing into something totally normal. Previous generations had prejudice against this kind of product. Generation Z is not only buying cars, furniture, and long-lasting goods secondhand, as well as pants, coats, jewelry. They don't mind buying things that are something. It's called pre-loved goods. Instead of saying used, you make a new meaning to that. It's been loved before. It's pre-loved. So it's the main movement behind this movement is the Generation Z, the young people who are teaching older generations to consume with more awareness. We cannot produce things at the pace we are doing right now. We have to consume used things. Swelling. How circular economy is the main strategy for open economy. Not just these companies, but because it generates economic, environmental, society. It's a leverage for ESG strategy in companies, specifically companies with open economy. It's essential for stock market indexes. They recognize companies with the best practices in sustainability, and this is an important pillar for this strategy. You don't have, if I don't have a strategy in circular economy in a company, I don't have a good performance in these indexes for the stock market, the certification, which is not just for these types of company, it's also a central pillar for other companies, for those who are looking for certifications, not just certification B, but other certifications that have sustainability as the main pillar. It's important to have a consolidated structure, a strategy that considers circular economy in this strategy. That this economy is going to leverage ESG as a whole. So today, it's like an economic model that we seek in comparison to the linear economic strategy of consumption and discard.
Por que as empresas já nascem diferente, de forma disruptiva para abraçar essa questão da
How are these
circular?
companies born in a different way, in a disruptive way, to leverage the circular economy from the thought of Andrea that we are adapting to this new concept, this new vision of this generation? We expect the way to build, to create companies is going to change as well. That's what we are seeing differently from what was happening in the past, companies being founded in more traditional ways. We see new things emerging, not just from this new generation, but solutions that engage a community. The example of the startup that I work at today, it was born from this search, looking at the beauty market and understanding that part of it, of this market, is emerging from independent brands, smaller entrepreneurs, and they create their business. And it's hard to get into retail at the national level. It's really hard to compete with big companies. We created last year a model that is dedicated to these entrepreneurs. How can this core, which is big part of the market, growing 40% a year, can have access to this market? This is an example of solutions for this scenario. In the past, we were not thinking about this. It was crazy to think they're creating a company with 60 independent brands no one has ever heard of. Some of the founders don't even know basic elements of the industry, but they get together, and the power of collectiveness makes the smaller ones become giants. That's the thesis behind the movement. It's the kind of reaction and building of line of thinking that comes from this new market. The generation changes and corporations adapt, and then that's very innovative. I'm going to talk about two main things in the agenda of all of us: the community, the group performance, how smaller companies can become giants, and social involvement, the decentralization that is taking place. I think that's the way to go. This platform doesn't limit itself to selling products. It's a platform that fosters entrepreneurship from sustainable companies, and the agenda. It's good that you said that the business today was born as a social action before you join the market. In our case, more than 50 small companies. You have to educate these companies. We spent 1 year educating the entrepreneurs, legalizing their products if they work with beauty. So Anvisa, the Brazilian FDA, their portfolio, SKU, the barcodes. So there's the educational process when we talk about different things that you have to read. So you create this in a different way, bringing to the stage all these opportunities. Great. Andrea, tell us about global trends, example of interesting operations in this context. What are they doing abroad for us to inspire to look at them, and can be used as a reference in markets that are many steps ahead of us in this issue of circular economy? I think the greatest message we've been seeing over the last few years, the walk the talk. The brands have to do before they talk. That's not what we see around. Increasingly more consumers, the Generation Z, they're very connected and they go after the real thing. They don't buy just anything. They have to know who it is, where it's coming from, the supply chain. They don't forgive companies that try to do the greenwash, which is trying to project an image of a sustainable company when actually it's not in your actions. It's like Simone said, company for a legacy company, a legacy brand, it's really hard for you to reset your entire operation and start to be a sustainable company overnight. It's a big pain for old companies which are suffering to be able to readapt to the market that demands some practices that is going to give them a lot of work. To be sustainable is not easy overnight. These actions must be genuine. I think that's the main message, the walk the talk. Those who work with marketing, with branding, advertising must think. I always mention an ad from Patagonia, a brand of sporting goods out for outdoor activities, a reference when we talk about circular economy. For a long time, when they put out an ad. We study that a lot in marketing, advertising, in universities. In Black Friday of 2011, they put an ad on New York Times full page saying a picture of a coat. You don't need another coat. It was an ad that was very had a big impact. All ads in the paper were for you to buy more, and they were like, you don't need another coat, and they had a text explaining what was behind the philosophy of Patagonia, which is a reference that they have 5 R's: recycling, reusing, reimagining, repairing. They have a van that travels throughout the United States, going from university to university to fix clothes. So they park a little van with a sewing machine. They have people who sew the things, and people can take their coats. They will fix things. So Patagonia is a main reference. They are now with a different parallel side called One Wear. They sell Patagonia used clothes. When you buy something, you turn in used items, and it's sold in a different site, and they promote the site. And many times when you buy a coat, they bring that ad of the used coat and they put next to it the new one. So it's really strong. They're actually pioneers in this type of sales. They're encouraging us to buy used items. And IKEA, a Swedish brand of furniture, which is a pioneer. They're testing many different models of business, from furniture signature for seasonal furniture, desks for you to study. You're gonna use it a lot, then discard. So there, you can subscribe. That you use it for a while, they get it back, they recycle, and then they sell it again in a different category in the store. So these are examples that we are dealing with, and we have to inspire from them. They're using, they're changing. It's a change in the mindset. It's not just an area of your company to do something different. It's a different in their mindset that goes through the entire organization of the company. We also have models being born in Argentina. There's the Born Eyewear. They do sunglasses. They are accepting PET bottles, empty bottles, when you purchase glasses. So you take the empty packages, they weigh, and the weight of the packages transform into discount, and you can purchase cheaper glasses, and the plastic they collect become raw material for their glasses. So they do the entire circuit. It's really interesting to think of plastic as a currency. You see companies using new currencies. to work with sustainability. Another trend we see globally is the online stores, Troque, Enjoei, the Real went up. Brands which are leaders in the sector, Real has great merit to make the luxury market look into these types of exchange stores as partners, things that had never happened before. There's a Burberry, Gucci inside this, which has never happened before. So these online stores are a trend, and ESG, which is an external pressure, which is really important today. They're messing with the wallets of everyone. This is speeding up this transformation and sustainability for the companies and the brands.
Obrigada, Andréia.
Thank you, Andrea.
Suelen,
Swelling, what initiatives in the national market you participated in and you can share with us, talking about this as a pillar, not just isolated initiatives, but things that are part of a business pillar in companies in Brazil?
eu posso citar
I
dois
can
exemplos
mention two
aqui
big
da Renner,
examples.
né? Eu
Renner,
liderei um projeto
I
que
led a
chamava
project
Estilo, que é
called
hoje
Estilo,
liderado por
which
mulheres,
is still it still exists.
consumo para produtos
It's a
satisfatórios para
reverse
beleza.
consumption for beauty products. It was
É, e
conceived
foi
for that.
lançado, né,
It was
em todo o
launched
mercado nacional, em todas as lojas
throughout the
físicas,
country.
o
All
material
stores
e você
had a
pode
place to
adquirir
collect this material. It could
em
be,
qualquer
it could have been bought in
em
any
qualquer loja.
store, not just Henner.
Em 2011
And
foi
in
lançado esse
2011,
projeto,
we
logo
launched
depois
this
que foi
project
lançada a política nacional
right
da
after
pandemia, né, um dos
the
primeiros
national
projetos
policy
de
was released. It was one of the
redução de
first
carga
projects in
negativa.
scale of
Esse
reverse
projeto
policy for
cresceu e
consumption.
ampliou,
This
se
it
tornou cada
grew
vez maior,
and
foi
became a
comercializar
project
produtos, né,
for
comercializar produtos,
products,
né, que
commercialized
antigamente
like clothes. It was a
inicialmente
big
não era
challenge.
feito para roupas porque tinha muita
Initially, it was not
burocracia,
made for
muita coisa
clothes
para fazer.
because we still
Como
had
fazer
much to
esse
learn what to do
consumo,
with this
né?
post
Não
consumption.
adianta a gente simplesmente oferecer o
It's
serviço, tem que
pointless
ter uma
just to
solução.
offer a
Tem que
service
olhar
and not have a
para
solution. We have
todo
to
o ciclo de
think
vida do produto.
of the
Não adianta a gente
entire
simplesmente
life
coletar
cycle of the product. It's
resíduos,
pointless to
né, do
collect a
cliente,
residue from the client and
ou
not to provide a destiny which is environmentally
e então a gente
proper,
aprendeu, né, com essa
socially
jornada
fair. So when we learn with this journey,
questão
we
dos produtos
created a service as well for the
aonde
clothing
aquela
items
esteira nos
where it could
oferece,
have
né, que é
three different
a doação
destinations:
daquelas peças que não estão em
donation
boas condições
of
físicas.
what's in good
Uma segunda
shape.
opção que seria o
A second
upcycling,
option
né,
would
que é para
be upcycling.
mulheres
Many
que
different
fazem esse
social
trabalho,
projects with women who
é,
are doing this work of
de
upcycling
decoração.
for
E por
decoration
fim,
items. And also, last,
resíduos de roupas
the
usadas em
residues
tecidos
of clothes would
e
become
voltados para
fabric
produtos,
again and
né,
go back to
recicláveis,
collections
especificamente
in
para
specific products
produtos
created
descartáveis.
from the
Acho que é importante
disposed
pensar que
uh,
quando a gente oferece um
items.
serviço
When
que
we offer a
contemple a
service
reciclagem
that
dessa,
contemplates reversed
mais do que isso, é
post-consumption,
importante
more
pensar
than
na
offering a service, we
sustentabilidade.
must have the solution for that, for the
E esse é
material
um
that we are receiving. That's the
acho que
main
esse é um
challenge.
problema que
The main
acontece
challenge
hoje,
of
não
reverse
é o
uh,
produto em si,
items
é a
today is not the service
forma
itself, but the
adequada
destination,
para esse
to
material
provide a proper
ir
destination
ser
for the
inserido
material we are receiving and
eventualmente,
inserting
né,
them
no mercado novamente.
in the
O
market once
descarte é a
again.
última opção.
Discarding
Então,
is
esse é um
the
desafio
last
muito grande.
resource. So that's the
E outro
big
exemplo que eu
challenge.
posso
Another
trazer
example I can
que
bring
na
to that I
Arezzo
lived in
é o
Arezzo,
reposicionamento de uma marca
the
100%
repositioning of a brand which is
sustentável.
100% focused on
É uma marca
sustainability,
que foi
Almin, which is
lançada
a shoes brand focused on sustainability.
todos os
It's a
produtos são
100%
passados
neutral
por uma
carbon.
avaliação
All
de ciclo de
products
vida
were through a life
e o compromisso de
cycle
marca é
evaluation. Our
garantizar
brand commitment
materiais
is to reduce
recicláveis.
the footprint in each product we release. We only have 5 items to encourage the consumption, reduced consumption.
Não precisa ter um
We don't
portfólio
need to have a
multifuncional,
portfolio of many different
você
items. The
pode
brand
ter
comes with this purpose to
bastante.
offer what's basic, what's
Essa marca
necessary.
que tem nesse
It,
projeto
in this
essa
project,
questão de 100% dos
We have 100% of our projects. We share this environmental footprint with the clients through a QR code. They can see through the QR code the history of the product, where it was made, all the processes it went through, the what it's made of, the carbon footprint of this product. Our commitment is focused on reducing the carbon footprint in each product, and we compensate 100% of what we cannot reduce. We also use traceability using blockchain technology to make the traceability of the product from the extraction of raw material to the product reaching the client's shelves. And they can see the entire history on the QR codes to see everything about the products. We brought circular economy in this case, contemplating alming, showing many different aspects of circular economy. It considers the entire life cycle of the product for us to learn and apply the best possible way. We looked for a methodology, ACV, to learn all these possibilities for us to be able to act in each one of them, reducing the impact of the products and offering to the clients a different product. Very nice. Simone, for us to wrap up our panel talking about this need to reinvent and do things in a different way from what we were used to, tell us about DAO Eve, the first community that is decentralized, formed by women in a world which is predominantly male. Um, it's really interesting for us to look at this the topic to provoke consumers. What Andrea talked about is I love Patagonia. I think this brand took over a flag, and in our world today we cannot do this anymore. What they're doing to improve the process, when what we were talking about in the first question, the new companies are born with this concern, this supply chain. All the companies are worried about this authenticity, the history, to do it differently. I think the big transition of the movement is when you adapt to the cause, and when the companies are being born they come with this cause, and that's precisely what comes to the subject you were asking about, the community. I was talking about the case of belonging as a company that took the community in, and in this community it brought to the market a competitive thing, which is something similar that moved the creation of DAO, which what you are asking about. What's happening now recently, the evolution of the web. We are going through web 1.0, which was something we were not part of. It was something we would just watch from the 2.0. Now we are part of it. There's social interaction. A large part of the initiatives we're working with today are part of this universe. The community brought to the stage, interaction, the building together of it. And that goes along what Andrea was talking about, authenticity. It's not enough to communicate. The community is going to trace the blockchain. They're going to know whether what Suelen is talking about is true or not. So that's the Web 2.0, which is walking along the two towards the third step, the 3.0, moving from 2.0 to 3.0, which is a way more immersive web. Thinking of this evolution which we are building right now, we don't know what's going to happen yet. It's not going to be perfect, but that's what we believe in, what we are building. But thinking from the perspective of, if the market is different and we need to start to create things differently. After all, we're not going to use the same practices to, in 20 years time, be discussing why we only have 14% of the feminine people in crypto, only 4% women in NFT. So we're going to start doing this now. So we are thinking of this, and in this cause that we created this movement, which is Evo, the first community, decentralized community. I say of academic women, a lot of the people there, they don't know about the subject we are studying together. It's a way for you to start doing this revolution from the start. I'm not gonna wait 20 years to teach this or to learn about this. It's true that Web 3.0 is happening. We don't know the extension of this revolution. There aren't any people talking about this yet. There's extremists saying that things are going to change this and that, but the most important of it is that watching this concept, you can actually start to think of different businesses in this community talks about the cases of brands who are embracing these causes, and they're born with this concern. We brought together the idea of women in relevance in many different areas. So a few things show this concern of building things differently. Let's think of a basis, the people who are not from the same bubble. We're used of these things. So in this group, we gather people from arts, Paula Lima, Lina Silva, which is a spokesperson of Black Money, Beth Antunes, who is the founder of HashNet, just entered the Itaú Fund, is operating in Switzerland. We brought people from technology, we who are entrepreneurs. So it was a mix of knowledge to put together a business disruptive. So what are you going to do? Well, we are learning together. We're going to have different things to measure up, but we're going to start this together. And Dow is not only committed to obviously launching NFT collections, things that people are talking about, that there are two other important pillars. The first one is educational. We only change statistics when we educate, when we empower, and knowledge is the basis to empower, among other things. Philanthropy, when you were born thinking of the society. So, okay, we are going to create something for the metaverse. How can this go back to the community? And third pillar, which is a business built with this vision of the future. And you must ask yourself, this universe, technological universe, is by nature a consumer of energy. It's something that by itself is not totally sustainable. Not yet, not yet. But it will be. That's our concern when we put together this business. Uh, let's not just do NFT collection. Let's think of the next layer, which is something that seeks to be more sustainable, to then put together a collection in a better format. Camila, it's not the end of the line, but it's a way to think in a different way from the beginning. Is something that empowers the formation of a business, and to have pillars that are born from the creation of the business itself. I would say it's a bit of that. Well, really nice. We have come to the end of this panel. I'd like to thank you all of you who were here present, the organization of South Summit. See you next time. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists. Thank you, girls. Thank
Gente,
you.
vocês sabem que nós estamos aqui num evento global, né? Uma plataforma que une, que conecta ecossistemas em todo o mundo. E por isso agora a gente vai ter uma palestra, nossa primeira keynote, o nosso primeiro keynote speaker aqui. Ele é gaúcho, mas ele é uma estrela que despontou aí no mundo e ele vai fazer a palestra dele em inglês. Então, repetindo, quem precisar de tradução simultânea, acessa o aplicativo do evento, vai lá em Agenda Arena Stage, procura lá a palestra que vai acontecer agora e aí usa o seu próprio telefone e o seu fone de ouvido. Ah, então fica bem fácil, tem QR Codes espalhados por aqui que vocês podem acessar. Então vamos lá. Vocês sabem que sustentabilidade é nosso core, né? E a gente vai seguir nessa batida, chamando aqui, e vamos receber com carinho, o Felipe Vilela, fundador da Renature. Palmas!
prazer. Como é que tá? Tudo bem? Bom dia, pessoal. Eu não ouvi direito. Bom dia, pessoal. Não. Vamos fazer o seguinte. Todo mundo levanta. Vamos levantar só um segundinho. Um segundinho. Agora, pode todo mundo sentar agora. Perfeito. Vamos se movimentar. Por quê? Porque a gente precisa mudar muita coisa nesse ano e no futuro que nós temos à frente. Meu nome é Felipe, sou fundador da Regenerative, uma organização holandesa que trabalha para promover uma agricultura mais sustentável e regenerativa no mundo todo. E é uma honra estar aqui hoje falando na minha terra natal, o Sul, onde eu me criei e peguei essa paixão por uma agricultura de inclusão com a natureza. Eu, infelizmente, vou ter que mudar para o inglês, porque a coordenação pediu para eu fazer essa mudança do português para inglês durante a palestra. Espero que vocês não se importem. So, who here likes coffee and wine in this room? Please raise your hand. Okay, not so much. Anyone more? So guys, I have a bad and a good news for all of you. The bad news is that climate change is dramatically impacting how coffee and wine will be produced. We already see scientific evidence showing that we will have a 50% reduction of coffee wine by 2050. In coffee, in Brazil, we had 40% yield loss last year due to intensive frost. In France, we had 100% yield loss of wine because of intensive frost. The good news is that we can change that. We can produce agricultural crops in a more sustainable and regenerative way. My name is Felipe. I'm the founder of Regenerative. I have a background in sustainable agribusiness in Brazil and in the Netherlands. I also Forbes Under 30 advisor at the United Nations Food and Environmental Program, and also IPCC expert reviewer. For the ones who doesn't know, IPCC is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change from United Nations. I'm also board member at Mush and Dawn on regenerative wine and Climate Bonds Initiative, which is a green bonds generation around the globe. This is my mom and my dad, which are here with me today. I love them. My mom is a nature passionate, as you can see, and my dad is a businessman. And I love that I got a mixture of both, because I try to combine nature with business in order for us to make a profitable and sustainable future ahead of us. When I was 18 years old, I decided to go to the Amazon rainforest with a gaucho friend of mine, Giovanni Tumeleiro, to learn about the richness of the rainforest in Brazil and to explore the abundance of nature across our country. But when I arrived there, I saw this massive deforestation for soybean and cattle ranching. 8 million hectares of rainforest deforested per year. We have lost 20% of the Amazon rainforest already. And the Amazon is actually already emitting more carbon dioxide than actually absorbs. Seeing that, I started realizing that we have multiple challenges ahead of us. Climate change. Agriculture alone emits 25% of CO2 emissions in the air. We have already depleted 1/3 of our total land across the globe. In Brazil, 150 million hectares, which equals to 375 billion reais loss in the economic market. Farmers are dramatically decreasing their yields. In Brazil, we had 20% loss of crops last year because of climate change. And we are also threatening our biodiversity. We have lost 65% of biodiversity across the globe because of industrial and conventional agriculture. There's some data, scientific data proving from Financial Times showing that major agricultural commodities in Brazil and across the globe will be dramatically reduced because of the impacts of intensive frost, drought, and also rainfall. And prices of commodities, just as shown as the screen, not just in South America, but Europe and also across the globe, it will go up if we don't change the way we farm. And that's basically because conventional agriculture is not including nature in its design, while regenerative agriculture includes nature. Regenerative agriculture is about mimicking the natural process of nature. There are several principles behind regenerative agriculture. The first of all is soil health. Soil health is key for us to have a sustainable future ahead of us. Secondly, increase on biodiversity. Third one is the farm economic resilience. If it's not profitable for a farmer, he will not change the way he farms. The fourth one is the water usage. We have been pumping water from the soil and irrigating all these farms, and agriculture alone is responsible for 70% of water usage across the globe. And the fifth one is the reduction of CO2 emissions. Agriculture is the major, the second industry that emits carbon in there. And everyone, please, let's take a look at this. A healthy economy depends on a healthy society. And a healthy society depends on a healthy soil. You can see these root systems from these American soil scientists showing that a conventional soil compared to a regenerative soil, there's a huge difference on the size of the root systems. If we increase only 2% of soil organic carbon, we can actually mitigate our climate change. According to the Rattan Law, a soil scientist. Soil degradation already cost us $450 billion USD per year. Then seeing all of these impacts, I started presenting about this concept across Brazil. But I started realizing that people in Brazil, they were far behind the sustainability topic. And that's why I decided to move to the Netherlands to meet investors and people that can actually listen for the need of having a more sustainable agricultural system. And that's where I met Marco de Boer, my co-founder partner at Renature, and Renature was born. Renature is a Dutch organization, a 4-year-and-a-half organization that is mainstreaming regenerative agriculture across the globe. We support farmers and corporates in transitioning and scaling regenerative agriculture systems through high-quality technical assistance, but also monitoring impact indicators. Our goal is to regenerate 100 million hectares of land and also support 10 million farmers transition by 2030. And this represents 2% of the total farmland and also farmers across the globe. Regeneration is about going beyond sustainability. It's about going beyond only net zero emissions. We cannot bear with the luxury of just decreasing the negative impact we have caused on the planet. We actually have to go much more increasing and maximizing positive impact, and that's why regeneration is a destination instead of only being sustainable. So Renature so far have supported 70,000 hectares that is being managed under regenerative agriculture, 15,000 farmers transition, and 15 million reais invested in our projects already. We have a potential in the next 2 years to reach 3 million hectares, 120,000 farmers, and also get to 60 million reais invested in projects in regenerative agriculture. This is a land in Bahia, which has been degraded from pasture, cattle ranching, depleting the land. And we transformed the land into a regenerative cocoa system that is 250 times more profitable than conventional pasture systems. So this is why it's so important to change agricultural land. And this is only in 1 year. We have the luxury to be in a tropical country that things grows really fast. As you can see, soil coverage is key for us to transform landscape. In a conventional agricultural system, you have exposed soil that emits more carbon than actually absorb. And in regenerative systems, you actually have a positive net balance in the way you actually sequester carbon. And that's because you actually use plant species in between the plant, in the crops, cash crops, to actually bring back carbon and water from the atmosphere. There are 5 economical benefits of regenerative agriculture. First is the climate resilience gap. So what will be the difference between the climate change effects on a conventional farm and a regenerative farm? There's a huge gap in it, and this should also be part of the economical model of farmers. Secondly is the added value carbon credits, because you actually absorb more carbon. Third one is you reduce the external input costs, such as the agrochemicals. You can transition from agrochemicals to biological inputs and also using plant species to supply sufficient inputs. Also diversification, you can see it's not only one crop, it's more than one crop only. It's about actually what's the risk of investing in one single crop in agriculture with a whole monoculture system. Farmers will only depend on one single crop when there's a crisis. And premium prices. European companies are already offering 20 to 30% more premium price on the crops that are growing from regenerative farms. So we're mainly working in the global south, as you can see. So Latin America, Africa, Southeast Asia. And our headquarters is in Amsterdam, in Europe. And that's where we collect most of the funds and the investments to support the Brazilian agricultural system to change as well. These are a few partners we're working with across the globe to make regenerative agriculture mainstream. We have been all over the media in Brazil, but also outside. So from Globo Rural to Forbes to Valor, World Economic Forum, The Guardian, and New York Times. I will present you a few cases just for you to kind of have a reference on what kind of projects can be implemented with this concept. We're working with Nespresso in the Cerrado Mineiro with 1,200 farmers under 117,000 hectares. So yes, it's possible to do that at scale. So we're doing that, and this project with Nespresso can actually generate 30 million reais in carbon credits that Nespresso, instead of planting trees in the Amazon just to offset their emissions, they are actually using that investment to improve their own supply chain, in their own coffee farms. And that's much more impactful than companies that are just, offsetting their emissions in projects that are not related to their own footprint. Secondly is with Unilever. We're working with them in the Netherlands, but also in Africa and Southeast Asia, in Indonesia specifically. In the Netherlands, we're supporting Unilever to grow regenerative beans and wheat to showcase how their brand can actually change their agricultural systems. The third one we're building now, and this is still a land that has to be transformed, so don't get it wrong, but this is initial collaboration with JBS and Seara Incrível, where we will be supporting them on growing regenerative soybean in Mato Grosso in Brazil. And this project is aiming to show how soybean can grow at scale under regenerative systems. This is a case with Danone in Germany, where we're implementing a regenerative oat system, Aveia, in a scale where the Aveia will be designed also with avelã, the hazelnut, where Danone will create a new product that is based on these two ingredients, the oat, Aveia, with also the hazelnut. And they can actually promote that they are supporting diversification in their landscape. This is a very interesting case in Brazil of Natura. Natura is actually also doing that in the Amazon, in Pará State in Brazil. And Natura has shown that it's more profitable to grow regenerative and agroforestry palm oil than in conventional systems. You can see in this graph that it's a much more profitable because of the yields that you can get than a conventional palm oil system. This is a case in Kenya, in Africa, where we are working with local communities to support Lush, the cosmetic brand, to grow regenerative aloe vera and moringa at scale. And these are all part of an indigenous community called Maasai in the Kenyan National Park. This is a project with Tommy Hilfiger and Calvin Klein, more going away from the food industry towards the fashion industry, where we're growing regenerative cotton in Turkey with these two brands that they are now really advocating for these practices. And even they are trying to see how the Turkey cotton can actually be transformed as well. And this is the last case I will present you of Chandon. We're working with Mood Chandon on regenerative viticulture in Argentina, Brazil, California, Australia, and India, where we are changing the way we are farming in viticulture systems. So all that said, what we're doing now is that we're building a spin-off AgTech of Renature where we'll be monitoring all the farm impacts. So every data of the farm will be seen on this dashboard. Because today, certification schemes that you see everywhere, from organic or from child labor and so forth, they are all making consumers more confused with all these labels. The idea of this dashboard is to give full transparency and traceability of the impacts of companies on deforestation, soil degradation, and so forth. And also, what we will do is we will trade ecosystem services, environmental assets, like carbon, but also like biodiversity. We're piloting a biodiversity credit in Cerrado in Brazil, where farmers will be paid for increasing the amount of birds, for increasing the amount of butterflies in their land. How incredible is that? We're actually giving value to nature. So, all that said, we're implementing the first carbon credits project in Brazil with Rabobank and Microsoft. And thank you so much for everyone, and let's regenerate nature and drink coffee and wine together.
Obrigada.
Para a natureza juntos. Vamos continuar fazendo isso? Vamos continuar bebendo café e vinho juntos? Oh,
Muito obrigada, muito obrigada. Pode descer por ali. Muito bom. Gente, agora a gente tem mais um painel. A gente vai seguir falando sobre sustentabilidade, sobre inovação na cadeia de alimentos. Também vai ser um painel em inglês, então lembrando, acessem o app do evento para tradução simultânea. Acessa lá, agenda, palco, arena, e aí vocês conseguem usar o celular de vocês e o fone de ouvido que vocês trouxeram. A gente tem uma turma de gente muito fera aqui para esse próximo painel. A moderação vai ser da Gisele Leblin, jornalista e colunista do grupo RBS. E vai contar com 3 convidados especiais. Alexandre Mendonça de Barros, especialista em agribusiness, Frederico Logeman, head de inovação na SLC Agrícola, e Flávio Zaclis, fundador da Barn Investimentos. Então, por favor, vamos recebê-los com muito carinho.
Hi guys, my name is Gisele. I work as a daily columnist for one of the largest newspapers in our state. And I'm very glad to be here with these 3 guys. Hopefully next time a girl amongst us. And we will basically be speaking in English. Sometimes maybe we will turn into Portuguese, but we will let you know. We're here to talk about innovation in the supply chain of food production. And we have here some guys that work with this theme in different aspects. I was just recently at AgriShow, one of the greatest, biggest fairs of Brazil, focused on innovation and technology for food production. And I saw some very amazing things, as we are very close to some innovation that seem something from the future, like a machine that can, do the job itself and doesn't need anyone operating it. So let me start with Frederico, because one of the things I heard that was about Conectar Agro, one action that tries to improve the signal for people to have access to technology. I would like you to know a little bit of, I would like you to talk a little bit of your work daily at SLC Agrícola with innovation. I know you are one of the top at it, so please share some of your experiences with us.
Okay, thank you very much, and hello everyone. Pleasure to be here with the friends Alexandre and Flávio. I guess the point that I wanted to bring to the discussion firstly is the fact that agriculture, the way we see it, is really a game of relative efficiency. So if you want to be in the game and be successful, you need to be efficient, you need to be productive. And I guess this is why we are so obsessed with innovation, with technology, because we believe this is perhaps one of the most sustainable competitive advantages that we have in getting to know the technologies and exploring them and maybe co-developing them as well. And this is where innovation connects to the idea of sustainability. And I guess I'm bringing here the idea of financial sustainability first. And of course, we compete with other farmers, with other countries. And as long as we are able to be innovative and to deploy, to use technology in our fields, we will be more competitive and consequently more sustainable. So I guess we could start with this idea.
Alexandre, would you say, looking at the elements we have right now, it's a very, very complicated world. How can innovation be something that we practice as something natural, and how innovation helps producers, consumers, everybody in this new shaken world, I would say, because we had the pandemic times and we still are going through it. So how does innovation apply in our daily lives, from farmers to consumers?
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. This is a very important question. We are seeing a global market. I think innovation can help in many ways. Traditionally, we organize innovation in agriculture around biology, around chemistry, around machinery, and now we have digital together. So I think we can see several innovations coming that could change the way we produce. I firmly believe of that. For instance, in biology, we have CRISPR technology that is adding genes that could change, for instance, resistance to drought. We are seeing dry weather in many places. In Brazil, Rio Grande do Sul suffered a lot in the last 2 years. We can use data analytics to try to predict genetics, and this could help a lot in optimizing production. We are seeing robotics coming to machinery. We are seeing many, many sources of innovation. I think one major innovation that could connect us with the world is blockchain through the food supply chain. We are seeing data coming in such a huge volume, and it was really impossible to connect one SLC production to one consumer any place in the world. And today we have blockchain technology to help us. So there are several huge revolutions that could make more efficient the way we produce, and we could use better our resources, our natural resources. So I think it's a global story in the end.
And it has no going back, I think. This is something that is coming from the market, and we all are demanding it, right? So I would like to ask, when it comes to investments, because innovation technology relies on investment, what's the role of investment in, making innovation something wide, not something for a few people?
First of all, thank you very much, Gisele, Alexandre, Fred, for the opportunity. And for the people who have put this summit together. It's quite incredible what you guys have done in such a small amount of time. Regarding your question, I'm going to pick bits here and there of what Fred and Alexandre have said. What we try to, when we look at innovation applied to agriculture and green technologies, I think we have like a master mindset, which is to reduce waste and increase efficiency. And as a consequence, you have a more sustainable agriculture, which will reduce emissions and decarbonize, right? And then, as Alexandre said, there are many different ways that you can look at innovation. There are new technologies that can be applied throughout many different things, chemicals, bios, software, machinery. But for us at Barn, there are 5 verticals that we're more interested in, and specifically in the vertical of agriculture, there are many things that we're looking. So we've invested in how to finance the sector in a more intelligent way. As Alexandre mentioned, we have invested in tokenization of commodities. We've invested in ag insurance. We're investing in biopesticides now. So there are many different possibilities and many different solutions for the problems. I think at the end of the day, you know, a sustainable agriculture deals with producing more with less in a more efficient way and generating the good financial yield so that producers can continue to create innovation and produce, right? So if we're going to speak about every single vertical and innovation, we need 5 hours. No? We don't have that time.
5 days.
5 days or 5 weeks. But again, I think it's important to understand how new technologies, first of all, are creating efficiencies, and if they're applicable, right? Is it something that can be applied on the field by the producer and can be used by the market? So those are the main drivers for us.
You just said something that I find very interesting about mindsetting. How far or how much do we have to change our mindsetting to get into an innovation that brings efficiency and makes a better outcome for everybody?
For me?
It goes for all of you.
Okay, I can start. Well, I guess one angle that we have learned in the past couple of years is that, you know, back in the day, if you wanted to talk about innovation, you could go and talk to some very large players, consolidated large companies, and they would tell you whatever they were inventing, and you would use it. And the thing is, these days, innovation comes from anywhere, right? So you need to change the way the company works, in our case, to be able to find where the technological limit is, so you can test those things and you know, be ahead of the curve in terms of efficiency, as I said before. So I guess what we are trying to do in SLC is adapt to this new reality, where you don't know really where the latest trend is coming from, and how do you adapt really the business for that.
Yeah, in my opinion, for innovation to be applicable and for people to start using it, it's a twofold process, right? From the demand side, so the consumer demanding a specific kind of product with badges and the certainty and the traceability. But I think most important at this point in time is how do you engage the producers and the people who are actually producing on the field to adopt new technologies and to understand that sustainability is not in detriment of financial returns, right? So once we can do that and once producers adopt that, then it's an easier push towards demand.
I think there are many opportunities. I think we can measure today the value of carbon, for instance. This is something, it is a reality. In Brazil, we are trading carbon in a stock market. We have ways of connecting the market to producers. My impression is that producers are eager to innovate, at least in Brazil, that I think I know a lot about Brazil, especially. Everybody wants new technology. The problem is too much technology, and sometimes it's difficult to select.
To choose the right one,
in the end, you need to work. You have to farm. So it's difficult to select technology. I think also from the supply side of technology, sometimes they do not touch the right questions. I mean, many ways, they're very innovative people trying new technology, but sometimes that do not fit with what the farmer really needs. So
well, it comes to communication then.
Exactly.
Having the right talk with showing the producer what he really needs to understand and to know, not only, you know, get information about the technology itself, but how it can help him to
It's nice to see Fred here. He's a producer. He knows what he needs, you know. Yeah. And sometimes you go to this innovative agenda, and you'll never find a farmer in the place, you see.
Okay.
So I think this is also another perspective that we should be careful on.
This is one question I would like to ask, and I would like to start with Frederico. How far do you think we are in Brazil at innovation? I mean, you come from a big group and you are like a reference. People look at you to follow examples. But how far is the whole agriculture of Brazil at innovation when it comes to innovation?
Okay.
And what are the obstacles we still had to overcome?
Okay. Well, I guess it's fair to say that in some of these new industries that are being created, like biologicals, for example, Brazil is a very important player and is really bringing to the table new companies, new technologies in financing, in credit, in marketplaces, and of course, because of the size of Brazilian agriculture, every new startup that goes into the sector wants to come here and test. So very quickly we have access to those things. And I think also it's fair to say that the Brazilian farmer is open-minded into accessing new things. So if you look at productivity, for example, we are at the same level as the United States or even more. So I guess this created some traction into, we need venture capital, obviously we need to accelerate those businesses, provide funding for them, co-develop. All these things we are, I guess, learning to do. And we see that SLC has a role in doing this. We know that as a large player, we have a role even in directing which technologies will grow because we access them first and we help them to grow. So I guess this is how we see this issue.
How about you, Alexandre? What do you think? Where are we at innovation in Brazil?
I think we're doing a pretty good job. I think we have innovation in any of this biological, chemical, machinery, digital. I think we are, of course, it's a large country. We are the fourth largest agriculture in the world. We have many farmers. There are some that are lagging back. But in the end, we have the co-ops in Brazil as a system that helps a lot small farmers to get to technology. This, for me, is something that in the south of Brazil is very strong. So there are large companies as SLC, top in the world, but also we have very large co-ops that are doing a tremendous job to spread this intelligence, this technology. So again, I think we are building a beautiful system in my perception, but then again, there are huge transformations and there is not easy for a farmer. What kind of technology really will help me develop productivity, etc. So I think we need more of this meetings, sometimes English, so, of these meetings to share this sort of technology and discussion.
And because Brazil is such a large country, so what is good for me might not be good for you.
Exactly.
So you have to test and you have
exactly.
to try what's better for you, not for your neighbor.
Absolutely.
Fabio, please.
Also, I think it's important to break down large producers from small and medium-sized producers, which represent 80% of agriculture today. And I think the larger producers tend to be the early adopters for new technologies and innovations for many reasons, but basically because they have a large area and they can test things. And then I think the largest innovations are coming on the production side as the inputs that are being used and pesticides and new ways to farm. And these early adopters, they spread the word and they're referenced to the smaller farmers, so they play an important role in disseminating innovation. I think other innovations such as access to credit, technology, software, SaaS methodologies, they're also gaining their own space in the field. However, there are bottlenecks, as you have mentioned. Many of the areas in Brazil lack good connectivity, so many of these solutions aren't working the way that they should, but they will. So it's very hard to believe that 10 years from now, fields will not be connected, machinery will not be traced, you know, hardware will not be in place. There will be an absolute control of everything that's going on the farm. So I think we're in a very sharp curve of innovation to reach a technified agriculture in the next 5 to 10 years. And that will start by the largest players.
I've heard some people say that inside the farm, the producers are really good at using technology, but there is a gap when it goes outside the farm. Do you agree with that?
Yes, there's a very big gap outside the farm. I mean, we were able to compete, I guess, even with this problem in Brazil, but we have seen important advances in the ports in the north especially, and hopefully we will get our railroad out of Mato Grosso soon. But I mean, some of these things are very difficult to articulate. You need a lot of investment, and we have been able to compete so far with that, even with that talent. So I don't know, maybe you want to add something to that logistic issue.
Yeah, I think there are two perspectives in your question. One, logistics, and I think again, the digital world can help a lot. I'm a partner of Cycrop, which is a startup with data analytics. We use it basic optimization for freight, for transport, for harvest, it's amazing what you can do optimizing. Its savings are quite large if you do the right modeling of the stories. I think we have a lot to gain. There is another perspective from your question, that is, farmers have trouble to decide whether to sell, whether to hedge, so we have a lot of financial innovations. We need a lot of information because it's a very complex world. Brazil is a private business, agribusiness, it's not subsidized as it is in many countries in the world, so the risk is quite high. And I think there is a lot to do also with information and connecting the market with traders, etc., with the world. So yes, there's a lot of things to be done.
Do you agree?
I agree. I mean, when you look at the farmer, when it's within the gates, it's his micro environment. He can control things and he can invest in infrastructure and innovation. But after you've harvested, you need to open the gate.
Yes.
And then you're exposed to the infrastructure, to the bureaucracy, and to all the issues that go around ag. So transportation, logistics, silos, warehouses, taxes, retains, all those things that add complexity and which fall short of the control of the producer. He doesn't control that. And he can't control highways and ports and all that. So I think that's correct, you know, and it would be great if we could see innovation spreading within the gates, but also outside the gates. And those are larger products, long-term, capital demanding projects that normally require some sort of government involvement in it, right?
Yeah.
And
we have a lot, we lose a lot of food. The world loses a lot of food.
there is a waste of food.
With transport, with distribution, and this is something that people talk too little, I believe,
I
because
agree.
you produce it, then when you start to move and to process food, you lose a lot of resources, very expensive resources, and from a sustainable point of view, this is part of the chain, the supply chain. And I think we are seeing so much disruptions, globally speaking, in the supply. This is an issue around the world. I mean, with this war, Ukraine and Russia, there is a huge discussion, for instance, in Europe or in Middle East, or they depend on the Russian and the Ukrainian food. So how the world will function, what will be the supply chain to these countries, how we're going to organize. In the end, we are losing food in this complex system that we are building. So there's a lot of innovation out of the farming itself. So, and this is agribusiness in the end.
Yes.
So it's a much more sophisticated way of seeing things. And I think there's a lot to do in terms of sustainability when you look the whole chain of production. Yes.
I would like to bring this issue of sustainability, because when we talk about innovation, it comes with sustainability these days. It's something that you cannot, split. They are together because people want technology that is sustainable. They want sustainability to be something part of the system. And how do you think Brazil's image of sustainability is accurate or not? Because from my point of view, talking to producers, seeing the farms, I see a lot of sustainability, innovation. Of course, we do have some bad examples, as we have in any kind of activity. But would you say Brazil sometimes is misunderstood when it comes to sustainability?
Yes.
I'll take that one. I think I think Brazil is really bad at marketing.
Yeah.
Because obviously there are unsustainable practices, but if you talk to the majority of the producers, they understand that sustainability goes hand in hand with production. So it's not, I'm going to produce more in detriment of sustainability, neither is it the opposite. They go hand in hand. And I think Brazil is one of the few countries that require farms to hold, specific areas of preservation, which is pretty well controlled and maintained. And that, to a certain extent, is something very different that we have in agriculture. If you go to Europe or other countries, that doesn't exist. It's just farmland, right? So I'm not going to get into the issue of deforestation or not, because I think it's too controversial. But I think when it comes to marketing what Brazilian agriculture does in terms of sustainability and how advanced we are, even though there are many things that need to improve, I think we're not sending the right message. There are improvements to be made, that's for sure. However, if you compare Brazilian agriculture to American agriculture, to European, we are much more sustainable. We are much more advanced in many, many items. So I think the country should improve its marketing area so that we could promote that in a more positive way for the country,
Marketing and communication. Because you have to tell what you're doing, you have to show the good examples so they can stick as much as the bad ones, right?
Yeah. Yeah, just picking up on that, I guess it is really a problem of marketing. And of course, there's a lot of pressure from outside into our sector into trying to convey maybe a different message. But, it really comes down to how much of the country is preserved. We know that 2/3 of the country is preserved. And you don't have any other country that's even close to that. Of course, our agriculture came later than European or the North American. So today we have citizens and governments that are more sensitive to the issue. So they are looking at our agriculture and saying you have to stop expanding, or you're doing the wrong things. But it's really, if we're able to send the right message, we try to do it on our universe with our stakeholders. It's really a distorted way of looking at what Brazil is doing in agriculture.
I think connecting to what we previously were talking, with blockchain, with all this technology, you can imagine anyone in the world buying some product produced in Rio Grande do Sul by a family farm with no tillage system. We need to tell this story. Yes. This is the way we produce food, and we are supplying the world. We are growing relevance to supply the world. And I can see digital helping us to prove it. To show it, to show good stories. And I think we have to work. I agree completely. We are very bad in marketing.
I agree.
But let's face it, we have illegal deforestation and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. We have our problems that we have to do a better job. But the large majority of our production, it's a pretty good story to tell. And we need to tell, and we have tools to tell. And this is my point. It's a completely different world.
Just one important data to add. 40% of everything that needs to be increased in food production in the world is coming from Brazil.
Yes.
So we need to promote the country, and it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity that the country has to be a leader in this market globally, and we need to promote that through marketing and communication. So we play a key role in feeding the world for the rest of the world, and it will have to be sustainable. And we are on the way, so we need to start showing that to the rest of the world.
Yes, and we have to remember that being sustainable is preserving nature, having good results, and also for the farmer to have an income. I mean, this is his activity. He earns money through his activity. So it all goes hand in hand. It's not something separated.
Exactly.
We have a very short time, but I would like each one of you to say what you consider the most important innovation at this point we are right now. This is a must-have for innovation in Brazil.
I can say we're very excited about what's going on in the biological world, and I think we're really just scratching the surface in what the potential is to use microorganisms to do whatever we want in terms of crop protection and fertilization. And we need to further understand this technology, but it's really a huge field that is taking shape and is going to change agriculture in several ways.
Alexandre.
Oh, just one word, connectivity.
Connectivity.
It's not an innovation, but we need to be connected.
Flávio.
I was going to go with Fred's, but he has taken mine, so I'll go with financial instruments and new forms of financing in that world, which I think are very interesting, like tokenization. So,
I think we are 10 seconds away. I think the important message maybe we can give people is get connected, exchange ideas, exchange information, and if you are being innovative and sustainable, please let people know, communicate with people. That's very important too.
thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Por favor, uma salva de palmas para esse painel. Vocês podem sair por aqui. Muito obrigada. Preparados para mais uma atração? Agora a gente vai ter uma fala aqui, né? Um toque que vai ser em português. Então, o pessoal aqui que é da área pode desligar e dar uma descansada, uma resguardada nas baterias dos celulares. Eu vou chamar aqui para conversar com a gente.
I'm going to call now to talk to us someone who is going to change the topic. We're not going to talk about sustainability. We're going to talk about healthcare. We're going to talk about health area. I'm going to call a surfer who is also a CEO of Panvel Grupo, Julio. Please, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'm going to talk in Portuguese. No one asks.
15 minutos é um tempo bem rápido, então eu espero poder, vamos dizer assim, passar nosso recado da melhor forma possível. A gente fez uma apresentação, pessoal, muito focada para startups, muito focada para conectar, muito focada para integrar essas empresas junto ao nosso ecossistema. Nós somos hoje já uma empresa pronta para comprar serviços de startups, nos associar a startups e, por que não, também incorporar algumas startups. A gente acabou de terminar um programa de aceleração, onde temos hoje 6 startups aceleradas, uma delas investida por nós também. Então, a gente está aqui muito com esse intuito, né? Eu vou abrir um pouquinho o capô da empresa, de forma que vocês que estão no palco, vamos dizer assim, possam ter, no palco não, na plateia, possam ter alguma ideia de onde vocês podem nos ajudar dentro desse novo desafio que a gente está presenciando. Há muito tempo nós resolvemos, vamos dizer assim, colocar o nosso propósito como elemento principal da empresa. A gente não quer correr o risco da Kodak, que não se deu conta que o negócio dela era criar imagens, criar memórias e não vender filmes. A gente não quer correr o risco de uma Blockbuster, que não se deu conta que era entretenimento e não o aluguel de fitas. Então, o nosso propósito realmente é proporcionar saúde e bem-estar às pessoas, seja da forma que for. Ao longo disso, a gente construiu uma empresa hoje que são 530 lojas, 4 bilhões de faturamento esse ano e uma participação de 12% de market share no mercado do sul do Brasil. A gente tem o nosso cliente no centro da nossa estratégia. Se eu dissesse para vocês hoje quem é o chefe da empresa, é o cliente. Com um foco muito grande em economia de tempo para esse cliente, personificação e tratar ele como único e construir muito valor na nossa jornada. Então, essa é a nossa estratégia. A gente praticamente virou a empresa de cabeça para baixo, colocou o cliente no centro da estratégia e vocês vão ver isso ao longo da apresentação. Ao longo desse tempo, a gente construiu uma jornada digital absolutamente diferenciada. Hoje são 16% de participação de vendas em digital. A gente vende de 1.001 formas, como dizia aquela propaganda do Neston. São 4 milhões de entregas na casa das pessoas todo ano, fora o clique e retire, que está presente em todas as lojas. A gente tem hoje mais de 140 lojas fazendo entrega na casa das pessoas em até 1 hora. Né? Estamos lançando agora em julho o nosso marketplace, que vem para agregar ainda mais variedade ao nosso mix. E hoje a gente tem uma integração total e absoluta de estoques. Se você está com o aplicativo da Panvel e coloca um produto dentro daquela cestinha, se chegar na loja da Panvel naquele mesmo momento, o nosso atendente sabe que tem aquele produto dentro da cesta da pessoa no aplicativo. A gente possui uma integração de estoques absolutamente real time. Temos hoje 92% da nossa venda identificada. Isso nos propicia uma vantagem competitiva e uma forma, vamos dizer assim, de personalizar cada vez mais a nossa interação com os nossos clientes. É um diferencial muito importante. A gente tem um foco muito grande na gestão de dados e uma medição de NPS constante. Estamos constantemente medindo como que o cliente olha para a empresa. Hoje, o nosso NPS em todos os canais é acima de 80, muito em função desse controle total e absoluto de NPS. As lojas hoje absorveram essa ferramenta como uma ferramenta de gestão. Eu vou mostrar um pouquinho para vocês uma jornada de um cliente da Panvel. Eu acho que aí a minha intenção realmente é quem for de startup aqui poder entender aonde que vocês podem nos ajudar nessa jornada para que a gente construa ainda mais valor para os nossos clientes. Vamos pegar a Marta como exemplo. A Marta é uma pessoa de 30 anos, ela tem diabetes e ela precisa comprar medicamentos, além dos seus medicamentos para diabetes, ela precisa comprar vitamina D. A Marta faz uma consulta de rotina, acessa o receituário eletrônico que já está integrado às nossas plataformas. Hoje a gente tem 12 fornecedores diferentes de receituário eletrônico e automaticamente ela envia a sua receita, está aí como é que ela envia a receita dentro do aplicativo, e esse processo acontece no app e nas lojas também. Ela tem o desconto do laboratório e, ao mesmo tempo, dentro da mesma compra, ela consegue ter o desconto do seu convênio também. Então, uma integração...
She can get a discount from her health insurance. So, full integration of customer experience in the platform. Browsing the app, she can also see there are shampoos, which are not necessarily at Panvel stock, are not the mix of our products. She adds the products in the basket. One of the products she will receive in up to 1 hour, which is what we have in stock. The second delivery, it's going to be next day. And the third one is going to be in up to 7 days, delivered through our partners, the marketplace. Martha follows her deliveries through the app. This is something we are improving increasingly more in this control over the deliveries from the customer perspective. She can see where the product is. Your medicine is delivered at home every day. And then at the end of the day, Martha will receive a questionnaire, NPS questionnaire. We send one questionnaire per month to each kind of sales in each sales channel. If you purchase in a channel, the experience will be evaluated physically. If you purchase on the app, you will receive an NPS questionnaire. You can evaluate the app and the website and over the phone sales as well. 7 days after the purchase of the vitamin, Martha receives content from the industry regarding the benefits of vitamin D. We have here a follow-up of this person's life. When there's a few days missing for her to run out of vitamin, she will receive a reminder. Your medicine, your vitamins are gonna be, you're gonna be out of medicine in 7 days. Let's say Martha is on vacation, she cannot read her email. She will get an SMS reminding her that she's gonna run out of vitamins in 7 days. And Martha has not read the email, hasn't read the SMS. She runs into a Panvel store. The salesperson will know that. So that generates an adherence to, which is really interesting for her health. Martha gets to the store and she receives a lot of coupons, which are totally customized towards what she's been purchasing. She's treated as a single unique person in the store. I am sure that in her experience, there are many different things that we could be doing together and better. That's our main idea to present you this. Another topic we are looking at is the revolution that's been taking place at the drugstore as far as customer assistance and services. Drugstores are going through a revolution as far as services. The drugstore is a destination for health services. It's already a business for us of 100 million reais every year selling services. We provide a lot of services, over 95 vaccination places, a lot of share in vaccination in South Brazil. We are putting in vaccination rooms all air, which is a small thing that does blood exams for dengue, hepatitis, pregnancy, food allergies, PSA for prostate. So a wide variety of exams that the drugstores are getting. We are living a revolution in as far as services for the drugstores. We are investing a lot in this, over 360 rooms and growing. We are doing a lot of partnerships. We understand marketplace can be of products and it can also be of services. There are many different partnerships that are taking place with Panvel. We are partners with DASA, Yaku Diagnostics. They're going to be together with me tomorrow here. We do home assistance. They purchase that in the digital platform. We are looking for an open innovation through partnerships so that we can provide health and well-being to people, whatever way it is. Our business is not drugstore. Our business is to promote health and well-being to people in the center. That's the message I want to leave with you. And I'm going to call you to two challenges. The first one is to connect with us. Through this QR code, you can point your cell phone. It's going to take you to a page where we are putting a lot of startups together, startups that want to help us promote health and well-being to people. So I call you, I challenge you to help us in this process. And my other tease to you, something I have been seeing constantly in many different places where I am. Recently, last week, I was at Silicon Valley. I saw some speeches from physicians, and people are increasingly more understanding the importance of data in the management of patients. How, what it can do to people health and to make health cheaper in Brazil or any country. Of course, it's a big challenge. Of course, there are many walls that must be put down. If you stop to think that health insurance has a lot of information, the hospital has a lot of information, The labs have lots of information. I showed you all the information we have on our patients. We have, for instance, all the exams that people do inside Panvel, your blood pressure, the date you took the vaccine, the PSA test, the glucose test. We put everything in people's hands. So our tease is how can we bring those walls down to transaction this information so that we can have greater adherence to treatment, a wider number of checkups, more analysis in labs, a greater number of preventive health actions. We live corrective health. We live a lot of sickness and not a whole lot of health. So I provoke you. We, Panvel, are ready to be part of this world. We are ready to share information, of course, with people's agreement. People will say, okay, this is important to me. We want to create an open health world through partnerships where we can effectively make the health cost cheaper and make it wider available for people. I still have 1 minute. So thank you for your attention. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna give your water bottle back. Moving on to another incredible panel.
So I have a surprise to all of you, and I'm sure you're going to love it. Today at 6 p.m., we have the official opening of this event here at this arena, and it's going to be incredible to see all your faces here. So let's start this panel with a moderator, which is going to be Roberto Giuliani. He's the founder of Casa dos Raros. We have three guests. Luciano Silveira Eifer is the founder of Concept Med. We have Rafael Figueroa, CEO of Portal Telemedicine. Guilherme Azevedo is the co-founder of Alice. So let's give him a round of applause.
Obrigado, é uma satisfação estar aqui no South Summit.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here at South Summit. I am a geneticist, physician. I work in Rio Grande do Sul. I work for Hospital das Clínicas. I am one of the founders of Casa dos Raros. And what brings us here to speak about the moonshots in healthcare. How can we shoot the moon, sort of saying? How can we think differently? How can we think in a more disruptive way? I'm going to give you just an image of rare diseases here. 13 million Brazilians are affected by rare diseases. They are not concentrated in reference centers. You know, they're all spread out all over Brazil. Sometimes you have to travel very long distance to reach these people. Sometimes, and they have to travel to find a physician. But sometimes they need to go and see a physician which is far away already, but they need some imaging exams, and they need to see a heart, a doctor, you know, a cardiologist. And people sometimes don't have conditions to do that. And that delays the diagnosis, sometimes 4, 5, 10 years. And it's a precious time for this patient in order to receive the appropriate treatment. Here in Rio Grande do Sul, we have a reference center in Porto Alegre. But we have a waiting line. We have 3,000 patients waiting to be seen by a doctor, even if we double, triple, or whatever, if we multiply that by 10, we're not going to solve the problem. And that's why we decided to build a center to see rare diseases. We use Casa dos Raros is a place in which we use technologies. We map the case of the patient even before he comes to see the physician, and then according to the logistics and all the experts that need to evaluate that patient and all the exams, so that patient will be seen and he will have the chance to have his or her diagnosis, and then that patient will be treated in his own town. So this is how we're doing things at Casa dos Raros. We're still thinking about doing things in 2022. It's just a small example. Thinking differently, you can change the destination of so many people. You can reduce that time for them to have their diagnosis, and they can be seen by doctors, close to their houses. And we saw that we needed innovative ways to see or to lead with healthcare. Back in 2018, 2019, well, we're doing things well there. And then 2020, COVID pandemic. And that came as a change of paradigms. And I'm here today in this panel to present to my colleagues and to all of you. I'd like to introduce Rafael Figueroa to you. He worked first for Google, and then he was a founder and CEO nowadays of Portal Telemedicine. So, Rafael, the floor is yours. Thank you. Such a pleasure to be here. Thanks a lot. Portal started in 2013 in order to connect remote areas to experts, to physicians. We started in Amazon, Sao Paulo, and then we started developing technologies. So 2013 to 2015, we were like 2015, 2017, we started big data. So we had electronic records, labs, and so on. 17 to 2022, using the database and research together with Google, we got 100 algorithms through machine learning to get to the diseases, to prioritize an emergency of somebody that had pneumothorax disease or stroke or whatever. So then when we applied that to a whole town, we reduced mortality in about 45% of chronic diseases that are non-transmittable. And then we were able to escalate a lot, to scale a lot. We see 700 cities with thousands of patients, 15,000 units, integrated health units. So many players, big players, started using our technology, and then we were able to measure the mortality and all these data and records. And so we got a global award in Geneva, one of the top 10 companies, and we really aim 2030 to get this. We want to have 1 billion patients in the next 10 years. So we have 33 million today, but we want to get to 1 billion in 10 years. We are in Africa, France, and the United States, looking for partners to offer excellence medicine to all of you. Well, you see that not only allowing the patient spread it out all over Brazil to have great consultations with medical doctors and so on. So in my area of rare diseases, we know that the rare diseases are spread out all over. There are many patients, there are many expert doctors that are far from the big centers. And this integration that Rafael mentioned, is fantastic. So our second guest is Luciano Eifler. Luciano is a physician, and he's the founder of Concept Med. It's a consulting company in technology and innovation for healthcare. He's an entrepreneur, and he's an adopter of new technologies himself. Oh. Travou aqui. Travou aqui.
vão dar certo, elas vão dar sempre errado. E a gente pode olhar para isso que aconteceu agora e falar, putz, que ruim, né? Desorganizado, não sei o que e tal. Ou a gente pode olhar e falar o seguinte, pô, primeira vez que estão trazendo um evento desse tamanho aqui para Porto Alegre, primeira vez que estão usando um lugar que não é preparado para o evento e tomaram sim o risco e tiveram lá, entendeu? A vontade de pegar e usar o lugar. Caiu a luz. E daí que caiu a luz? E daí que caiu a luz? Acontece. No próximo não vai cair, entendeu? E aí a cidade está sendo valorizada e esse lugar está sendo valorizado e as coisas estão mudando, porque inovação é sobre isso, é sobre errar e tentar fazer de novo. Então só um ponto aqui que eu acho muito importante, porque eu acho que é muito o espírito do que a gente está fazendo aqui hoje. E eu acho que é também muito o espírito do que a gente quer fazer no sistema de saúde com a Alice, né? A Alice é uma gestora de saúde. Ah, ela não é uma seguradora e uma operadora? É também. Mas acima de tudo ela é uma gestora de saúde. Por quê? Qual a diferença? Quando a gente pensa numa operadora de saúde ou uma seguradora, a gente fala, puxa, qual hospital, qual pronto-socorro, quando der ruim na minha saúde, onde eu vou? É assim que a gente pensa, não é? Então é para quando dá ruim. O que a gente quis construir com a Alice é uma gestora da saúde, onde a pessoa fala, como é que eu faço dar bom na minha saúde? Como é que eu faço toda aquela parte de como eu me alimento, como eu durmo, como é a minha saúde mental? Como é que eu consigo andar na direção da saúde, me mover para se tornar mais saudável? Ter alguém que olha para isso de forma integral, também quando eu fico doente. Então, quando eu ficar doente, eu vou procurar a Alice também. E a Alice vai estar lá para você, com o melhor recurso. Mas o nosso olhar é na jornada da saúde integral da pessoa. Alice chama Alice para a gente lembrar que sempre existe uma pessoa que a gente está cuidando. Então, a gente, nesse sentido, a gente é uma gestora de saúde. O que a gente está fazendo é integrando a atenção primária, então a gente tem uma operação própria de atenção primária que resolve 86% dos eventos de saúde dos nossos membros, digitalmente, principalmente e fisicamente. A gente tem uma comunidade de saúde que chamam de rede credenciada, a gente não gosta desse nome, a gente chama de comunidade. Por quê? Porque a gente integra clinicamente, não só dados de pagamento, mas a gente integra clinicamente, falando de dados clínicos, com os nossos parceiros, hospitais, laboratórios, que é a nossa comunidade, especialistas. E a consequência de tudo isso é que a gente faz uma coordenação do cuidado de ponta a ponta na jornada do membro da lista. Aquele negócio da pessoa ficar perdida, não sei o que eu faço, vou em tal lugar, as informações ficam em silos, não existe uma visão completa. Na lista é tudo diferente, a gente consegue enxergar de forma completa e coordenada a vida da saúde da pessoa. E a pessoa conta com a gente. A Alice não é uma empresa que a pessoa tem uma relação transacional. A pessoa tem uma relação emocional com a Alice. Então é bem diferente. É isso que a gente está fazendo e é assim que a gente acha que vai tornar cada brasileiro mais saudável e o nosso moonshot é tornar o mundo mais saudável. Rafael, como é que tu enxerga esse ecossistema de diferentes atores aí que podem se integrar e atuar de uma maneira colaborativa feito no setor de saúde é muito básico, assim. A gente precisa, o paciente, ou o membro, como a gente chama, ele precisa, independente de onde ele estiver, em qual provedor ele estiver, aonde ele estiver, entre a atenção primária, secundária e terciária, ou em qualquer espaço de promoção de saúde, o dado clínico, o dado de saúde dele precisa trafegar. O dado dele precisa fluir. Senão a gente não consegue, o sistema não consegue ter seus processos bem definidos para fazer, para otimizar cada etapa do resultado de saúde daquela pessoa. Parece meio basicão o que eu estou falando, mas é a real. É tão simples quanto isso, só que é complexo pra caramba. Mas é isso que precisa acontecer. E é isso que a gente está fazendo. Eu acho que existe uma dissonância entre o que precisa acontecer. Isso não importa. O que importa é o que você está fazendo. Essa é a única coisa que vale. Não vale eu falar o que eu acho. O que vale é eu mostrar o que eu estou fazendo. É o que na lista a gente está fazendo, é tentando organizar a estrutura de dados e tentando construir uma jornada única da pessoa, porque a partir daí muitas outras coisas vão acontecer. E acima de tudo, são as pessoas serem tratadas como pessoas, e não as pessoas serem tratadas como ofensores, sinistros e outras palavras estranhas que definem pessoas como a minha filha, quando estava na neonatal. Então, assim, é uma pessoa. Eu acho que essa é outra característica que, por algum motivo, tomou conta do setor e a gente está querendo mudar isso e tem sempre uma pessoa do outro lado.
Muito obrigado. Nós chegamos aí ao final da nossa atividade sobre os moonshots na área de saúde. Eu acho que a mensagem que fica é que a gente precisa realmente pensar diferente, colocar em prática essas e integrar de maneira que atividades como, por exemplo, a que nós criamos a Casa dos Raros, não se entra como um competidor no processo, mas sim como um ator que vai se integrar, dando um olhar diferente e aí por aí contribuir para que o sistema como um todo funcione melhor. Então agradeço aqui ao Rafael, ao Luciano e ao Guilherme e muito obrigado a todos aí pela participação nesse South Summit.
Obrigada. Muito bem. Com intempéries e tudo, nós finalizamos o nosso painel com sucesso, né, meninas? Muito obrigada. Vocês podem sair por esse lado. Nosso amigo Robozinho também. Vocês gostaram? Sim, muito bem. A gente tem
um desafio de trazermos as luzes para o Rio Grande do Sul e Porto Alegre. Eduardo. Tudo bem. Bom dia a todos. É uma super alegria ver. Obrigado. Muito feliz. Estou emocionado de ver Porto Alegre abraçando esse evento. Feliz demais de estar aqui, porque, Gastão, lá em 2019, eu estava revisitando nas mensagens do WhatsApp as minhas primeiras conversas com o Eduardo Loreia, que está aqui do meu lado, e que é um gaúcho, pelotense também, que foi para o mundo e que começou a trabalhar com esses tipos de eventos. E aí, lá no primeiro ano do governo, em 2019, com o nosso secretário de inovação, o Lambi, eu me lembro daquela reunião em que nós lançamos uma folha grande de papel em cima de uma mesa e a nossa colaboradora que desenha, a Lu, ela ia fazendo aquelas dinâmicas, né, que a gente vai elaborando o que a gente vai fazer, quais são as ideias que serão levadas adiante, e ela ia desenhando, fazendo todo aquilo. Tem um nome para isso. Visual thinking. Visual thinking. Visual thinking. Sendo feito, elaborando todo o roteiro do que pretendíamos para a inovação no Rio Grande do Sul. Aí falamos sobre produtos premium, falamos sobre startup lab, falamos sobre o desenvolvimento dos ecossistemas do Rio Grande do Sul, 8 grandes ecossistemas nas regiões do estado que precisavam ter incentivo, editais para a inovação do estado, o Tech for Business, eu posso falar sobre cada um desses programas que a gente criou, que tem recursos do governo do estado para incentivar a inovação, mas sabíamos que fomos a South Summit lá em Madrid e tivemos a plena convicção que era o evento que melhor se enquadrava com aquilo que a gente queria para o Rio Grande do Sul. La guinda del pastel, ou a cereja do bolo em espanhol, que é a cereja do bolo de todo um programa de inovação para o nosso estado. Então, o que é importante dizer aqui é o seguinte, não é algo acessório que se criou aqui por um evento, uma feira, é uma plataforma que faz a conexão entre empreendedores, a academia, o setor público, os fundos de investimento, para nessa efervescência toda, coroar, como eu disse, uma série de programas de inovação. O Inova-RS, por exemplo, que o Estado financia os ecossistemas de inovação em 8 regiões do Estado, ajudando a colocar em pé, né, esses ecossistemas de inovação, que exige o trabalho das próprias regiões, com a prefeitura, com as academias, com as universidades, com o setor privado de cada região, mas que tem apoio financeiro do governo do Estado para poder se pôr em pé e acontecer de fato aquele ecossistema de inovação. Ou, como eu disse, os Living Labs, que também tem edital na rua aí do Estado para financiar também essa iniciativa, entre outras tantas aqui. Mas é importante dizer que encontramos imediatamente apoio no setor privado, então está aqui o Zeca Hope, que é da Forol, o primeiro unicórnio brasileiro é daqui do Rio Grande do Sul, é nosso, é gaúcho, que é a GetNet, né, liderada pelo Zeca e outros empreendedores, e que é também esse entusiasta da inovação, porque não adianta, não é uma coisa que o governo faça inovação, o governo é um facilitador, é um fomentador, mas se não tiver no setor privado quem abrace e além de querer ser unicórnio, queira ser promotor de inovação, porque inovação envolve esse compartilhamento, né, Zeca? De poder querer,
com toda a legitimidade, ter ganhos, lucro com a sua atividade, com a inovação, mas também de incentivar, compartilhar conhecimento com os que estão à volta, porque é nessa troca de conhecimento.
Because it's by exchanging knowledge is how we can get back and then we can make this reality come true. Thank you. Thank you so much. So just taking advantage of what our governor said, we started in a very small room, right? Because people didn't really understand what we wanted to do. And as many times we people don't really trust each other. The public sector don't trust the private sector and so on. So I'd like you to speak a little bit more about this collective experience. Thank you. Thank you, Governor Eduardo Leite. Thanks a lot. Well, startups and innovation is the same thing. I mean, the proposal, the goal is the heart. I mean, we really met people that got engaged in the project, in the process, as I was speaking with Maria, Gastal, and I. You know, he said, well, this was my dream, this was my goal, and that's why I really created Self-Centered. Because we were looking for big events. There are so many events around the world, you know, congresses, symposiums, and so on. But in South Summit, especially through Maria, Maria is somebody that really looked for the three pillars: public, private, and the academy. So then we could really have innovation through the society. This is what we were looking for here in our state, in our country. Maria did that 10 years ago. She described that we needed this process, and this was a very important match because we really saw that we had the same purposes, the same ideas. Gastal, Governor Edu Leite, Maria, and myself, it was really nice to really co-build this project together. I think the word for this event is collaboration, a true collaboration. You know, the spirit of the whole thing together with the goals that we have for Porto Alegre, for Rio Grande do Sul, and Brazil as a whole. The innovation should be the economic and social transformation of our society. Tiagão is our director of events. Thank you so much, Tiago. I'm so happy to see so many people here. And well, before we actually really pass the word to our queen, I'd like to call Eduardo Loré. We have three people from Pelotas, and we have three people with the Leite surname. Actually, we all come from different origins, but we're all together in this process. Loré, what made you decide to enter this project? It's such a pleasure to be here on this stage next to you. When Eduardo sent me a WhatsApp, I was living in Madrid. Madrid. I had so many things to do in Madrid, Spain. I had a lot of fun things to do, but I share with you here on the stage and with our audience. We have this social commitment, a social purpose, and this is what makes our objectives, our goals important. I could be doing so many other things, right? Gaston could be doing other things. He's an MC, sometimes he's a secretary. So, guys, Gaston really is a good COBOL programmer. No, seriously, I think all of us can have missions in our lives that are easier or more difficult. But when Eduardo invited me, I felt that I had it was my duty to come here and help my state, our state, Rio Grande do Sul, to find a place that could actually really help us with this movement in Porto Alegre. I don't want to just drop names, but I just want to say that, you know, we have an alliance for innovation. There is a beautiful job called Pacto Alegre or Happy Pact or something. You know, it's a cultural purpose uniting all the regions together with the capital city. Sometimes we decide to have a training or a mentoring, whatever. But in the economic reality that we have, the capital, the money is the most important tool. So I think this is such a great job that you're doing here. I thank Maria. Maria could stay in Madrid. Madrid had so many more interesting things to do than just being here. But she accepted the challenge of coming here to participate of South Summit. And I think the key thing is what's happening here today is just the start. It's like a kickoff. And I really invite you, for all of you, to really help us to keep doing this, to keep for this thing to keep happening. This platform, is the answer for a public strategy. We are advancing in the innovation, institutions, academy, public sector, private sector, and so on. This is going to work if all of us work together. Maria, you have to come every year during 10 years. Thank you so much for being here. And I'd like to really say to all of you, we should be repeating this year by year. And from next year on, I'm going to send you my CV, right, my resume for being an MC. So, but before giving the floor to Maria, I'd like to thank all my colleagues, all the secretaries. We have also the general attorney department here and so on. We also have our judge and the governor. So it's so nice to do this all together. I think this is very important. And I'd like to hear, let's really hear Maria, our queen, right? Oh man, I am very well. I'm so lucky. It's such a privilege to have such great companies here, right? Actually, I couldn't be happier because in truth is that from moment number one, when Eduardo came to tell me that he was talking to this gentleman with the governor of Rio Grande do Sul, Mr. Eduardo Leite, I started dreaming already. I started thinking and dreaming, and then when I met the governor and I met the mayor, I saw there are unanimous interests that really it was not something just in the mind of one person. It was something very collective. And I decided, and I started falling in love with the project, and I came to Porto Alegre. And then I saw everything that he was telling me, I saw in real life. The idea of making this big project, how to build this project all over the Porto Alegre society, and how all the political parties could be together, building and getting and aligning, together with the corporations and so on. Because this is very lucky of myself, to be here. I totally agree with what the governor said because the purpose is wonderful. We have the world that in this world, which is so fast nowadays, this world moves very fast, offers a lot of opportunities to us, but we have to be smart enough and willing enough to be connected because the opportunities are good for the whole society. And that's what Eduardo Leite wants. And that's why he decided to build this in Porto Alegre. And I feel really, really happy because I met him in December. I fell in love with him. And with these people, I am a gaúcha española, Spanish gaucha, because being here with all of you, I am sure that we can go everywhere in Rio Grande do Sul, and then this place and all this, and this beautiful place, Guaíba, this nice, beautiful lake. and I want you to really enjoy the opportunity and make good networking all over you, because there are opportunities to everybody. Thank you so much. Well, we have still a minute and a half. It's such a risk to give the floor to him, but you have to wrap up. Yeah, he needs always to put a word in English, wrap up, right? It's an innovation event. I'd like to give you a take-home message. South Summit is not only one edition of one event. This is the beginning of a project. We're going to be together next year to have another event, another edition of the South Summit in Porto Alegre. You know, I will be a citizen watching this next year. So would like to leave you this message here. Why have I decided, let's look for the event, let's put innovation in evidence for Rio Grande do Sul, because we are the state that look to the past. We're very proud of our past, to have a beautiful history, a very, people that are warriors and so on. But I noticed that the state was too nostalgic, looking to the past too much, not thinking about the present, not building for the future. The South Summit is here not because the governor and the government of the state wanted. It's because we have this environment in Rio Grande do Sul. We have entrepreneurship. We have the intelligence in our universities. We have a good government which is capable of doing this. There is an interest in people to do, people that are willing to innovate. So if you look to the past, if we're proud of our past, we should be proud and trustworthy of our future, because we need to see things that come ahead of us. Thank you so much. We're all together at South Summit. Guys, we still have a lot of things to cover. Stay here. It's not lunch break yet, but if you want to access the restaurants, the restaurants will be available all during this event. So let's keep going.
If you need translation, our next talk will be in English. The topic will be behind the success of a venture capital, the ingredients behind the success of a venture capital.
Nós teremos duas mulheres poderosas, uma canta e uma dança. Vamos ver o que elas trouxeram para a gente. Teremos
Marisol Menendez from Open Innovation, and Carolina Strobel, operating partner and CEO of Redpoint Venture. A round of applause for them. Welcome.
Woo! Carol, feel the energy. We are excited.
Sinto energia, estamos empolgadas. Olá.
Looking at the streaming, hello you guys as well. We are so excited about being here today. You can feel the energy in the air. Welcome, Carolina. Welcome today.
Thank you so much for having me here. I'm so happy to be here in Rio Grande do Sul, Porto Alegre, talking about innovation. We're very happy with this movement that we have been seeing in the city and in the state of bringing new things to the economy here.
Yes, bringing new things to the economy. Let's talk about that. But let's begin with the beginnings. We are introducing ourselves. My name is Marisol Menendez, and my life is Open Innovation. I'm Chief Open Innovation Officer for South Summit. And I love everything related to innovation, collaboration, and ecosystems. And I have with me Carolina Strober. Maybe I let you introduce yourself.
Well, I'm a venture capitalist. I work with investments in startups. I work in a fund called Red Point Ventures. It's a fund with around 50 companies. We have investments in Rappi, Acredita, Zolist, Gympass. So some of the unicorns of Brazil are within the portfolio. And besides all that, I work as a board member in some companies, including at Randon, which is one of the companies that is supporting this event.
Thank you very much. But let's begin with the beginning because, you know, I've looked into your profile. I know that you have a mix of lawyer, financial, investment, advisor. I want to get to know a little bit more about you. Tell us about your story.
Okay. So I'm a lawyer, and it's always funny when people ask me, well, you work with innovation and you're a lawyer. Yeah, well, I'm a lawyer, and I began working with venture capital in 2001 when I worked at Intel Capital. So as a lawyer, I began participating on the investment committees and learning more and more about the companies and wanting to get more involved with the development of each company, with each founder, with each idea, execution, and opportunity we could see on the way. And with that, I began learning more and more about the financials and the corporate structures, working with entities such as Latin American Venture Capital Association, Brazilian Venture Capital Association, trying to standardize ways of investing in companies here in Brazil and in Latin America. And after that, I began working with innovation in companies with public companies, and become finally a partner at a fund. It's not very, it is not common to have women as partners in funds here in Brazil, and I guess worldwide, unfortunately. And so it was a position, or it was a journey that took me a lot of time and effort and learning more and showing to my peers that I was able to handle all the challenges that we would have in a fund.
Yeah, because besides being an investor, a lawyer, and financial, you're also even mother of three and a dog. No?
3 and a dog, yes. Yeah, so I'm a mother of the 3, and I think it's always important to say that, because sometimes women believe they're not able to do things, or they're not able to enjoy maternity, plus work, plus have a protagonism. And I think that women should look into this protagonism even further. And that's why I'm here, actually. That's why I keep joining all these events and talking about that.
When we had our conversation previously, we spoke a lot about this complement of skills, creating diversity, gender-wise, but also all kinds of diversity, and how we can mix skills, backgrounds to create better teams, better projects, better startups. No? So I also figured that being a mother is a strong skill. No? Let's talk a little bit about this creation of diversity, how we combine, what are the skills needed, what's the right mix for teams. What do you think?
Yeah, when you look into a startup, or when you're looking into setting up a business, it's impossible to do it on your own, right? You have a good idea, but ideas are not as important as execution is. And to execute your great ideas, you need people. And to have a team, a good team, that is complementary to each other, it's very important. When you look into certain industries, what you see basically, it's the white male engineer that actually has all the positions into a certain industry. And that's very dangerous, because this is exactly this. You're always going to have the same look, the same insights, the same ideas going over and over again. When you have the opportunity to hear to different people from different origins, from different gender, from different ages, that helps a lot to enrich the discussion, the brainstorm that actually happens when you're in a team, and to get, you know, a better product market fit, a more go-to-market strategy. And it's not only about, you know, well, doing what's right and including everyone. It's much more than that. It's about a business reason. There is a compelling business reason for diversity, and people should be aware of that.
Yes, because you create a bigger market. No, at least you are scoping for a bigger pie, you know, in terms of the business that you are creating. And you know about diversity. Just a few hours ago, we were discussing possibilities to learn, for example, between the football sector and the banking sector. Even all kinds of diversity at the end create new knowledge, no? Today, you know, here we have a lot of startups. We have investors, no? We have corporations. We have entrepreneurs. We have students, no? What would you say, in particular, in all this dynamic of the ecosystem? What's the role of the investor into trying to foster the right kind of ecosystem and business? No? How can you shape and influence?
I think the investor always has the role to not only put the money in the company or to put the means for a company or a startup to grow, but also to shape this growth. It's almost like what we have here. We are now in a region of Porto Alegre, which is an old region, which was some time ago, the largest port in Brazil. And we are seeing here in these docks, basically what was the past of Porto Alegre and what Porto Alegre wants to build for the future. And there is a government investment here to reshape and revamp this region, to change this region. That's exactly what an investor does. An investor goes into a company and makes an effort to make sure that this company will fulfill its vocation, will unchain the value that is within this company and make it even larger for each stakeholder to have more profit on it. And I'm not talking about profit only in a financial side, because I don't believe in results as mainly financial. Well, they are mainly financial, but not only financial. There are several other results that a company should be looking into, and not only the financial results, right?
I'm glad that you bring that topic up, because in open innovation, when we're talking about innovation and future and creation, we are always struggling to show the value of a project that is long-term. And maybe we have this struggle between the present and the future, no? I always like to bring forward the topic of the KPIs. How do we measure success? What does success mean for these projects? And you say it's not only financial, but then how can we measure other kinds of impact and other indicators of success?
It's hard when you're talking about, when you talk about corporates and large corporates, they have the time, they have the energy, they have people to take care of ESG, they can look into their corporate responsibility. It's easier for large corporates to do that. But it doesn't mean that startups and smaller companies shouldn't be looking into this as well, right? We're looking into companies and people mainly. When I talk about companies and startups, I'm talking about teams and people, because that's exactly what makes a difference. People make a difference in a company where you are, where I am invested and that's for a reason, because people have a purpose, and this purpose is also shown into the company. So I think that the future of investment is basically within the new KPIs that will change the world that we live in. So we're not only talking about the financial KPIs, regular KPIs, the CAC, the churn, when you're talking about a SaaS, or how many customers you have, how many people are downloading your app, what's your net promoter score. This is all very important, but there is much more than this. And it's not only the large impact that you can create, but also the small impacts that you create into people's lives. And how can you change the world? And how can you build this new world? And I think it is not only a startup, a large company, but all of us should be looking into this and investing. Investors should be investing into this, even if it's indirectly. I'm not saying that all investments should be looking into impact. Sometimes they are not. You know, we have different theses and different investments, but definitely each one of them should have a KPI that will look into impact from a long-term perspective. And I believe that's going to be the future for venture capital, because it's the future of capitalism. If we would look capitalism from the old times, it would look only into profit. And nowadays, you look into capitalism much more from a social perspective and all the changes that we are creating and making into society and into our lives. So we're actually investing to change the way the world is, to change the world we are living.
Yeah, that's true, because maybe it's not just the impact in terms of how much money we are generating, but also who is affected by what I'm doing, you know? And even this mindset change can even create new tools for business, because by being aware of this impact, you might find other business opportunities and other ways to grow into the future, you know? I think we can connect with this with the future. How then, how do you envision the future? How are we shaping, creating the companies for the future? In terms maybe of collaboration, combination of different skills, and I'm convinced that this blurring of the sectorial boundaries are creating so many good opportunities, but also they are shaping the way that we are creating the business in the future.
Absolutely. I think the future is collaborative. We're talking about collaboration in every single side. We're talking about different point of views in every single thesis or certainty that someone would have. So having more people looking into a certain problem, because when we're talking about companies and entrepreneurship, we're talking about problems. And Brazil is a place, or is a country full of problems and opportunities. So investors should be looking into Brazil because of the opportunities. And every time we look into these opportunities, we should be looking at them in different ways. We need more people into looking and taking decisions together in a collaborative way to evolve better. I think that will be, or that is already what we're seeing right now. And I think this is more and more valued by the market. We can see this in the public companies in an easier way when you see Airbnb changing different business models and thinking differently and including different decision-making together with their actions and executions. We're seeing this in several different companies, and I'm certain that this is something that it's not a trend, it's happening already.
So what's the key to become the good startup in the future? How can we maybe look? Shall we be thinking into becoming unicorns? What should we be focusing on?
It's funny when we talk about unicorns, because it seems that every startup wants to become a unicorn. But the term unicorn just means that you have raised a lot of capital. And some startups don't need to raise all that capital or don't need to burn all that capital. They're there for a different reason. And they don't have to be a unicorn. They can be sold and they can have success in a different way. Maybe we should change the way we look success. You know, the term success. Success is different for each startup, for each founder. And that's something that we should embrace as well, and make sure that each startup has its, understands its own vocation. Let's put it this way. It doesn't need to be a unicorn. It doesn't have to have a great success. But no doubt, what a startup or a team of founders should be looking into is perfect execution. Everybody has great ideas. Perfect execution is key to grow a business. And that's what the startups should be looking into.
Perfect execution. And I like your challenge to redefine success.
Yeah.
Because even we have some example of not successful unicorns. So being a unicorn is not a success metric per se, no?
Not necessarily, no. What is success? To change the world is a success, right?
Yeah, to fulfill your mission.
To fulfill your mission.
No, it's a
right,
success.
yeah.
Good thing to think about. We have homework. We have a challenge to get into. We are ready to close our panel. I wish that we could stay talking hours and hours.
But
as you can see.
we will later.
Okay, we can do. Maybe what would be an advice? I don't know, you can share a main learning that helped you grow, or maybe what would you tell all these people to look into the future? What would be your call to action?
I think people should take care of strategy. So strategize as a paranoid, really, as a paranoid thing. So be very careful with your strategy and make sure that you have the best execution you can. You have to execute as an optimism. That's what, you know, there is a detail that says that, right? Strategize as a paranoid and always execute with optimism. But it's much more than that. Look into perfection. Look into trying to make the best execution possible, the best efficiency you can have. Especially, this is a year for investments, at least for later stage investments, that you'll be looking into down rounds. It's a very hard year for late stage investments, for late stage startups. That's the moment to retain, to gain back efficiency and make sure that your execution is fulfilling your strategy, but in a very, very efficient way.
And can I borrow something you said before as well?
Oh, yours.
Which is, we cannot do it alone. No?
Oh, no.
That falls into my turf, so I got hooked into that idea. We need to connect. We need to collaborate. Here is the perfect opportunity to find your future business partners, your future investors. We were talking at the beginning that we are here in this beautiful space, which is also a connection between past and future, between our industrial past and our idea, knowledge, society future. Let's mix it up.
Absolutely. And I think that for the women specifically, you don't have to know it all and to be it all. You have, you know, teams need to have women and men that are able to complement themselves, and that's, I think that's key. So do not look into being the best in everything. It's impossible. It doesn't happen. If it happens, then come to me, tell me, because I will invest in you. But if it doesn't, just look into a team, look into people to cooperate, to collaborate, and to build something.
And with that, we close. Thank you very much, guys, for
Thank
listening
you.
to us. Thank you very much,
girls. Very good. Very nice. I
Thank
love
you.
powerful woman in the stage. Sempre muito bom ver essas mulheres.
Rosas nesse palco.
Eu
Great to
imagino.
have these powerful women here. I imagine you're starting to get hungry. We still have one spectacular attraction before lunch. If you want to go to Embarcadero restaurants, these are the recommendations. Now, this talk is the game changer talk. People who do business that change the routine of business, the way we see things. I am going to call two special people here, Guga Schifino, head at DXCO, and Paulo Roberto de Alencastro, the CEO at Unico. Welcome. Thank you.
Inacreditável.
Unbelievable.
Isso aqui parece a Único.
Paulinho, this here looks like Unico. Crazy. And we were in Spain in October. Zé Renato with the governor says, Guga, I think the stars are going to take this great event to Porto Alegre. And we are going to do this in March or April. And I thought, great, 2023. No, 22. I was like, no way. We have a colleague at For All that says that if you think it's impossible, ask at For All. And that's what's been done here. I am here with the master of all masters regarding overcoming obstacles, a company with incredible ideas that had to invent itself. And we have many things in common, in addition to being friends, and from Rio Grande do Sul, we are in love with Estonia. They are dealing with data in a way that is unique. And the idea here, we are, I'm, I'm gonna give you three takeaways from this moment. I'm here. It's a great honor to be with Paulinho with three questions. First takeaway, we aligned this beforehand. It makes perfect sense with the moment we're living in. The more digital we are, the more humane we must be for us to keep the balance. And Estonia has been shown itself as a place where you can protect people, you can allow high digitalization, looking into the humane factor. I want Pauline to talk about Unico, about the inspiration from Estonia, how the company started for us to start this panel. Great, Guga, thank you so much. Great event. Congratulations. Really nice to have you all here. Thank you, South Summit, for the invitation to talk about Unico, talk about all this. It's really interesting. And I'm going to start with our dream. Why do we need to leave our homes carrying keys, documents, cards? And a lot of what we say is why pants need pockets for us to carry all that stuff. We don't need that. We are looking into the digital identity in a very humane way, which is related to Estonia. People ask, Paulinho, digital identity, I'm going to take a picture of my ID card and I'm going to have a digital ID. No, that's not it. It's a set of data, information, documents, behaviors, consumption behaviors, what we've been building. When we stop to look at what happened in Estonia, what we are creating in Brazil, it's related to creating simplicity in the relationships between companies and consumers, bringing security to these relationships and increasing and empowering the consumer for him to have freedom and control over the use of his data, and mainly to make him increasingly more have a better experience in this digital universe. We cannot deny we come from an analog experience over the last few years, and this recent past with the pandemic made us adapt more to that. We are not fully prepared. We have much to learn about digital interactions, and that creates a distancing as far as the humane interaction with people. How are we looking at that? We started this journey focusing on relationship with companies many times. We expect people to take this initiative and solve this relationship problem. We took a different route. We started with companies looking into business. We have processes focused on face recognition. I can ensure the person's identity and I generate more knowledge on the consumer. There are other products like products to help companies hire, where I have all the documents from an admission program. I put that into the digital ID of the person. I have a electronic signature that makes it happen digitally. All this information give me means to work digital identification and bring more freedom to people, more simplicity and safety throughout the entire process. A spectacular, a class on how to take care of customers with care and safety. Moving into the second point of our conversation, we know there are many challenges the companies have overcome, you have overcome. You had to destroy a product in the past to create another one. The second takeaway has to do with that. The culture of mistake, laboratory, allowing yourself to try. In the digital area, you cannot want to only do what you know is going to work or think that what led you there is enough to take you forward. Único is a living example of this history of allowing yourself to try today. It's a decacorn in reais, $2.6 billion, $100 million last week. And looking at that, it seems like it was easy, Paulinho. Tell us about your hardest moments to inspire all these guys who are here listening to us. Guga, it's crazy. When we look at it today, the context is really favorable and really interesting. Of course, challenging when we look into the future. A lot of what's been said at this stage about passion, about making mistakes, getting it right, taking risks, that's what we have lived throughout the journey. We had experiences. We announced the D series as the second company as far as value in Latin America. But it was not easy at the very beginning. It's funny because Unico developed in a different way, mainly in the beginning of its journey. Up to 2020, we had never done a round to get money. We always did it by ourselves, and we understood that we needed to go to the market when we had a mature product to scale up. And it was funny, Guga, because our first experience was very frustrating. We had the decks, we learned how to get in touch with investors, we did all that it takes. We got the term sheet, the proposals, we made the diligence, we got the contract, and the investors didn't sign up. My Christmas was crazy. That was 2018, December 2018. In this logic of doing business, in the hard moments, you have to reinvent yourself. You have to understand why it didn't work and chase it. And we started understanding a few things that we could do differently in this journey. And these were precisely understanding how to do the relationship with the investor, which was something new for us. From then on, we try to learn, study, and get together with people who had more experience. And then we were able to do our first round in January 2020 with BRICS, and it was a 40 million round. Then we did a few months later a round with General Atlantic SoftBank. The same year, 2020. In 2021, we had the Series C. We were recognized as unicorns then with General Atlantic SoftBank once again investing in two more funds. And now, more recently, we did the latest round with Goldman Sachs, who put us at this level. One of the things, Guga, that we have always understood, we need a partner, not the money. Money is a consequence in this journey, and Unico has always been profitable. We developed our own capital with consistent fundaments, and each partner has a specific function in our journey. Goldman Sachs, as far as reputation, we have a big challenge to deal with sensitive data from the population, which is facial recognition. Even though we are not in a sensitive area, which is surveillance, we don't work with that. We work with sensitive data in the general protection law and General Atlantic SoftBank in a management system to bring in talents. We are really happy with our partners, with our journey. It's spectacular. For those who are not familiar, you who are here have already used the Unico solution when you open your accounts in digital banks or did any transaction in an app that used facial recognition, it's really likely that the tool that you used comes from this incredible company that we are really proud to have here in Brazil. And this and to be here with this guy who is the founder of this company. Okay, third point of our quick chat, we have effectively a new scenario, a new character, the Generation Z, who represents 26% of the world's population, that represents a large portion of our daily consumption. And in less than 5 years, will represent more than 50% of the intention to buy, considering the impact on Brazilian families, Generation Z. And we're going to talk here on Friday a panel on Web 3.0. I strongly recommend to understand how this generation is modifying the way we relate with the digital environment. This generation has a future expectation which is different from the one we had, our generation had. The logic of being friends of tomorrow for the Generation Z, Generation Alpha, or the Generation COVID that was born over the last 2 or 3 years, they really want an environment. They're more concerned with the end of the world than the end of the month. This generation doesn't want friction, and Unico is already working on a solution where the registration update will be something from the past. It doesn't matter where this registration is. I want you to tell us a little bit about this vision of the futures, these different ways, in addition to facial recognition, other ways of identifying individuals. How do you see this working, and how are we going to get the friction out of the relationship with the new generations to come? When we think life is more practical every day and we forget we still have difficulties on a daily basis, we are registering different things all the time, and this is not current. Something we learned from Estonia, the model we want to build. If you're going to move away from your home, you drop your proof of residence in one place and the ecosystem will check that. Everything that you do here, you have to deliver like proof of this, that, everything. And what we are trying to do is to invert this process for you to have more autonomy to people, autonomy to consumers. Imagine going to a place where with facial recognition, they're going to identify you. Hi, hello, Google. How are you? You are coming into my platform. Do you authorize me to check your revenue, your digital data collection? It's been collected by you. You don't have to give me this again. And from then on, you generate increasingly less friction, generating more benefits for you, to the point where you don't have to deliver any more documents. It's all in your digital wallet so that you have safety. That is one of the main sensitive points we live today. A lot of fraud, a lot of problems. We want to solve that. In addition to everyone being able to benefit from a much simpler society, more horizontal, more flexible, in a modern way of relating with your apps, companies, which is what we are seeing here. People want to make the consumer's journey safer, simpler, and more pleasant. That's what we are doing. And Google, this is really nice because today in our platform, we have 30 million authentications per month. A lot of you are living this on your daily routines. we are being able today to assist 95% of all requests with authentication, being certain that the person is that person, preventing fraud. The system is increasingly bigger. We are working in different sectors. The idea is not just to make your life simpler when you get an app, but when you work with the telemedicine, when you go to the hospital, when you purchase in e-commerce, we are trying to make this experience fantastic. We are going to wrap it up. We talked about the more digital you are, the more humane you must be, with a lot of respect to data, which is Unique's purpose. The second takeaway, the need to have the culture of making mistakes, allowing yourselves to work on labs, to move away from your comfort zone to be more relevant, and being together with Generation Z to be relevant in the digital world. I'm going to ask Paulinho one last question. If you had one advice to give, there are a lot of people here recording this, a lot of accelerators looking to this environment, looking, simulating. What would you say to a startup? To Paulinho, when you were starting, what would you tell Paulinho at the very beginning to make him more prepared for this moment? I think there are two main things I would like to say. The first one, invest time to solve something, a problem that is important for the society. That's what's going to give you market fit, what's going to make your business scale up. And there is so much information today, so many good people on the market, exchange experiences. Brazil developed a lot. We have a lot of access to information, access to people who want to help other entrepreneurs. And I know that you are going to find help throughout your journey, which is so challenging. Thank you so much. It's been an honor. I am really excited that we are doing this great event in our city, in our state. Thank you, each one of you. Have a good lunch, and we will see each other right after lunch. Thank you, Guga. Thank you, Paulo. Great. Okay, then. No one innovates when you're hungry. Lunchtime. We will be back at 2 p.m. Be here at 2 p.m. Enjoy our space by the river at 6 p.m. Today here, the official opening being here. South Summit Brazil is a realization of South Summit for All co-realization, state government of Rio Grande do Sul and IE University. Our special thanks to our sponsors. You all have a great lunch. See you back here at 2.
We always think that, entrepreneurship in the US, it's easy peasy, it's super easy to do that. And in reality, the problem there is that there are like 2,000 people doing exactly the same product that you're doing. And that's
smart people.
Smart people, 2,000 smart people, well capitalized, with amazing talent, doing exactly the same. And that's a problem that is going to happen in Brazil. But continuing with your point, the investor community. Obviously, at that point, there were like 2-3 VC funds. And there were like some people doing angel investing. Probably we can talk about that later, but it were like very amateur type of angel investors, of angel investing. Most of them, they were like ex-executives trying to steal your money. It was like, I'm going to give you $10,000 for 10% of the company. And yeah, sure. But why are you complaining? I mean, you don't have anything. You have not started anything. So your company is zero value. Those things have changed. Now we have like a full spectrum of, more, not even like a professional, but at least more less naive angel investors, early stage VC funds, later stage VC funds, public investors looking into the market, hedge funds investing. So I think that the support that we get as entrepreneurs today is significantly higher than before. So I think that we have like everything that we need now to build a vibrant ecosystem in Brazil. It's the perfect timing. Sometimes people say, no, but everything is invented. No, obviously not. Probably like if we are trying to replicate what someone else is doing somewhere else in the world, we are not going to be doing the right thing because those things will change very rapidly. That's another thing that we discovered in Creditas. At the beginning, we were just a copycat of Bankrate, Money Supermarket. It was like a marketplace. It just didn't work. And the moment that we actually started like changing the game was when we said, let's do what we really think that is good for our type of business and not trying to copy someone else.
Absolutely, very interesting. It's something you mentioned about competition. It is not the same to start a company to go against the big banks, the big incumbents. It's going to be slower than to do a business where Creditas can compete, right? I mean, you are now big companies, but you are much more flexible. So you are dragons, and you are fierce dragons. So the newcomers to the market need to understand that it's not anymore about disrupting the elephants. Now the dinosaurs are here and they are fierce, right? So it's
But it's also that I think that we are getting to realize that the startup is not a startup forever.
Yeah.
Right? Because we build like a technology company, and sometimes as entrepreneurs, we tend to think, well, it's the same as day one. Nothing has changed, so everyone is going to be acting with the same mentality. And obviously, today we have 4,000 people working in Creditas.
4,000.
And if I think about it, probably like 70% of the people that we have today were not with us a year ago. 90% of the people that we have today were not in the office the last day that we spent in the office before the pandemic.
That's
90%
insane.
of the people. And sometimes I have like this feeling that I'm like a robot repeating exactly the same stories. And it's extremely boring, by the way. And but we need to do that, because if we don't do that, people, they don't hear the story because they were not here before. Maintaining, or even not maintaining, because this is like another thing, right? So we tend to think that we need to maintain the same culture that we had when we were five people in a garage. That's impossible. You need to evolve the culture, but there are like some traits that you don't want to change. That you want to be persistent, that you want to be, we are warriors. We really like hardworking, but we are like nice with people. Those type of things that happen in meetings, if people have not been onboarded in the culture, you just lose those guys.
And you mentioned the size you have now. I mean, 4,000 people, like a very big company, but it was not always like that, right? It was a roller coaster process where you had your ups and your downs, and most likely some tipping points or defining moments. Could you tell us the 3 defining moments that you had, whatever, and what are the learnings of that time?
Yeah. So for the entrepreneurs in the room, obviously they recognize what I'm going to say, but everyone else, they tend to think that the company behaves as a straight line between a press release and the next press release, right? So you look at the newspapers and says, company X has raised $10 million, then 12 months later, company X is raising again $50 million, and then 12 months later, company X is raising $200 million. So people like draw a line and say, it's amazing, it's a machine. And obviously the days are not like that at all, completely different. In Creditas, we had 3 phases in the company. I think there were like 2 moments to divide the 3 phases that were like tipping points, extremely crucial. That were decisions that we took of changing the business model or expanding the business plan or whatever that we want to call it. At the beginning, it was marketplace, only tech, no people involved. That was it. It was integrating with the banks. So banks on one side of the equation, customers on the other side of the equation. Remember that was 2012. At that point, banks didn't have even like a shop. You couldn't buy a loan from a bank back in 2012. So we built that shop to allow them to do that. And that was amazing. Great learnings, great experience, but the money was not flowing properly. The business model didn't make sense. By 2014, we had found a product, just one, after testing like 10 products or so. Remember, between the first press release and the second press release, there were like 2 years, and it was like almost the same. Obviously not. We tested 10 different products, none worked, just one. That was a home equity product. So by 2014, we took this decision of, you know what, we are a marketplace, let's scratch the marketplace. We don't want to do it anymore. It's not going to pay the bills. It's not going to work. It's beautiful because investors love the marketplace model. And it's completely asset light, and it's very efficient, and it's only technology. You don't need people to talk to customers. So we took that, sent it to the garbage, and moved it into a more verticalized product in which we were doing the same, but connecting those customers with fixed income investors, having our own customer service, having our own consultants, credit analysts, and so on. It was like a tricky decision, because at that point, someone could say, hey, you know what? Your business is not scalable, you're not a tech company, we don't want to fund you. Yeah. And we actually received that feedback from multiple investors. That was 2014. But we had one that actually said, well, this looks like a good idea. And that was Redpoint at that point. So we got that first term sheet for the Series A. It was $3 million. Today, that's absolutely pocket money.
All times, yeah.
$3 million today, $3 million. I think that a pre-seed, pre-operational, no PowerPoint, you're going to get that. Yeah. But yeah, different times. So we took that money and actually made that transition. It was successful. And actually we proved that the economics of doing that transition really made like a lot of sense, regardless of what the world thought. The world thought that we were wrong, but we just did it. And when we took the numbers, this is like another thing. Sometimes people get so frustrated because investors don't like what we are building, which obviously I sympathize with that a lot. We just need to just focus on prove them wrong, but sometimes not, because sometimes we are wrong. So, you know, distinguishing between the two obviously is very relevant.
Yeah.
Anyways, so we did that expansion of the business model, and then by 2019, the business had at that point 400 people, 500 people or so. We were doing 100 million reais in revenues. And we were discussing with SoftBank to get the Series D. And we were asking $50 million, I think. And they said 200 million. I said, okay, let me think about it. And I came to the realization that really if you want to be big in a big industry, you need money. And you want to try to do it like leaner, cheaper, in a different way, but actually you need money. And we have not spent $200 million over the last 3 years. We have spent $700 million. So it took us like 3 times the size of that initial check. We did 3 consecutive rounds. Because we realized that Creditas, it was going to be more than a lending platform. It was going to be a customer platform in which we take the customer, put them into the loop, and then once you get the loan from us, then you can transact your car, for example. You can upgrade your car. You can buy your motorcycle with us because we bought a electric motorcycles manufacturer, which is very weird for a fintech company to own an electric motorcycle manufacturer. But we think that it makes sense because customers in the future, they're going to be not differentiating between the financial product and the product itself. It's just going to be a service. You're going to be just buying for your mobility. You're going to be buying for your residence. You're going to be buying for something that you want to do, not getting the money by itself.
I like this thought a lot. I mean, the idea that the fintech and almost any company that has access to the customer and understand the customer is becoming an enabler, right? Like a middleware or a platform but you can add other services on top. Your own services as modules, as you're doing, but also services or products from third parties, either a big corporation, another startup, and that's what you're doing lately with Creditas, right? So
That's a great point. So if you take the customers, for example, we are plugging Volts as a manufacturer of a motorcycle because we think that is the right thing to do. But we also plug ourselves in other platforms. So take Nubank. Last year we did a partnership with Nubank in which Nubank owns a customer, they have 50 million customers. Those customers, they deserve the better loan that they can get. And Nubank has the sanity of saying, hey, sometimes this loan is not going to be mine. Sometimes it's going to be of someone else. So we partner to provide collateralized loans to the Nubank customers using Nubank as a platform in that case. So we think that these type of ideas of creating an open architecture are much better for the customer and for ourselves.
yeah, and I think we ran out of time. So thank you so much, folks. That was really amazing. Thank you, Sergio.
Thank you, guys.
You guys, thank you.
Okay. Gracias. How are you doing?
Thank you very much. Gente, eu estou muito empolgada de apresentar o próximo painel. Vou ser rápida, né? Como eu falei, para a gente não atrasar nossa programação, conseguir dar tempo de fazer tudo. Mas eu estou muito feliz de apresentar esse painel, porque vai ser um painel com mulheres super poderosas. E o nome do painel é Latin American Badass Ladies. Então é isso que a gente vai ver aqui, fundadoras VCs. Também vai ser um painel em inglês e a gente vai ver uma carinha que a gente já conheceu por aqui. Então, com muito prazer, com muito orgulho, eu chamo ao palco a Marisol Menendez, que a gente já conhece, a Kelly Guzmão, cofundadora e CPO da Warren Brasil, a Luma Boaventura Favarini, cofundadora e CEO da AI Robots, e a Suzana Garcia Robles, Senior Partner na Capria VC. Bem-vindas, meninas!
Let's rock it, ladies. Ready to rock? Ready to rock, everyone in the audience?
Hello.
Welcome once again to this amazing panel. I told you that you won't regret staying to listen this because here we have pure gold. Well, let's begin without further ado. And I always like to start at the beginning, so I will ask each one of you to please introduce yourselves and tell us who you are and how you get to be who you are. Let's begin with you, Lima.
Hi everyone, sorry to say in English because our panel is going to be in English for everyone here, as we have people based in Argentina, Spain, and also Porto Alegre, Minas Gerais. So my name is Luma Boaventura. I am AI Robots co-founder. It's a pleasure to be here. We work with human-centered artificial intelligence and robotics for Industry 4.0. So we apply robotics and artificial intelligence for the sustainable development goals, like circular economy. It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much, Luma. Kelly.
Hi guys, I'm Kelly Guzmão. I'm a co-founder of Warren. It's an investment platform to help people to invest better without the conflicts of the interest rates that the financial market has in Brazil. So I'm a girl from a small town here in Brazil, and I come from a perspective of life that brought me to be an obsessive person with the financial education. I'm very focused on, saving money, helping people to invest their money, because my family had a very bad experience with money, and I can tell you guys later a little bit about it. So that's why it's very important we always have investments to be careful with ourselves, with emergencies and everything that has the surroundings of life, right?
In a way, it gives you freedom, to grow even better.
Exactly,
so that's perfect.
Exactly. It gives us power, independency.
Power.
Yeah, for
perfect.
Sure.
We like it. Susana?
Hi, I'm Susana Garcia Robles. I usually want to shock people when I said that I've been doing venture capital investments since 1999, but my background is on philosophy and education. Then later on, I had another master's on international economic development, but no MBA, sorry. And I wanted to be an archaeologist. So I'm very much interested in the human side of businesses. And when I invest in teams and in founders, I'm looking for the 360 story. But my venture capital journey started in the innovation lab of the Inter-American Development Bank. I was there for 20 years. I invested in 90 venture capital funds in this region. I'm originally from Argentina, but I've lived in the States longer than I have lived in my own country. And then after 20 years, I said, okay, enough. I want to go to the dark side of the private sector, join a firm, a global firm, Capria Ventures, and we do venture capital tech investments in what we call the global south. LATAM, Sub-Saharan Africa, MENA, India, and the Southeast of Asia. And I've been having a lot of fun because I started right with the pandemic. So forget about traveling. I'm just now being back to traveling. I'm happy to be here.
Wow, I like that thing about the South. And you know, in South Summit, we believe in the South. We are in the south of Brazil, so Global South, that's nice. Let me introduce myself. My name is Marisol Menendez. I'm Chief Open Innovation Officer at South Summit. My world is open innovation, ecosystems, collaboration. That's where I rock. And I'm lucky enough to be able to discuss with you today. And you know, I love the title of our conversation, which is Latin American Badass Ladies. Do we look like badass? I think we do.
I really like the name of the panel, actually. Yeah, right?
And you know, we were discussing a little bit just before our panel about what are our different backgrounds and how we are creating in each of our environments, how we are building the world. And you know, here we have investors and founders, which is a really nice mix to discuss this from different perspectives, no? And I want to begin first with the first step, the founding moment, no? How do we create the founding teams, no? How do we select the right kind of founders for a startup? With this addition of to make it diverse and balanced and to integrate all knowledge. So if you want, we can just roll the ball around. We can begin with you, Luma, if you want, and then we can just turn around, or whomever, I don't know, jump into the stage as you want.
Perfect.
Go ahead.
So to start a company as a founder, it's really relevant to select different type of people. Diversity is really relevant on racial, ethnical, culture, countries. Every kind of diversity is really relevant to create your main team. If I imagine that almost all of you have already saw something about Spotify squads. So if you'd like to create a squad, a team of diversity members, with diversity, you need to implement and have hard and soft skills with different types. You need to have someone that is good to communicate, someone that is good to analyze something new, someone that is good in finance, and also you need to have women, men, all the diverse aspects, not only to have a women-based startup. We were talking about this.
Right.
Even if you talk to an investment fund or a founder, everyone tells the same thing. I don't want to have only women in my team, for sure. I really need diversity in all aspects, for sure.
Right. I also think very important when you start a business, you want to solve a problem the market has. A problem that the product or the service is not attending very well in the market. So first off, you have to really have straight up the points, the purpose of the business, of the service, of the product that you're trying to build. And second of all, you have to ally yourself with the right people. In the case of Warren, which it's a fintech, it's a financial platform that helps people to invest, well, it's pretty simple. You have to have someone that really understands the financial market. It's a fintech, so it's technology-based. So you have to have someone who can develop a software develop a platform. So you have to have like a very deep technology roots to kick off, to start the product. Also, you have to have someone good in design, because you have to have the right button on the right side and the right color and the right way to be like almost intuition. And also you have to have the people that's gonna build. When you start a business, you don't have anything, right? So you just have an idea. So you try to sell your dream to other people to come on board and build that up with you. So it's pretty hard. You have to be a little bit crazy to believe in this crazy people that are telling you something that doesn't exist, and they wanted to do it, you know, out of the blue, and take a business plan out of the paper and start to work on it. You have to have a little bit of craziness in your blood.
Yes.
You have to have a little bit of like self-belief, right? And the people in yourself and in the people that are telling you that let's build this. So you have to surround yourself with the right people. I really, really believe that the secret, and there is something that Simon Sinek always says, that business, it's all about people. The company is people. Clients is people. So if you don't understand people, you don't understand business. People
Sure.
together are stronger, and they build great things together. So I think people is the secret.
I agree, and that's why I studied philosophy and education even before I knew I was going to do venture capital. No, but as an investor, I also have invested directly in companies, and I also created 2 initiatives. We exchange for women STEMpreneurs, and we invest for women in venture capital funds and family offices. And I tell you, this idea of looking for the right partner is what can make or break your company.
Absolutely.
I've seen many companies go down, not because of the business model or not having the right market, etc., etc. It's like all of a sudden there is a divorce among the partners. One wants to go this way and the other one wants to go the other way. So that vision, mission, drive, commitment, growing together, pivoting together is something that you have to look for in the founders team. And that diversity also comes when you dare have somebody not to be all the time agreeing with you, but challenge your ideas, make you think from a different angle. That's a good team for me.
But I get now the feeling that maybe it's kind of trying to find the right balance, because we want to have trust. We want to really trust that one who is crazy enough to jump into my dream chasing adventure. But at the same time, we don't want them to be just like us, no?
Right.
So it's try to somehow a way to find a right combination. And I keep wondering about, once you find like this the right kind of team to begin the adventure, then you begin growing if it works, no? So how do you keep the same spirit, the same culture, you know, as you keep growing, and even maybe with internationalization?
Right.
Because then you need to be anchored, but also grow into a new world.
You know, people always ask me about the culture that we have at Warren. And in the beginning, I always thought that I was the holder, you know, the person, the guardian of the culture. And as the company was growing and we hired people with the same beliefs, and something about culture is that you don't wake up one day and you write down some beautiful words and you say, oh, this is our culture. This is intrinsic. This is something that it's in the day-to-day basis, in your actions, in the way you talk to people, in the way you treat people, and the way things are growing. So it's very natural, very organic. So it's very important to really have that set up, the culture and everything, so people will engage, and that thing, you will attract people with the same values. They will believe in the purpose that you planning on building. And so the culture is natural because you really attract the people with the same value. And if they don't have the same value, they're not going to last too long. They ask to leave, or we gently ask them to leave because...
And also, I would say, the notion of the culture of the companies was challenged by the pandemic.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, our world changed. So that's when you saw if you had a team that was ready to pivot and change and readapt and readjust under a new scenario that hit the whole world in different intensities, but at the same time. So,
yeah.
You know, I like this idea that people believe what you do, not what you say. No, because so I think that's the way of building culture.
It's more powerful.
No? Exemplarity, maybe, no, in a way. But I think it still remains a challenge on how to transmit this way of behaving, no, now with the new dynamics. What do you think, Luan?
I really think it's also important to emphasize, as we have a diverse team is more resilient. If you have a situation of pandemic times or something that it's difficult to deal with, sometimes it's easier to face these difficulties with a diverse team. And it's also, as we have already read in an article of Harvard's Business Review, we have 19% more revenue with diverse teams. So they are more innovative, resilient, and we have more revenue with diverse teams. So for sure, it's
diversity is a good business.
Yeah, and bringing a little bit to that point of view, there is an index called Gender Equality Index, the Bloomberg, that it's composed by, it's a benchmark. It's composed by more than 400 companies throughout the world, 43 different countries, and they follow 5 structures of gender equality. It's branding women, gender equality, equiparation of salary between men and women. Yeah, so, and it's proved by this benchmark that the companies that are open in the market, they are listed in the stock exchanges, they perform 1 bp point higher than the companies that don't follow those politics of the index, the benchmark. So, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you some news. Yes, diversity is higher performance, and it's more revenue, and it's more it's healthier for the companies, for the teams, and for the results and performance of the companies.
And it also makes more sense, right? We know that statistically, women all over the world are the ones deciding 70% of the purchases of services and products. So when you are creating a company, if you don't have the vision of women from the get-go, as a founder, how do you know you're going to hit the right market? So investing in women is a business case. It is proven. Every statistic say that diverse teams perform better. I'm an investor, I want money back from my investment, and I also have to give money to my own investors in my fund. So in the end, it's about that.
Yeah.
It's not, and that's why I think, you know, there is a line that can be very delicate. Becoming activist, that's not my role. I walk the talk. At Capria, 50% are women, 50% are men, but other than that, we are geographically diverse. We don't come from the same Ivy League universities or the same socioeconomic status, and that adds a whole layer of understanding markets, products, services.
Right.
You know, in the open innovation way of seeing the world is that we are surrounded by our own biases, no? And this effort of connecting different bubbles and different circles at the end is a way of creating business, knowledge, and wealth, no?
Yeah.
This brings me to maybe another question, which is, how do we keep fueling the dynamics of diversity and diverse teams as we grow, maybe through investment. Investors, I think, have a good say into the future because the money that you inject today will affect the businesses of the future. But maybe there are also some other decision-making dynamics today shaping that future. What do you think?
I think the first step for any company to invest in diversity, you have to be financially stable. And then you can open positions and initiatives for diversity to bring more women, ethnical diversity as well. So I think bottom line of any business, you have to perform and you have to bring results. Because if the math doesn't do its job, you're not going to be able to open the doors and give opportunity to other people. So the economics has to be on point. The economics have to be on point, and you have to bring results. The company has to be, the business has to be healthy financially, and so you can really open the doors and give opportunity and develop people, give training and everything you wish, and so give back to society. But economics is the key.
It needs to call, no? And Luma, what do you think?
I totally agree with Kelly. As she works with financial and fintech, I totally agree. But for sure, also, as we work with robotics and AI, we have also a culture to being afraid of those technologies here in Brazil and all over the world. We don't need to be afraid of robotics, AI, and also we need to be diverse also in our team. We have a smaller team for sure, in comparison to Warren. But as we started with 20 people, we decided to choose the ones that we are focused on our mission in our company and what we are creating. And how can we collaborate and create a squad with diverse skills, and how can we scale up together for globalization and have people from different countries also. So for sure, I totally agree.
And as an investor, what I try to do, either investing in a company or in a fund, is understand from the cultural point of view if the team wants to be just mini-me's reflections of themselves, or if they are
like
open
the minions,
to diversity.
Many minions creating.
Yeah, so that's for me, it's a red flag. All these people look alike, come from the same sector.
Exactly.
But also, I think it's really important that in the process of the due diligence, as an investor, I'm not telling what to do. I'm telling them what I'm interested in. So you don't have any women partners right now. Are you thinking of creating some junior leadership group that people that are today in your company can be groomed and trained to become partners? Are you having a fellowship or an internship for people from diverse backgrounds, diverse races? Very important, especially in Brazil. I want to see many more black entrepreneurs. Listen, talent doesn't have a geography or a race or a socioeconomic status. So the investor does have a lot of leverage. At Capria, we care very much for these things. We do have like a gender kit that instead of enforcing it, because then you create quotas and you create women or people of color like quota people. No, we make them think. We make them get back to us and say, what's your plan to be more diverse? What's your plan to have more impact because you are reaching out different segments?
Interesting. And now that you were talking about all kinds of diversity, today we have with us I think it's 5 winners or 10 winners of a startup competition of the favelas. So even that kind of like, let's bring forward talent that might be buried in other corners of the world, it's important. We are getting to the end of our panel, ladies. This is amazing conversation. I wish that this could last. But let me ask you to close up with one final thought, maybe one advice that you want to give, an advice that you wish you have received, or maybe even something that you want our beautiful audience to keep thinking about, because I always like to say that good conversations are the ones that give questions and not answers. So please, let's do a round with this final call to action. Luma?
I would like to say that the best part is to choose kindness. Choose kindness is the key of success of a diverse team. You need to be kind. You need to be kind to everyone. You don't know what everyone is suffering or the culture where the people has lived. So kindness is the best way to create a good team and to create a good company. And also being empathetic. You need to be empathetic with everyone around us. Sure.
What I would like to bring to you all is that we have, it's kind of a cliche and a topic, but we have to think outside the box, and we really, really have to be a little bit rebel. And being rebel is like doing different. It's about innovation. Sometimes it's doing the same thing that everybody is doing, but it's in a different way, with a different approach. It's not reinventing the wheel. And something that I tell to my team every day, I say, listen, it's gonna be hard. We're gonna have bad days. We're gonna cry, but in the journey, and this is a little bit a topic, I know, but it's true. And I say, and I have two people from my team here, right, Manito? I say that every day, right? Yeah. So yeah, you say no. So it's about the journey, and it's gonna be hard. We're gonna cry, we're gonna have really bad days, but at the end, we're gonna have a lot of fun. We're gonna have fun, we're gonna laugh, and we're gonna enjoy the moments, and we're gonna remember not only the things that we've been achieving, but the small moments that we shared together. And it's gonna be in our memories, and that's so beautiful. It's so nice when you look back and say, oh, remember that time when we did this, and we were working so hard late at night, but we were drinking a beer, we called for pizza, and then the other day we did an awesome presentation. That's something that you remind yourself, and it boosts you up with energy to keep on going. So again, guys, it's all about people, and the people you surround yourself with.
Yeah, baby.
And I would say that I mentor a lot of men and women, entrepreneurs, and also fund managers starting their journey. And I always tell them the same. You have to be the director of your own movie, which is your life.
I like that.
So you are the director, you are the producer, you write the plot, and you execute. Don't allow anyone to come and make you doubt yourself. You have to listen, you have to be open to change, but in the end, your voice is the one that has to be heard. So many times I also ask, especially, I have to say, women, can I close my eyes and listen to a quote in Twitter or in LinkedIn and find you? Can I find you through your messages? You have to have your 5 points that are the drive of your journey, and people should know you by them. So don't forget, be the director of your own movie, which is your life.
All right,
You know, this is quite nice because we are saying like, find yourself, orchestrate your own life, connect with others in the right kind of way. It's all about people, and in the way, be kind. So thank you very much, everyone. I hope that you have lots of inspiration, good questions, and good things to reflect on. And ladies, we rock. Eh?
We have fun. Baby.
Thank you guys very much. Thank you very much.
Maravilhosas! Que painel! Peraí que eu também quero, Aê, coisa linda! Peraí, deixa eu sair aqui, pronto. Muito legal, né, gente? Muito bom, muito inspirador. Agora a gente tem mais um painel com convidados muito especiais. Obrigada, meninas. Thank you very much. Esse painel vai ser em português e é um painel que interessa diretamente ao Rio Grande do Sul. Ele se chama Se chama não, a gente vai falar sobre como fortalecer e estabelecer o ecossistema de inovação aqui. Para mediar essa conversa, eu chamo aqui o Jorge Aldi, superintendente de inovação e desenvolvimento da PUC-RS, e os convidados.
G is the Innovation and Development Superintendent at PUC, Aline De Paris, CEO at Privacy Tools, Gabriel Engel, founder and CEO of Rocket Chat, Pedro Dusso, CEO at Agro, and Tito Guzmão, who is the CEO of Warren. Welcome, everybody.
Oi?
Hello. Hi, everybody. We have a panel now in which we're going to talk about the ecosystem, the strengths that we have as an ecosystem that is being consolidated more and more here in the southern part of Brazil, in Rio Grande do Sul, especially in the city of Porto Alegre. What we imagined when we organized these panels, we thought about calling 4 entrepreneurs that launched their startups and chose Porto Alegre as the place from where they would do their scaling, and they would act and approach whatever they wanted. And that's why we called this 4 guests. We're going to have a first round in which each of them will tell us about their experiences. We've been introduced already. I'd like to hear about, why they chose Porto Alegre. There are so many options throughout the world, so many challenges that the online world is bringing too. But let's start with Aline. Thank you, Audi. Thank you. I'm so honored to be here, participating of this event in my dear town of Porto Alegre. I think it's important to highlight that 2 years ago, I was in the presidency in the board of directors of Celpo, and an event such as this today, by being an entrepreneur, I was, of course, working that segment, but as an entrepreneur, being here is fantastic. I chose Porto Alegre. I founded already 25 companies here, actually making dreams come true, engaging people. I believe in our ecosystem, but more than that, I think we have the opportunity. We have opportunity, and South Summit really brings that opportunity to us. A summit such as this one, I think it's important. I think we have to make a claimer here. Let's congratulate the event organizers, not only from the public sector, but also the private sector, because bringing this event to our town here, to our city, was so key. It's important to bring some figures. Today, we're the 3rd state with the biggest number of startup companies. So we actually surpassed the state of Rio de Janeiro, showing that how much our state, I'm going to say, let me break the protocol. Our state is very sexy and attractive to be an entrepreneur. We have to really notice, since we are such startuppers, we see a certain prejudice when we bring the solutions to companies. They kind of feel that there is some risk still. Well, we know how much a startup can deliver in innovation, flexibility, and also meet the demands of great companies. And it's been proved over and over. Yes, we do have challenges. We have global challenges. We all have. We have to really overcome that. I think education is the key here. I believe that the state has to really consider more technical subjects in the universities, in colleges. I think technicians are very important. They have to be, really taking in consideration. 2 years ago, Aline, myself, together with private tools, I was probably sitting there. Well, of course, we were in the middle of the pandemic, so we were online, as a matter of fact, but we were one of the startups that were classified as being a big name in Latin America, which brought us credibility not only from domestic investors, but also international investors. So this is the tip, not only the entrepreneurs from Rio Grande do Sul, but please really enjoy this conference as much as you can, because we know that South Summit is very important. Maybe from today on or tomorrow on, we're going to have more and more opportunities. Aline, she has experiences in privacy tools, but also she was the director of CESPO. Let's talk with Gabriel now. Gabriel, he is together with Rocket Chat. Well, my name is Gabriel Engel. I work for Rocket Chat. I'm CEO. We started in Porto Alegre. It's a telecommunication solution. I just want to be brief and why I decided to stay in Porto Alegre. When we created our company in the beginning, when we started, promoting our company and our business in California, in the United States, some companies started calling us, asking me, "Oh, tell me your story," and so on. Uber was thinking about using our tool. So it was always like somebody in Silicon Valley all the time. They invited me to give a talk and they go, "Where are you?" They always thought that I was there. They didn't expect that we weren't there. We were in Brazil and they were like, "Where are you? Which neighborhood are you in?" And then we go, "Wait a minute, oh my gosh, there are so many potential partners for us here in the States," we thought. And then sometimes we started thinking, hey, let's consider, you know, do I have to go to Silicon Valley and start my operations there? Or is there an opportunity for us to recreate something, to stay here and do something different? We decided to stay. We decided to create a remote company, trying to able to hire people from everywhere. But of course, the headquarters are here in Porto Alegre. We have almost 200 employees, and we love meeting and bringing people to Porto Alegre, in person. And this decision actually became very efficient to us because the access to human capital is so important. Designers and so on, developers. I mean, we're all competing equally to people from everywhere. But having an event such as this one and seeing what's going on between the startups in such a conference like this one, and then people are integrating their solutions. Sometimes they're, instead of going abroad, they decide to stay in Brazil. They decide to stay here in our state because there are communities of engineers, developers, technicians, whatever. These companies, we are all, I mean, we're winning because we have this competitive advantage of having the intellectual potential, and we're building an ecosystem that is ready to fight against international competitors. So that's why we decided to stay. Very cool, Gabriel. Pedro from Agro. Pedro comes from the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul. Pedro has experience in the academia too. My name is Pedro Duce. I am a CEO of Agro. Agro is a system for farms. I mean, a perfect place for this type of company was Porto Alegre. I mean, agriculture as a whole is definitely Gaúcha. It's from the south. Brazil is very competitive. The agriculture in Brazil is very competitive worldwide, but it's immigrants that actually came from the state of Rio Grande do Sul, Santa Catarina, and Paraná, and they went up, up, up to the Midwest, to the mid-center of Brazil, and they started making farms there because of all the knowledge, the ancient knowledge, culture, agro knowledge, agricultural knowledge, software engineering, and IT, and so on. All these were elements to make a company like ours. I'm very concerned in looking ahead and not only building things because we have so much knowledge, right? In Rio Grande do Sul, Porto Alegre, being important university poles, not only in Porto Alegre, but in some inner towns. But a lot of people come to Porto Alegre bringing their knowledge to different knowledge because we know that innovation is born with diversity. And I think one of the best challenges, not a person from Porto Alegre, but people should probably move from any other city from Brazil and come down here to actually add up to our knowledge, bringing different cultures, different beliefs. I think it's a big step for our culture as a whole. Very cool. Thanks, Pedro. Chito, uh, think about the financial centers of Brazil. Warren is so important, right? After the XP and so on. So why Porto Alegre, Tito? Thanks. Thank you so much for coming. My name is Tito. I am a co-founder of Warren. We are an investment platform. We want people to make their dreams come true, maybe through some retirement pension, or maybe entrepreneurs that want to actually put their money together and actually build up a business. We started in the United States, and then as the winds started breathing to other places, we decided to come down to Brazil, not only investments, but all these financial transactions and all this. There are so many, these fintechs are in the hands of 5 big banks in Brazil. So it was really key to build this business here. So we thought, where should we establish our headquarters? We go, Porto Alegre. Porto Alegre is a nice place, we thought, because it's a city that has this really cool balance of 2 very important things. Human capital, we have engaged people, people that are dedicated, creative, and then second, quality of life. These people need to live in a place that gives them quality of life. They can breathe well outside of work. You work better like that. So we came to Porto Alegre, we opened up a small room, no air conditioning, 30 square meters, and then after 5 years, the company has expanded, 750 people in the Warren team. More than half of them are here in Porto Alegre, in the neighborhood of Bonfim. We are actually moving all the sector of Faria Lima in São Paulo. We're actually moving to Bonfim, which is a very vintage neighborhood, super cool. We have a much bigger place now with air conditioning. Of course, we have also offices in São Paulo and so on, and in other parts of Brazil too. But I think we need to improve. We need to improve, and events like this one are good for this. We need cultural diversity. It's important to bring talents from other places, because a guy who works in São Paulo or in Rio de Janeiro, from the Northeast, from the North, the states of the Northeast and the North of Brazil, they really want to come. It's like, like in California, for instance, talents that come from all over the place, they get together and they build innovative solutions. So we're all here, and it's nice to steal some talents from other places, because then we're going to be able to really steal the second place. First is São Paulo, second is Minas Gerais. Oh, we can definitely beat Minas Gerais. Minas is really cool, but Rio Grande do Sul, Porto Alegre is much cooler. Well, in this first round of conversation, I think many things came up. Education. I remember that 2 or 3 weeks ago with Governor Leite, we were in the XW, whatever, some company, and he asked the question in the middle of the conversation. I don't think he was even thinking about that, but he asked this lady, this businesswoman, CPO of Dell Computers, why they chose Porto Alegre and why were they here still in Rio Grande do Sul? Because Dell, the development software operations of Dell is located in El Dorado, near Porto Alegre. They go, we've been here since 2001. We started the first cell with 20 people at Tecnopuc, and they have 1,400 people in the city of El Dorado. And she said, talents, talents. We find in Porto Alegre, in Rio Grande do Sul, the talents that we need to develop the Latin American operations of R&D, right? So that's the only word she said. She said talents. And that made me very proud, because talent is the most important asset, human talents. And then yet another perspective from a company from abroad. In Porto Alegre, the Latin America of, I remember the vice president of HP said, but why are you guys here? We're here for two reasons. First, because there's fiscal incentives, which is important for some organizations, but the real reason is the fiscal benefits and so on brought us here. But we're here for 20 years, it being the center of R&D, HP, because from these incentives, we found professionals that really add value to our business. Again, talents. So the ecosystem, maybe we can make yet another round, like from what Tito said. Let's talk about the interactions of what you see and the challenges that we have ahead of us, because we have a lot to improve to get to the first place in Latin America. We still have a long journey to go, right? For sure, Audi. I think that our state, not only the state, let's observe this event today. It happened, of course, it was an idea of the government, but with tireless support of the sponsors companies and also the institutions and the Federal University, some other many institutions that represent the tech industry and other segments that really believe that this is a very important place for talents. I like people. I value job titles. I am a CEO now, but I like people because we actually make the companies happen. So if we have here the HP computers already said that we have credibility, our state really deliver the best talents for all these companies, So if we have a people, right, kind of like angry and strong people that are not afraid of anything. Of course, we do have challenges, but being strong as we are, we'll bring even more benefits. We're going to bring even more universities that can support events as this one. And it's been proved that it's possible. We take solutions from here outside. So we've already written the recipe, and let's keep doing it. All right, Gabriel, I see, throughout the journey, especially Rocket Chat and so on, is a change of the mindset, because I think the Gaúcho stereotype, we're competitive naturally. And then we believed that this was not like a win-win. Everybody lost. So, people are always thinking about abandoning the South and going to Sao Paulo and so on. And then when you go to the Silicon Valley, for instance, especially us, some people traveled, stayed there in California and so on, and they brought this expertise. Companies help each other. Hey, let's have coffee. You call somebody and then you show a little bit of your company. because I'm having problems with my digital marketing. And then the other guy is not gonna even charge you anything. And another CEO come and have coffee together, because it is a win-win process. Because when you get together, you attract more investors, you attract more social capital, more important people. And I think this mindset change, it started with these people that spent some time abroad, like HP, Dell, SIP, having development centers here. They brought, and now I think we're in another moment. We've changed our mindset. We call the attention of big investors that are actually very interested in startups from here, and the professionals that have already been through these companies, and now they are ready to create. I went to the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul. We didn't know the word entrepreneurship. There was what? Gerdau, Citibank. It was just that. They were like, let's train people to work for Gerdau. Let's train people to work for whatever, Bank of America, Citibank. But then now they talk about entrepreneurship, not only in the course of business administration, but also in the computing course. So I think now this is what we want. This is the ecosystem that we want to show to the world. Pedro, floor is yours. I don't want to be super controversial, but according to my view, longevity of Dell and HP in Porto Alegre show that we are able to create talent, to train a workforce that is world class. But we still have a gap. We still need to prove that we can generate the same amount with the same quality of innovative people. When Tito asks, they go, the ranking of startups. That's a very important, a very simple indicator. Some places are innovating more than Porto Alegre without even having these big names of these software companies installed in their cities. Maybe these people are richer culturally, maybe more immigration, more combination of people here in Rio Grande do Sul. We don't have that. We do have great foundation, great basis, but we still need more. We still need something more transforming and transforming this potential in entrepreneurship. Very good, Pedro. Tito, I think in Rio Grande do Sul, we've had that when we were making business, or it was always like, how much am I making? Or what am I gaining with this? But now the mentality is different. Now it's like, let's make money together. 1 + 1 = 10. So we've turned that page a long time ago because of the entrepreneurship, not only in Rio Grande do Sul, but in Brazil and throughout the world. When I was a teenager, everybody wanted to be a rock star. I mean, I play the drums. I'm a frustrated drum player. But people want to work now at a startup. Of course, there's big anxiety, and it's like romantic. People think, oh my gosh, Monday I have an idea, Tuesday I have a pitch with an investor, and then on Thursday I have and on Friday I have millions already in my account. So, but this idea of being an entrepreneur because of events such as this one, this generation is a very business maker generation, and that helps. Well, everybody, I think, knows the project Pacto Alegre, right? Which is transforming our capital city, and it's radiating to the whole state. Sometimes we hear 4 people here speaking about this, but sometimes we talk about retaining talent. At Pacto, our vision of future, we want to transform Porto Alegre into a innovation and creativity ecosystem, world class. And innovation and development ecosystem attract talent. It's not like it's not about retaining talent. It's about attracting talent. Tito said, people go, they go to China, they go everywhere, but these guys go and come back. I think the thing here is to attract talents. I remember when we had the Gaúcha delegation in Madrid, in Spain, in the South Summit last year. So when we were, when they announced that South Summit was supposed to be here the next time, the next year, Maria, Marta, I remember, I don't know, there's a video actually there. They prepared that video. The city and the state were prepared that together to choose Porto Alegre as being the city for the next South Summit. And then the ecosystems, the companies, and the unicorns, all that vibe, the power of our city, of our ecosystem. And the feeling was like, oh my God, I want to live in that city. And I go, man, we live there. Let's actually go back home. You know what I mean? So choosing this place to be in South Summit here, in this place, this real place here, is the symbol of the Porto Alegre of the future. And that's very vibrant, very transforming. And to wrap up, let's have a last round, a minute each, just to give us our, your final touch, your takeaway message, and why is Porto Alegre the place to make it happen? Tito. Well, I'm just going to repeat Porto Alegre in Rio Grande do Sul, but specifically in Porto Alegre, you have a mix of both. People that are very dedicated, very talented, and a great quality of life that will actually attract people here. And my other 30 seconds would be, for entrepreneurs or future entrepreneurs, people that work in companies that have that freedom to do that. The best moment now is the best moment for you to put that thing that you have, all the idea that you have in sketch. This is the right moment to make things happen, because there are so many companies coming up right now. So if you're listening to us, of course, there's no romance. We're like solving problems every single day. Like sleepless nights and so on, always thinking about growing the business. But if you have that within your heart, make your idea come true. We have a gigantic country, and there is a lot of things to be solved. There is plenty of opportunities to create companies, huge and gigantic companies, to build a better society. The entrepreneurship will create the opportunities and create wealth. So if you are afraid, don't do that. Let's enter the game and do it. Well, I'd like to to ask you, for the ones that are visiting Porto Alegre, just leave a piece of you, a tiny piece of you. It's going to be very helpful in this first South Summit, Brazil. And for the ones that are thinking about initiating a company and you have to go to Sao Paulo and leave this place and go, I don't see any excuses to leave the city, because you have access to people, access to talents, to ecosystem of other places. You have access to great investors. I mean, seriously, if you take a look at all the requirements to create a company we have here in Porto Alegre, and other cultures, how to reach other cultures and so on. So if you want to put all this diversity inside your company, by having this remote type of work, working from home, we have employees working in 40 different countries, working with us every single day. They come, they visit us. So even that, we were able to create that. So what I can say is there are no reasons for you not to start a company in Porto Alegre. I think it's been proved already from all these talks, right? So welcome to Porto Alegre, and I'll bring more. We have also the inner towns. I wasn't born in Porto Alegre. I was born in a city of 3,000 to 4,000 inhabitants. And I chose technology, and I can prove together with these big players that already gave this credibility, that trusted that Porto Alegre makes sense. It makes sense to be an entrepreneur in Porto Alegre. So other events will come up, I'm sure. So if allow me, I really want to do futurology. Let's practice some futurology. We're going to have other events as this one. Choose Porto Alegre, choose our city, choose our state, because we've already have, tens of companies that are doing this. The 21st century is the development century. This is the ecosystem in where things happen in Rio Grande do Sul. The time is now. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
our wonderful panelists. Now, we are going to change MCs. I'm coming back tomorrow, but now I'm leaving the stage on the hands of a good friend of mine. You're gonna like her. She doesn't speak a word in Portuguese. So a big round of applause to receive her with all the love we can give her. Okay? Please, Miss Fleming.
Thank very good, Of course, of course! Boa tarde. Desculpa, não falo português. Não, zero. So sorry. Poquito español, sí. I am so glad to be here with all of you for our first ever edition of South Summit Brazil. This is incredible. I am 10 years with the South Summit team in Spain. We have seen it go from about 300 people to 20,000 people over the 10 years. You guys are killing it at this first edition. We are so excited to have all of you, and I'm thrilled to be here for the rest of the afternoon with you guys. And kicking off the rest of the evening, we have a super exciting conversation with two long-time close friends of the South Summit family. A very special fireside chat is next with the one and only Alec Oxenford, who is a seriously successful entrepreneur turned investor, and the wonderful Thomas Bitter, who is GP and co-founder of Indicator Capital out of Sao Paulo. And they are talking about the opportunity for Latin American companies to be financed through SPACs. So please give a big warm welcome for Alec Oxenford and Thomas Bitter.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Alec. Great to be here with you today.
Thanks a lot.
So let's jump straight into it. Alec, could you tell us a little bit more about your previous experience, your background, how you came to create a company, and also if you could include in this question how HBS was important to you. I'm also an alumni, just so you know.
Nice. Yes. Okay, I'm originally, as they say, Argentinian. I've lived there a big chunk of my life. I moved to Brazil last year, so I'm living in Rio de Janeiro since March last year. And I've lived also in Europe and the US. I studied in a Harvard Business School, as you asked, and there I met a bunch of friends with whom we launched our first startup called Derremate.com in Spanish-speaking Latam and Arremache.com in Brazil. Yeah. It was a great ride. We ended up selling it to Mercado Libre before they went IPO, and fantastic experience. And after that, I created OLX. I was a co-founder of OLX, which is actually very, very much used in Brazil with over 100 million users here. Also in India and other places. And that also I did with some of the HBS guys. We did Let Go after that. Let Go is an OLX 2.0 for the US and Turkey.
What year was that?
A long time ago. I'm class of 97.
Of?
97.
97. Okay. Not so long.
Yeah, and after Let Go, we did Alpha Capital. Alpha Capital is a SPAC, which is what I'm doing mostly now. Yeah.
Okay. And then, can you tell us, you went through a downturn, no? And you have to downsize the company. Can you tell us a little bit about that? That you had to downsize to survive. Is that correct?
You're talking about Alpha?
Yeah.
SPACs have been, I mean, there's been a lot of talk in this conference about the startups and venture capital, etc., which I think is critical. Peter Thiel, you know, the great investor and founder of PayPal and the PayPal mafia and all of this in the US, he says that Silicon Valley is very well known in people's minds for being a fantastic, very fertile place to create startups, going from what he calls 0 to 1, just creating companies. But he also says that the actually most difficult part, the really challenging part, is being able to go from 1 to 100. And going from 1 to 100 as opposed to 0 to 1, that literally almost only happens in Silicon Valley and a few other places in the US. And that's where the Googles and the Facebooks and the Netflix and all the really big guys come from, you know, and the Apples and the Amazons, etc. And what has started to happen around the world is that from 0 to 1, that's kind of democratizing. Say, there's lots of startups in London, in Berlin, in Israel, in Latin America, in Sao Paulo, in Buenos Aires, here as well, in Porto Alegre, in Belo Horizonte, in Rio de Janeiro. Startups are starting to flourish with relative speed and diversity. What hasn't happened yet is that going from 1 to 100. I mean, we still don't have a Google or an Apple or an Amazon coming from outside of that ecosystem in the US. And I think that SPACs, which is what we're trying to do with, what we're doing with Alpha Capital, try to solve a bit that friction, because it's the late stage capital. The very late stage capital, it's like the gateway to the IPO in the US. So, for example, in 2021, you had almost 800 venture capital and private equity deals in Latin America, most of them in Brazil. Almost 800, 770. However, just a couple of IPOs in NASDAQ took place at the same time, which is completely disproportionate. If you look at the same statistics for the US, the number of IPOs that should have taken place maybe was 10 times that. And there's an explanation for that. The later part of the value chain is not really attended to yet. It's not being served very well. SPACs try to do that. You know, it's like an alternative way to help companies and founders get into NASDAQ and to do that effectively. And that's what we're trying to do. We found a great artificial intelligence and data company based in Sao Paulo as target, and we're almost there. We're in the SEC part of the process. So that company will be public in NASDAQ very soon. And hopefully we'll do other SPACs and help other companies and entrepreneurs get there as well. No?
That's amazing. Can you tell us what's the difference between a company in LATAM, developing in Brazil, as where you are now focusing, but LATAM in general, from the US? What are the challenges and the difference?
Yeah, I'd say that, listen, Latin America is, and this is mostly Brazil, but it's all of Latin America. It's a 650 million person market, which is it's a very big market. It's more or less the same size in terms of people as Southeast Asia, 650 million people. It's got an $8,500 GDP per capita. That's twice Southeast Asia's. So a lot richer than Southeast Asia. Mobile penetration is 80%. Lots of good talent, great entrepreneurs. So when you look at it as an observer from the outside, you're talking about a region that is very fertile for entrepreneurs and for startups. It's got everything in there, except for very late stage capital. So until recently, there wasn't a lot of early stage capital either. If you think of it, in 2021, $15 billion, 1-5, were invested in venture capital and private equity in Latin America. That's 6 times the previous record. So if you take the 6 years before 2021, add them all together, that's less than what was invested in 2021. Basically, so a big threshold was reached in 2021, which allowed lots of companies to get funded. $15 billion. Never happened in the history of the continent ever before. Now the issue is all that money is being deployed, and we expect that in the next couple of years, the ecosystem will look very different because it's got all this money coming in, and you've got the talent, you've got the market, as we said, we've got the entrepreneurs, we've got the everything, and now you have the capital.
Right.
What still hasn't happened yet is going from that 1 to 100.
100.
And that's where hopefully many others, but also us, will play that role to help companies really become big. You know?
Tell us how did you feel and how was the transition from entrepreneur to investor, please?
Yes. In some aspects, it was a natural transition because I've been dealing with investors, you know, all my life, and so it was. I thought, you know, I could bring over an interesting perspective, which is how the other side sees the investor and the investment. And I've been around in peaks, you know, and bad moments, and globally and locally, and I've done, you know, upsides and downsides. And so I thought that my experience was useful because I could empathize with the founders whom we're trying to help, because I've been there. So I know what they need. I know, you know, sometimes all the complications that are around building a company. In our case with Alpha, also my partner is the same way. We're not transactional financial guys. You know, we're not here. We don't have an Excel spreadsheet that says, okay, this is what we want to do, and that's it. And you know, if we meet if the cells add up, that's it. We really want to help founders build fantastic companies, and we want to do this very selectively. And we're true believers in that technology changes the world and helps people and has a lot of impact. Actually, some time ago, I had this personal objective, of becoming a billionaire with a B, but not a billionaire in terms of money, but a billionaire in terms of touching 1 billion people. It's a different perspective, touching 1 billion people. And when you add all the people that have passed through OLX and Remate and Lego, etc., that's like 600 million. So I still need 400 million. And I realized the only way I can get to the billion is to add up lots of other companies. So becoming an investor, you know, makes it faster.
How do you make sequential success? How do you manage to do that? What's the success formula, if you can share with us a little bit?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a success formula.
And by the way, you are also into arts, no? Can you do a parallel to how much is the entrepreneur also an artist? And how is that linked?
Yeah, I love art. I'm a contemporary art collector. I think that, and I deal with artists a lot, very often. Yeah, I think artists and entrepreneurs and engineers have a lot in common. All of them are dealing with today, with the frontier of where we are. You know, the good artists can crystallize and represent the essence of their moment. That's why when you study, you know, a period in history, whatever, the Baroque or the Renaissance or the Egyptians or whatever, you do it through art mostly, because it captures the essence of what's going on. Entrepreneurs are dealing with answering questions that have to do with the essence of today. You know, what is the frontier? Through technology, they're creating the future. So again, operating in that frontier. But it's very funny that if you actually talk to many artists, particularly visual artists, and compare them to engineers, they have many traits in common. First of all, this is something I realized empirically just by doing so quite often. They very often look the same. They're a bit socially awkward, have a strange sense of humor. They're not, they're just unique, and they have a very logical mind. Engineers have a very logical mind. That's why normally they like art as well. Like music is very rational and very logical. So lots of interfaces. I believe that having that artist mind as an entrepreneur can help you a lot. That's one of the lines answering your question about success. I think could have helped. But I think the most important thing, if I were to think about, just an advice for somebody who's, an entrepreneur and wanting to do something today in 2022 in Latin America or globally, I think the most important thing is to have fun. Now you're going to think, but that sounds like a bit of BS, bullshit. Why does having fun? Well, there's actually a very deep reason why having fun is so critical. Yeah. When you have fun, that's the only moment when you can be 100% yourself. You don't have to cover, you're not fearful, you don't have to adjust to others. You're completely you. And I think that it is in that moment when you can contribute the most to what you're doing. And the chances of success go through the roof because your productivity goes through the roof.
Amazing.
So contrary, it's not a simple, basic thing. It's quite deep. A Japanese philosopher illuminated me here, but very, very important. You can only have fun when you really like what you're doing, when you're passionate about that. So it's a prerequisite to be doing something that really engages you. And I think that's fantastic. If an entrepreneur finds an idea that really makes them passionate, the chances of success go through the roof. And find a team with whom you can have fun.
Amazing.
You can enjoy being together. You can be yourself.
That's amazing. And just to let you, so you know, I'm part of the EO. EO is an entrepreneur organization. It's similar to IPO, but for entrepreneurs only. I'm going to invite you to join. And there we treat a lot, what is your weakness? What are your weaknesses? And expose them. Bring your weaknesses out, because with your weaknesses, you're going to explore and find your strengths. So this duo is really interesting. And when you were talking, I remember that. And again, in EO, we treat a lot of that, and we study that. We incentive people to to expose themselves, right? So tell us, going a little bit now to a bit more hard facts, since we have a little bit of time. What's the role of SPACs for Brazil and LATAM, in a nutshell? What's the importance of SPACs for the region?
Yeah, I'll give you first a slight context. SPACs have been around for a very long time, like 20 years or so. They were mostly used in utilities and those kinds of companies. Just to give you an idea, per quarter, so in the Q1 2020 and the previous 15 years, you had more or less 10 to 15 SPACs coming out in the market. Okay, 10 to 15.
Quarter?
Per quarter.
In LATAM?
No, in the US.
In the
this
US.
is globally.
Okay,
All
global.
SPACs. 10 to 15. Until 2020. Fast forward 1 year, first quarter 2021, that number went from 10 to 15 to 300. Wow. 300. So 20 times. So what happened? Actually, in Q1 2021, there were more IPOs coming from SPACs than normal IPOs. This is in the largest, deepest capital market on the planet, which is the US. There were more IPOs coming from SPACs. So what happened? Well, they proved to be very useful, and there's an alignment of planets that also took place that favored this very much. What happened after that is, if you go to Q1 2022, it goes down from 300 to roughly 40. So 15, 300, 40. I believe it's going to stay there more or less, between 20 and 40. So it's going to be significantly more than before, but significantly less than the peak. Why is this relevant? Because it followed more or less exactly the same evolution that we saw in the dot-com bubble bursting. There was kind of nothing happening, big peak, collapsed, and then what stayed after that actually ended up being phenomenally relevant.
Really strong, yeah.
More valuable than what people had expected at the beginning. Why are SPACs important? Because SPACs are a way of, it's just a vehicle. You create a vehicle and go IPO without any assets. So how do you do that? How do you go IPO in the US, on NASDAQ mostly, without any assets, based on a business plan and the reputation of the sponsors? Well, because the capital markets believe that the sponsors will find a target with whom to merge the SPAC that will make sense. So in February 2021, we went IPO in NASDAQ, raised $230 million, and roughly mid-November last year, found a company called Semantics here in Brazil. Just to illustrate, to answer your question, data and artificial intelligence company, announced the deal, and the company will be de-SPACed, and Semantics will be listed on NASDAQ in a few weeks once the process is finalized. That will happen, yeah. We're in the coming and going with the SEC in the US. It's a standard process. And after that, we have the shareholder vote, and then we go public.
Amazing.
Sometime in June, I guess, most likely,
Great.
This will happen. This is the first one, but this company will now play in the 1 to 100, match, like Peter Thiel mentioned. But I believe there's many more, I don't know, 10 or 15 companies that are in similar circumstances in Brazil that can also aspire to be in the, in the Mercado Libre, in the Globant, in the XP league, operating out of those great capital markets that will allow them to become global players, really
Great.
global players.
And the last question, what's in the future? What do you see coming in the future for you? And also, if you could give us, what is your vision of tendency?
Yeah. There's been three big, I believe one has to go with the trends, right? So Web 1.0 was the remate, Web 2.0 was OLX, mobile only was let go, the capital market boom was alpha, and I think the next phase for Brazil and for Latin America is local companies going global. Really starting to play...
Local going global.
Local going global, and that's what I want to do, yeah.
Great. Alec, thank you so much. It was a pleasure and an honor to interview you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Woo! Yeah. Woo! Yeah. I miss Serena. Amazing. Thank you so much, guys. What a fascinating conversation. And running straight into our next segment, we have two phenomenal profiles coming on stage. One more familiar to you guys, and one more international and exotic, but equally as exciting, talking about the totally pertinent topic of diversity and inclusion driving growth and representation. Please join me to warmly welcome on stage Ricardo Sonderman, the International Relations Director at Porto Alegre City Council, and Eric Day, Senior Vice President of Global Small Business at Dell Technologies. Thank you.
Hello everybody. Boa tarde. Boa tarde.
Boa tarde.
Okay. It's very nice to be here with Eric Day. I'm going to make a short, very short.
Yeah.
Impossible to do a short introduction for Eric. He's the head of Dell Technologies Small Business Division, driving initiatives that support the company's goals around helping entrepreneurs, startups, and scale and micro businesses properly globally. They has been at Dell Technologies for 22 years. He started at 12 there and has held multiple sales, merchandise, and marketing leadership roles, which have taken him to more than 25 countries around the world, over 5 continents, 7 seas, and giving him keen insight into what entrepreneurs need to succeed. But not only this, they is actively involved in Dell Women's Entrepreneur Network, ensuring underrepresented women entrepreneurs get the proper access to resources, including capital, new markets, networks, and technology that help them scale. Not only that, he is also the global chair of Dell Technologies Pride LGBTQ+ Employee Resource Group, and sits on the board of directors for for out and equal workplace advocates. They also serve as a strategic advisor to Gender Cool. Eric, the floor is yours.
Yeah, obrigado. That's it. My
That's it.
Portuguese is
No,
not so
I
good.
had some more, but I cannot say.
No. Put it away. Put it away. It's thank you so much. Bom tarde, obrigado. I flew all the way from Michigan to be here. It's a pleasure to speak about a topic that I'm incredibly passionate about. I've been working with small businesses and startups and entrepreneurs now for over 6 years at the company. And this is something that I think is a really important topic because I truly believe in order for startups to thrive, to really grow their business, I think it's incredibly important that their companies represent the customers that they sell to, the customers that they service. And I believe that it does drive a competitive edge for the startup community. I think it is very easy when we're starting a small business to kind of make it look like we look. Because we have blinders, we are very focused around our idea. But I think what we have to challenge ourselves to do in order to ensure our businesses grow and thrive is to ensure that our teams look like who we serve. Because it challenges our founders. I think it challenges CEOs and CIOs and CTOs in order to ensure that they're looking around every corner in order to be able to ensure their business thrives. And so I think this is a really important topic to talk about as these startups think about where they're going to spend their money and how they're going to hire their teams.
So diversity is good for business.
Diversity is very important for business. The challenge is that the diversity part sometimes is the easy part. The inclusion part sometimes becomes the harder part.
So as the world is changing, how diversity is changing for the best?
I think what is happening is that the next generation of talent, the millennial, Gen Z, they are expecting companies to be empathetic and inclusive. It is becoming a table stakes for them to work at your company. The innovation, the ideas, the passion for growth is coming out of this new generation coming into the workforce. There is a massive war on talent. And if we don't think outside of our box and we don't think about trying to drive the right diverse talent into our organization, businesses are going to have a really difficult time to succeed. Because what's happening now is we're just stealing talent from one another,
Sure.
and we're not figuring out how to go to some of those diverse groups and give them the training and the knowledge that they need in order to be able to take some of these jobs. And ultimately taking jobs away from everybody else, taking from Dell, taking from this company, taking from that company to fund this company, it ultimately ends up not helping anyone. And so we have to figure out how to go to some of these diverse communities who have a lot to say about the products and services that we provide them in order to hire them into our company, give them these really exciting tech jobs that are coming up, and be able to train them into these jobs and make our companies, grow and thrive.
Sure. We were talking another day that US has 2 million jobs in technology open.
2 million open tech jobs.
Same thing. I don't know the number in Brazil, but
big.
All of us need people.
That's right.
So diversity helps companies to fill those spaces, grow up, and also represent the market.
That's right. I mean, you think about how the industries have changed, right? How entrepreneurs today are thinking about social impact, and they're thinking about making the world a better place. They're thinking about different ways to deal with the energy segment. I saw a lot of panels around how they're changing and making the healthcare segment more accessible to lower income families. Well, if you don't have people that represent those communities in your company, how are you going to actually serve those communities? But the problem is that we haven't invested and trained and educated those communities well enough in order for them to come into the job market. So we have to figure out, as big business and small business, how to be able to get to these communities and give them the training that they need so that they can be really productive workers for us in the future. Because we cannot grow these amazing companies. There's, what, I've heard 11,000, 13,000, and 15,000 people here today. Like, a lot of representing these companies, and they're thinking, well, how am I going to staff? Who is going to come work for me? And how can I represent the communities that I serve and have really diverse and important talent in order to make sure that my business can be successful?
I'm going to touch something that is a little bit hard, because people have resistance.
Yeah.
Even minorities have resistance to mainstream. Mainstream have resistance. How do you work with people that do not agree as much or do not accept one another? It doesn't depend which way they go, but sometimes people have a hard time accepting each other.
So just
how
to,
do you work with that?
Yeah, well, let me level set the audience. I am an out gay senior executive that lives in Texas, right? So that right there tells you that I meet some resistance. And I'm quite successful at having these conversations. I work with legislators like yourself, people that are in government all the time, that, you know, I don't want to make it about my sexual orientation. I want to make it about a topic that we can all agree on. And that topic for everybody in this room right now is pro-business. Every single government official should be about pro-business. Every single investor should be pro-business. Every single entrepreneur should be pro-business. And so if we're all speaking the pro-business language, right, it should be about being able to get out of the way of our ego in order to represent people that look and see and think differently than us in order to be able to make our business successful. I'm going to say this with as much humility as I possibly can, but I don't think Dell Technologies would be as successful today if it wasn't for people like me. We make the company more engaged and more inclusive, and we allow our employees to feel like they can be 150% of themselves, which ultimately make the company more successful. It gives the company a competitive edge. Right? And who doesn't want to make more money? That's ultimately why we go into business. And when we actually
At the end of the day, it's dollars and cents.
That's right, it's dollars and cents, right? It's about making revenue, it's about making profit. Now, of course, there's some nonprofit entrepreneurs in the audience, but again, you have competitors in even the NGO segment.
If NGOs need to make money.
That's right, right? And in order to be able to pay their staff, they have to raise money, and being able to be seen as more inclusive, representing the communities that you're actually selling to or servicing for, gives you that competitive edge. So this topic about diversity and about inclusion and about making sure that your employees feel like they can be themselves does impact the bottom line because it makes you more competitive.
Okay. So you talk about a little world that makes a lot of difference. Is that ego?
Yeah.
So I heard you once say that ego is the boss.
Yes.
So how do you, and success drives from ego.
That's right.
The founders, people that make the companies. I heard in South by from Mark Cuban, and he said,
talk about ego.
Yeah, talk about ego. But he said one nice thing. He said, do not pursue your dream, pursue your curiosity.
Yeah.
And that was something interesting to hear, because dreams, I mean, they might come true, but your curiosity is something real.
That's right.
So how do you make yourself your business successful with your ego and understanding diversity as important for your company? What is your
ego?
How can you help us with that?
Ego is important, right? I think the entrepreneurs and the startups in the room today, the founders that are in the room today, including the investors, would not be able to get where they are without ego.
And we have 2,000 here.
Yeah, there's lots of egos in the room probably right now. There is good ego and there's bad ego. And I think what you have to be really worried about is that when your ego sets in and you have a certain vision of the way that you want to run your company, you don't open yourselves up to being challenged. And challenge, feedback, being challenged being able to rethink certain ideas is really important. There's an amazing organizational psychologist out of Wharton named Adam Grant. Many of you might be familiar with him, but he wrote this book called Think Again. And it really does challenge that idea of rethinking your approach. And the best way to rethink your approach is to have new people challenge you. But in order to do that, you have to put that big ego aside for a minute, because it's so easy when you have your blinders on and you let your ego get in the way for you to say, no, it's my way, it's my company, this is the way I'm gonna drive it, and I'm not changing. But ultimately, what I've learned in this kind of organizational psychology strategy, it's, wait a second, if I take those blinders off and I hire a diverse team that I include in the conversation, they can challenge me to think about my idea again, which ultimately makes it better and it makes it evolve. Because time is a progression, and things change. People progress. We progress in society. And so if we're not constantly rethinking, we'll end up like Kodak, or we'll end up like Blockbuster, or we'll end up about all these other companies that wouldn't rethink their idea and ultimately went out of business. And so we have to prevent our startup community from stopping the ego that gets in the way of rethinking, so that we can evolve our ideas, we can evolve our companies by getting challenged by people that think, feel, look, act, date differently than we do.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about bias. Okay? And bias and prejudice. Prejudice is something that it's based on ignorance.
That's right.
I don't know you, and I have a pre-established idea, and then I make a whole line of thinking in that.
Yeah.
So how you prevent this to happen in a company? How can you, I mean, do you put everybody together? Should we speak? Shouldn't we speak? Should it be open? Should it be, how do you deal with bias?
So the first thing to do is to realize there is bias. We do this amazing unconscious bias training at Dell Technologies. And what we do is we give every single person in the training a piece of paper. And we ask them to write down, who is your best friend? Who is your favorite colleague? Who is your best customer? Who is your favorite investor? Who is your favorite XYZ? And then we ask them, after a few minutes of training, we say, look at your list. Out of those 5 or 6 people, how many of them look just like you? How many of them think just like you? The whole entire room does exactly what you just did. They chuckle a little bit, and they realize that 5 out of 5 or 4 out of 5 look and think and act. That's where the unconscious bias comes from.
Clones from him.
Almost clones, right? But ultimately, the reason that drives that is privilege. And so the first thing that you do in order to address bias and privilege is to admit that you have it. I have it. I know there's things that I'm biased on. I also know that I have a lot of privilege. I might be gay, and that might not give me privilege, but I'm still a white Anglo-Saxon man, right? That also gives me a lot of privilege. And I need to accept that privilege and then decide what I'm going to do about it. How am I going to use that privilege for power in the way that I'm an ally, in the way that I help startups grow, how I help women entrepreneurs get access to capital and all those things? If I don't put my bias aside, I can't activate other parts of the economy that ultimately do good for everyone else. And that's what we all have to think about, is that we have to make sure that we realize it, and then we have to action other things against it. And a lot of those actions are going to be uncomfortable because, like we said, we surround ourselves with people that act and think and look just like us. And so by challenging ourselves to be in circles and in situations where we're challenged in our own thinking makes us think differently. And that ultimately adds innovation into our companies, into our lives, into our social circles, making us more rounded people, making us more inclusive people, which ultimately not only does great for business, but also does great things for our life.
You're head of a small business division, but you're always cheering for them to become big companies.
Yes.
So tell us about some examples. Who were with you, and how did you learn with your clients to see them big now?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, the thread that we have at Dell Technologies is that we know that in 2022, there's the two most important things for a startup is the access to capital and technology. If you don't have money and you don't have technology, I'm telling you all in the room, you're not going to be successful. I hate to break the bad news to you. And so what we really figured out, and we're about to launch this amazing program called Dell Technologies for Startups later this week, but it's all around making sure that we can evolve our customers' technology strategy as they're a small company. And believe it or not, we see it every single day because we pass up accounts into our commercial business every day on accounts that we have allowed to rethink their cloud strategy, rethink their application strategy, their data strategy. We are in the next data decade. There's so much data that you all will have to deal with in your small business. You'll need to figure out what to do with it. We help them in understanding what to do with their data, how to make sure it's secure, how to make sure that it can be accessed even when there's some kind of breach. This is what we do in this like smaller arena, and it allows, as these companies get funded, and then they have this amazing technology business case, they're able to grow so much faster, and we're able to then deliver them to a bigger account set that will wrap them around with even more services and support as they grow. So we ultimately grow around them as they grow. And it is, I think I have the best job at Dell because I get to start with them at the very basis, why we're all here today, and then I get to see them grow into these bigger customers. And it is the best day of our week when we see these customers go into the commercial business.
Go into the other division.
To your friend Diego Puerta. So we change it and then we send it to your friend Diego Puerta.
We have 1.5 minutes before our amazing
I see
band
them coming for
starts
us.
to play again.
I'm about to see the music playing as well.
They're gonna wait a little bit.
Come on, we're talking about diversity and inclusion up here.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
So, final message. You said about people changing jobs and looking for, how do you make people stay at their business and love what they do?
I really thank you for asking this as the final question. As
They're gonna give us more time.
As you all think about your companies, what I've learned at Dell and the reason I've loved Dell and I've stayed at Dell for 23 years, it's all about culture. So as you think about your business plans, as you think about bringing new team members, as you think about the power of keeping people on, remember, there's nothing worse for your balance sheet than turnover. That's a very good piece of advice. There is nothing worse for your balance sheet than turnover. And so you have to ensure that culture and a culture code is in the fabric of your business plan. Right? Making sure that people feel included, making people feel like they can be their very best at work. I guarantee you, the better your culture is, the more inclusive you are to your team, the more empathetic leadership you provide, the longer they will stay with you, the longer they will grow with you, the longer they will challenge you, and that is the best equation for success for your new company. It couldn't be more important than making sure that culture is a huge part of your business case.
And purpose.
And purpose, that's right.
And purpose.
That's right.
Well,
3,
seconds.
2,
Ladies and gentlemen,
1.
Eric Day.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Right on time. Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Here we go. We have 2 more segments before the official opening of South Summit, Brazil for the first time. And these 2 segments are going to blow your mind. Our next speaker is a world-renowned visual artist, an entrepreneur, founder of an ethical luxury fashion brand, UNESCO Goodwill Ambassador, and above all of that, a guardian of the precious Amazon that you beautiful people have in your incredible land. Our next speaker is going to challenge us to think about how we are building the companies we are building. We believe that entrepreneurship is a platform for change, but it has to be a change for good, and good for everybody, everyone, and everything on this beautiful planet of ours. So please join me in giving a huge, warm South Summit welcome to our next speaker, Oscar Metzfatz.
Obrigado. Uau. Bom, boa noite a todos. Sem dúvida, né, evento assim que
Everybody, there's no doubt that this is an event. Actually, this ecosystem made me even, I don't know, it's like giving me inspirations all the time. And it's so interesting that, you know, having this idea of looking this point, this point of light in Porto Alegre, it's an enlightenment. Because this crossing of, the meeting actually of so many expertise, transformation, the 21st century started in 2020, right? The planetary society, us now as a planetary society, we notice how dependent we are one to another, and also in relation to the planet and to the nature, and we need a healthy balance. We are a civilization that looks for development, technological, philosophical, cultural development, economic development. Therefore, we have a big challenge ahead of us. The changes are necessary. And it's such an honor for me to be here speaking to, actually, this is my hometown. This, it actually brought such a culture to me, as well as an entrepreneur spirit, together with a creative power that helped me to develop my projects. My topic is the Amazon garden. Well, I'd like to share with you that we are, or we should be, or we could be, guardians of the Amazon. This is an analogy, of course, but it is a duty of ours not to look to the outer space as we're seeing, you know, oh, the space race, looking for another planet because this one is not good enough for us to live on it. But, you know, the human spirit really, we're always interested in looking to the cosmos romantically, spiritually, philosophically. But it's interesting because there are intellectual, academic, economic groups aiming to the outer space. But there is a need for us to have yet another observatory checking out the Earth, the planet Earth, with the same power, you know, scientifically, technologically, culturally, romantically, the same way we look to the outer space and the region of our planet, of our country. You know, our country is fertile, diverse, drinkable waters. It's rich in the mixture of cultures as we have, and with a very rich spirit of being an entrepreneur. You know, when you lay down on the grass and you look up to the sky, admiring what is in there, let's imagine the opposite. Let's actually take a look at the grass. Let's look under the grass. Let's look inside the earth. Let's have all that philosophical thought. And let's take a deep dive into the roots. This should be a very cool startup, huh? Creating a NASA of South America and making research within the earth, the dirt, the soil and diving into this knowledge, you know, looking to the earth, the floor, developing a very important power. I've always imagined that the Amazon, we have the Manaus zone, you know, in the 60s, we had that commercial area in the capital city of the state of Amazonas, Manaus, but Manaus is a little bit outdated because the industry that is there is not a 21st century. Economically, it's still there, but we were able to create Embrapa responsible for all the agribusiness that we have, Embraer, such as you know, important for the technology. I think that we could create a Brazilian Silicon Valley within the Amazon, where the current technology aligned with our original knowledge could create a new economy. This would be, for me, a dream startup. And a big startup could actually be born in such an encounter like we're having now at this South Summit. Of course, we need to have purpose, but we need to think economically too, also applying the 21st century values. I feel free to talk like this with you guys, because in Rio 1992, Rio 92 was United Nations conference, the most important one, if we think about the civilization. Because up to that conference in 1992, and we're celebrating 30 years now, we're going to have in Rio de Janeiro in October, Rio plus 30, plus 30. Imagine during this 30 years, you know, back in the 50s, the 1950s, the United Nations called the attention of the world in relation to preserve the nature against the industrial production. But they were talking about preservation back then. And then back in the 80s, the 70s, even the beginning of the 1990s, we were so ideological, you know, preservation against economical development, because they were fighting to each other. So preserving the nature was very naive. We couldn't see the reality. But then back in 1992, Maurice Stromberg, who was the idolizer of that conference, they created the concept of sustainable development. What is the sustainable development? The sustainable development is something very simple for us to understand. They say, yes, us, the planetary society, can use our natural resources to develop economically if we keep them the same or even better than we found them for the next generations. So when this concept was born, and I saw that, you know, very firsthand, it really, I stopped being romantic, and I understood that there was a point for sustainable development, you know, that entrepreneurship thought. We're talking about 30 years ago. And if you pay attention to all these projects that came out, you know, during this time, the electric cars and so on, they came up. The protocol of 1998, it quantifies that companies that have adapt with humankind and companies that have credit with humankind. So credit and debt with the humankind, they created the first standard for us to think about the carbon footprint. So, well, we don't have to only change the climatic problem, climatic changes in the planet. It's not that. What about the sustainable human development? We need to transform lives that economically transform your surroundings and that can make a green economy possible? Well, I've had the opportunity that opened up my mind, and I knew that what's happening today was going to happen because that concept broke paradigms to me. And then being an artist as I am, I was sensible enough to perceive the Amazon in 1994, all that wealth, all that richness, all that biodiversity, all that culture. So rich, so rich. You leave the place in awe, but then when you see all the illegal, all the deforestment and all the economic exploitation, and these things are so antagonic with the diversity, such a rich diversity. There's no way of leaving the place without becoming an environmentalist. And what I want to tell you about this is that all of us are here today because we are somehow environmentalists. We are activists. Because maybe I'm not there in the middle of the Amazon forest, but I noticed that what I was doing, that I was working with design as an artist, as a designer, I could help society to understand all these values. I could touch the soul of the people. Being a designer, it's transforming. We transform industrial commodities into objects, into wish objects. So we create added value, and that's the function, that's the work of a designer. So when you look to natural resources not yet developed, by any economy, and when you take a look and you see the possibility of transforming that into objects that society wish, it was so big. And as an entrepreneur, take a look at that, knowing that you need management. Imagine all the projects coming out of scratch. Can you imagine a cotton farm, a family cotton farm? We had a project in 1998. It was my project together with a social non-government organization, together with Embrapa. Imagine that in the inner part of Ceará, up in the northeast of Brazil, transforming that into a productive chain. So from that point on, we started creating more and more startups, showing that the power of small and good projects from the academic institutions or non-governmental organizations, small startups, and then we started intubing that into this non-governmental organization that became a hub later, a hub of big companies, startups, NGOs, and research institutions and so on. So we brought the topic together. It's such a difficult debate because when we talk about the environment, it's like living from 0.0. So having this type of thought is that it's not like defending the nature preservation or so on, but the institute using this mindset is how to establish a hub, putting together technologies, practices, concepts, and economic needs all together to create new projects. Along all these years, we were acknowledged by many, many institutions, and then Osklen, together with the Institute and other companies outside of fashion, we became a lab or labs of new materials research along these years. When I talk about the Amazon gardens, is that the experience that I had of sharing with everybody, that concept of as soon as possible, that ASAP, we actually changed that for as sustainable as possible. As sustainable as possible, as soon as possible. Because what really makes the entrepreneurs of a project to give up on his project because of sustainability is because us, society and institutions, we actually demand that the projects are 100% sustainable. But it's been what, 200 years from the Industrial Revolution. Greta Garbo, she's like holding posters of activism. Us, as society, we are still making a transition. We are changing our thoughts. We're breaking paradigms of technology, of philosophies, ideologies, and so on, or sustainable development. All these thoughts make us as a society to understand that we are starting a new cycle. And then science, philosophy, and art all together. And then, like in being entrepreneurs like they were in Florence years and years ago during the Renaissance times, they put together scientific and philosophical thoughts. They transformed that. We left the Dark Ages, and then they brought the light during the Renaissance, and brought us up to here with all the state-of-art technologies. So then we understand that we are still the species on the earth that will help the planet to live longer. So I believe that here today we're all together taking a look to the future, thinking about getting transformed. I think this South Summit already started in such a cool way, and that's why I'm here so grateful to be a guest of this event. Thank you so much.
Let's go. We can do it. We have the creativity, the talent, the technology, the ingenious to solve all of this, to make it even better, to enrich and nurture nature and the planet and not damage it. I think we've kind of lost the way a little bit, but there's plenty of time to figure it out, and that's what disruption and innovation is all about. We have all the solutions in our hands. And in that line, continuing the conversation of a conscious consumerism, we have two very, very special guests. One that's come a long way to be with us here today, who has shown us how to build billion-dollar companies on the basis of conscious consumerism. Please give a big, big, warm South Summit welcome to Felipe Varela, founder of Renature, with the one and only Christopher Gavigan, the co-founder of The Honest Company and of Prima.
Can you hear?
Very good.
I can't hear. Cool crowd. You're the best. Wow.
Yeah.
Let's roll.
How is everybody doing? Everybody's doing well? Perfect. Well, today we have a very special guest here with us, Christopher Gavidan, and it's a big pleasure. He just got here in Porto Alegre a few hours ago.
Yeah.
And Chris,
Eu falo pouquinho português.
Where did you come from now?
I came from New York.
Okay. And it's the first time in Brazil?
No, I dated someone in my early 20s from Brazil, and I was in Rio and Búzios and Recife and the Pantanal. Yes, I love Brazil. Love Brazil. That's why I'm here. I love Brazil.
Perfect, perfect. So you got to see really beautiful places around this country.
Yes.
Perfect.
I did.
Well, so basically today I will be talking with Chris, and Chris is an American purpose-driven entrepreneur, environmental health champion, and acclaimed best-selling author. As co-founder of The Honest Company and the founder of Prima, Christopher's passionate commitment for health and social consciousness has been instrumental in spreading global awareness about human health and environment. purpose-driven companies are bound to the next generation of long-lasting businesses. The next wave of leaders care about ethical consumerism. They care about the triple bottom line, people, planet, and profit. And understand that impact and profitability are not mutually exclusive. They are complementary. How can companies start to show instead of tell what is the real definition of conscious consumerism? And how can we make it mainstream, such a concept?
Gosh, this is a big one right now because there's such a moral urgency around the planet and around parenting and around people. It is our job, it is our responsibility to take action. And if you're not loud enough and if you're not holding a platform of consideration and compassion, then you're not doing something. And I know that this crowd is filled with people, entrepreneurs, and eager business people who want to do something and want to be successful. But in my opinion, success is only a relative nature of you being in service of someone else. And service for me is the real definition and the defining rally cry and North Star of what we're here to do. And consciousness is really about compassion and credibility and connection. And as you're building teams and building these movements and building what you are doing in your life, particularly you have to drive empathy and emotion. And as we know, whoever is the better storyteller always wins. So whoever can tell a great narrative through narrative intelligence, that's how we learn, that's how we develop, that's how we create and define behavioral change in our life. It has to be filled with emotion. And so I've spent my career really identifying the people and the time of their life that they're most willing to change their behavior. And I often think that it's parents and females. They're the ones who are driving a shift in the marketplace because they're the consumer that's saying, I demand accountability, I demand transparency, I demand a commitment to future generations, I demand something that is better for this planet, business for good. And if you can identify your specific audience that is able to take action against a specific set of values and principles and standards, then I think that you are able to really connect in a conscious way. And again, consciousness, you hear these words, ESG and sustainability, and they become buzzwords, and then they become part of the ether. It's really about accountability. Show me, don't tell me, as we've talked about before in the back. It's how are you validating and verifying that commitment? What are you showing? And how are you demonstrating that to the public in a way that's really empathetic and emotional?
Perfect. Thank you so much, Chris. This is it brings us back also to the thought of like, what's our real role as humans also towards our responsibility with the coming generations. Thinking about how can we consume in a more sustainable and efficient way so that we can have a long-lasting impact and bring more opportunities for the coming generations as well.
I mean, every company, but I mean, as we know, the world of education and the world of context and content, right? Content is king, content is queen, content is connection and contextualization. And you have to educate. And that education platform with any company is built on is really that empowerment mechanism. So I would worry more about your values than the value that you hope to make to your bottom line. Because yes, ideas are good, but it's your ideals that people are moved by. And I believe that education piece is so critical important. So for instance, in companies that I start, particularly in the Honest Company, you strip away the product. And it's really about your core purpose. What do you stand for? What are you telling me? What are you showing me? And it's for us, it was how do you create and how do you activate a mandate of consumers that are asking for more and demanding more, particularly around safety and toxicity and purity and potency and these things that are going on and around our bodies, right? Jane Goodall, I was just listening to a piece that she just put out today. She's a legend, and I mean, we have heard it before, but she reminded me of again that globalism and environmentalism is think globally, right? Think about it in a global perspective, but that can be arresting and demoralizing and really can make you feel like you have no control. But when you think about your choice every single day, what's going in, on, and around your body? What are the things you're buying off shelves and bringing into your home? What are you putting in your mouth? Where is it coming from? Who are the people that are growing that thing? Pick up the bottle of your shampoo. What do the ingredients say? Where is that source from? All these small, immediate, very precious decisions that you take every single day, they are precious. And that
they have a huge impact.
Massive impact,
Exactly.
right? Because
I used to call us humans also as ecosystem engineers.
Yes.
We all have a role to play that we can actually regenerate or degenerate our planet in every decision we make on a daily basis. Just for example, not just by what we eat, but also by what we dress. You know, using brands that are also having a positive impact on our planet, such as Vert Shoes, which is this, you know, this shoe brand which was born in France, but is very strong here in Brazil. They have they source from organic cotton here in Brazil, also from wild rubber in the Amazon. So it's good that we promote to consume products that are coming from sustainable sourcing.
Yeah, I mean, you are the billboard for your values, right? And how you eat, and what you choose to drink, and what you wear. That is, it's loud, it's proud, and sometimes you can get a little loud and activist and advocate about it. But it is a true. It demonstrates your true commitment, and I believe, yes. Take care of your purpose. Take care of your people and your company. The profit will come. You know, the Honest Company didn't worry about it for many, many years. And we really worried about unseating and changing the paradigm and challenging incumbents at shelf. And ultimately, first they watch, and then they provoke, a la Sue, and then they try to buy you, and then they copy you. And when they copy you, that's a win. If you can change a massive incumbent to change their ways and copy you, that's true impact commerce.
And also something that fascinates me is the new concept of true cost accounting, which in the Netherlands is growing a lot, which is basically putting all the environmental and social footprint behind products. So actually the most sustainable products will become more cheaper than non-sustainable products. How amazing is that we can actually attribute the impacts that we have behind the scenes in the products so that people can make better decisions. They don't have to make a better decision. They basically can actually have a more sustainable product cheaper than a conventional product. But Christopher, before we move on, I would like to know more about your story behind and how did you get motivated to do what you're doing right now? Where does it come from? And can you tell us a bit more about your work with Prima and also the Honest Company?
Yeah, look, I feel super fortunate to be a messenger, but also just be an activated. I've always been driven by my duty and not my ambition. And I'm an environmental scientist by training, so I'm a science geek and nerd. And I think the foundation of any great company is deep in the science, deep in the soil in your case. And when you think about what is going to motivate people, I've always been really fascinated by how people change their behavior through great communication. And so I brought those two together in environmental health and just really try to see what are the things and what are the ways that we can build trust in relationship. Because if trust is very deliberate, it's a very deliberate action. And it's very intentional in the sense that if you could build it and caretake it and steward it, but if you could put it to the bottom line, it's immeasurable. It's worth so much money. And so I'd rather focus on building great trust and relationship than I would on great product. That's a secondary consideration. And so the Honest Company was an outburst and a rally cry of parents just saying, tell me what to buy. You've alerted me to the science. You've scared me. Again, moments of awakening and confusion and paralysis, but most activated in your, like you will change your behavior in life and in death, right? Someone's sick or someone is brought to this world. And both are miracles in a way. And so I find that when the Honest Company came into its origin story was really about telling a great story, putting great product into the world, but doing it with the ethos of commitment around safety and trust. And Prima is in the same way. Honest is about protection and safety and a mandate around clean and non-toxic, whereas Prima is really about how do we restore and regenerate at the cellular level our bodies and the planet. And so we're in the world of the cannabis plant, which is highly biased, highly stigmatized, but science, 95% of all doctors don't know we have this the largest cellular receptor system in our entire body, known as this endocannabinoid system. And this is the system that brings us back into balance. Yeah. And if you are out of balance, and if stress is the biggest contributor of disease and illness and inflammation in the body, you will be in a state of dis-ease and dysfunction and non-homeostasis. And so cannabis, particularly what we use, hemp and these cannabinoids, are these molecules, these compounds that really engage, activate, and align these body systems. So turns on hormone function and immune function, endocrine function, neural function, and really brings the body into a better state of balance. And what I'm most fascinated by is this world we're under a longevity revolution right now. Biotechnology converging with regenerative medicine, and really understanding that we are in a place where we actually can, besides enhance our lives, within 3 to 5 years, we're going to be extending our lives. So I just had my 40th birthday, and my son looked at me, he's 14 years old, and he said, "Dad, how long are you going to live?" I said, 150. Yeah. And that's totally within bounds. And that's not going to be me in an old 150. That's going to be me as a vital human, because what we eat, what we put on our body, the conversion of artificial intelligence and technology in our body in the next 10 years is going to be fascinating. And that's really about how do we care for our bodies in a really sustainable and regenerative way.
Absolutely, perfect. Yeah, I love to see this connection from the Honest Company working a lot on the trust issue and moving towards the regeneration of the body issue, which is something that really is an individual impact that we can actually scale with such elements from nature that is supporting us to drive such initiatives. So it's really great to hear this. Chris, I wonder, like, how did you? What would be for you the key challenges we're facing to actually move your work to mainstream in terms of like building more, scaling basically your concept towards to society?
Well, look, there, as we know in the United States, but largely in the global economy, pharmaceutical industries hold a lot of power. Yeah. And they're there to treat a symptom and not the body system.
In Brazil as well.
And Brazil as well. Yeah. And so there is a regulatory compliance and true systems challenge that it's biased and old thinking and run by a lot of powers of financial interest. Yeah. And so we'll take some smart legal decisions and changes, but we're on the forefront of understanding the research in medicine, academia, and brands that are coming and converging that with great legislative challenges and changes, excuse me. And it takes consumers. It takes consumers to be loud and vocal. You are a citizen doctor. You are here to, we just came, we're coming out of, we're figuring out COVID. COVID was a small glimmer of what's going to happen, some of the challenges are going to happen in the future. And so we need to advocate for ourselves. We need to advocate for the parent or the planet. And so our bodies are just a reflection of what's happening to the planet. Yeah. And I think it's going to take legislation meets consumers who really see the North Star and really say, no, I demand better, I demand safer, but I demand something that is connected to the natural systems of my body. And there's a ton of mystery and magic in some of these molecules that we're just discovering. I mean, just in the last 10 years, they've recently discovered that the brain has lymph nodes. Yeah. Just think about what's coming out of medicine right now. We all have these dashboards for our car, but where's the dashboard for our body? Where's the dashboard for our planet? And so we have to connect with these great technologies and these great companies that are empowering you with the tools. Yeah. And that's really what Prima and the work that I'm doing right now is all about.
So many new findings, Also, like a soil scientist from US called Ratan Lal, which is also Indian. He discovered that only 2% increase on soil organic carbon is enough actually for us to mitigate our climate change. So there are so many new findings coming up, and I love to see that we are both connected in the regeneration aspect also of the human health and also the soil health to build a more regenerative future.
Well, Felipe, as you know, healthy soil, healthy people, healthy planet, right? It starts with the soil. It starts really with the most nutritive base of this planet. And how that can transform lives and health.
Exactly. Christopher, what would be your big, hairy, audacious goal ahead of you? Let's say in 10 years from now, where would you like to be placed at the moment?
We've heard, we've seen, and we've particularly watched. I mean, certainly in the United States, we're seeing an atrocity unfold us around women's health. And I think that the goal of this audience, but my children, I have 3 girls, is really to empower the future as feminine, right? And that's not female, that's feminine. Masculine and feminine, we all have it in us. And feminine is really this beautiful combination of empathy and relationship and softness and listening. I mean, you bring that into a company and talk about retention and loyalty and connection and bringing people in to stay there for a long time, right? People are driven by connection, and they want to know that there's a core purpose, and the female voice in that is the most powerful thing that I think. So everything that I will do and everything in my next decade will really, outside of trying to educate continually, which I'm always do, and it's such a pleasure to be here.
And also your 4 kids as well.
And my 4 kids, yes, passing that baton, but really empowering that next generation of female leaders. And I firmly believe that if we all do that, everyone wins.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Christopher. What will be like your kind of like messaging to everybody here who is like trying to get inspired, but also to get insights for their future career, looking at the sustainability, innovation, and regeneration field?
Yeah, look, I think you've got to be motivated not by your own ego, not by your own ambition. Focus on something really small that only you can change, and that only you were given the gifts and the abilities to change. And start hyper-local. Start with yourself, right? It's your own health. It's your own mindset. It's your own daily practices. Start there. That will have the stunning ripple effect, and because you're a true embodiment of your values, and I think that is the big thing. It's like, forget about where you want to go. Start in the moment. Start in your day. Start with how you wake up. Right? What are you putting in your mouth? What aren't you choosing to put in your mouth? What are you doing with your family? What's your essence and energy? Like, some of this, it sounds hokey, but I'm telling you, in the business world, that will transform marketplaces. And I've seen it. I've seen bankers, I've seen executives, I've seen legislative officials. I've seen people change based on that type of emotional agenda.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Christopher. So let's start right now and stand up to give a round of applause for Christopher. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone.
María, ¿dónde está?
Really nice, man. Thank you so much, man. Thank you.
No
Let's
me
do
jodas.
this.
Tiene que venir María. Tengo que hablar con ella.
Thank you, everyone.
everybody, just to let you know, the programming for our first day is finished, but don't go anywhere. In 20 minutes, we are going to have the official opening ceremony and a surprise, and it's going to blow you away. So don't go anywhere, about 20 minutes.
Som, oi, oi. Som.
Hello, hello, yeah. Boa tarde, por favor, si se podría tomar sus asientos, por favor. Si hay hueco en los laterales, si toman sus asientos, por favor. Que se tomen sus asientos, por favor. Que se tomen sus asientos, por favor. authorities, partners, founders.
Parceiros, instituições, inovadores, empreendedores, empresas, criativos e disruptores, bem-vindos à cerimônia de abertura oficial do South Summit Brasil 2022. Que linda maneira de abrir a cerimônia. Muito obrigado à OSPA, a Orquestra Sinfônica de Porto Alegre, liderada pelo maestro Evandro Matti. E agora, pela orquestra, nós vamos ter um outro número de Astor Piazzolla, Verano Porteño, em um arranjo do autor Barbosa.
Incredible. Please join
Bom,
me in
incrível. Por favor, vamos receber um palco o fundador da For All e presidente da South Summit Brasil, José Renato Haupt. Obrigado, Liz. Bem-vindos e todas. It's a great thrill to be here to talk to certainly over 2,000 people from Rio Grande do Sul, Brazil, and abroad who joined the real global innovation meeting held in Brazil in the state of Rio Grande do Sul in Porto Alegre. Thank you all for joining us. I'm very happy to have you here. I had the speech prepared. I told Maria, no way to talk something I had written before in such an important moment for us. First, I'd like to say that doing this opening ceremony is to say very quickly how we got here. And we got here only because there is a word that summarizes very well what this event is all about. If you can translate this event into a single word, this word is collaboration. I think that there's nothing that I've done in my life. I see so many people collaborating because they've been building this for years to get here. And I like to say the name of everyone, but I'll mention some names. It's impossible to say all, and they represent all of us who are here. First, I'd like to thank for the government of the state of Rio Grande do Sul that start this trajectory pursuing this process by Governor Eduardo Leite and now followed by Governor Ranolfo, who's honoring us. Secondly, I would like to thank the municipality of Porto Alegre for joining this process on behalf of Mayor Sebastião Mel and our Vice Mayor Ricardo Gomes with fantastic work. And also like to thank for the presence of the representatives of the Ministry of Science and Technology and the person that I began to admire. I've met him recently. And actually, we met on a dream where we live together, which is to work, and through innovation, we can make the transformation of economy and society. Maria Benjumea, a big hand for you. Thank you. And quickly, I may take the risk, but I've represented Economia, Jorge Aldi, who deserves our acknowledgement by leading this process for years, a fantastic individual. And doing all this contact, Eduardo Lorea, friend, where are you, Lorea? And leading the South Summit Spain team, Marta Castillo, and a friend who is the director of this event, fantastic person who many of you know, and has been working for innovation for a long time in our state. Tiago, where are you? A big hand for him. Well, and then we could mention so many other people. I apologize for not citing their names, but feel all represented the union of so many people in a joint work of two persons who helped us get here. Eliana from Capacita Eventos and Liana Leite from Eventa. This is the team that put up South Summit Brazil. This is the team that is here, but nothing would be possible if you wouldn't believe and wouldn't be here and this intensive day full of things. We had the rain and then the rain stops. How you do, startups know this. I'm very happy that the stages were full and it was fantastic for so many of you. But this event to be held requires lots of support. Starting from these facilities here, Mr. Mayor, we have to connect the city with the river, and this refurbishing of these 3 warehouses supported by our infra partners. I'd like to mention Serza South, a friend from ICA, too, one of the representatives of infra partners who enabled the refurbishment of these facilities. I would like to mention through the Rio Grande do Sul business leaderships, a figure of someone that I've met recently. It's called Daniel Rondon. Well, I would like to thank our sponsors, and then I have to take this paper and read the names in order not to make any mistakes. Sorry for the informality in our protocol. Our global partners, Sebrae, Municipality of Porto Alegre, Banrisul, the state government, Gerdau, Zafari, Iberia, SF Service. And the innovation I mentioned, Randon Group leading this process as a representative in the media partners, Eletromedia, which has enabled this event. We had about 50 sponsors, and thank you all for being with us. And finally, thank you all who are here to enable this big global event. In our best dreams, we couldn't imagine so many people, Maria, right? Our target was to get to 200 speakers, 20, 30 funds, 4,000 people. What are the current figures? 546 speakers confirmed, over 50 international speakers, not so many speakers in the event, over 90 funds, 20 global funds, a startup competition of 1,000 startups with 76 countries represented here. We had sold out almost 7. We got to the limit of 17,000 people. It was a pity. We wanted to expand, but we couldn't do it. Maybe next years we will receive many more people here. So thank you all. We'll make all efforts with a startup so that tomorrow can be better than today. I'm very happy to be here and celebrate this day and time, and to build together what we saw, which is the purpose of transforming our society for innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jose Renato. It's now my pleasure to introduce to the stage the founder and president.
Obrigado. E agora eu gostaria de apresentar Maria Benromea, que é a presidente do South Summit.
Oi, pessoal. Estoy muy emocionada. Estoy muy emocionada y estoy muy feliz de estar aquí con todos vosotros.
For being here with you all. I am very excited that you allow me to be a part of this wonderful city of Porto Alegre, of this wonderful state of Rio Grande do Sul, of this wonderful country. And I'm very thrilled because you allow me to be a gaucha, a Spanish gaucha. I am very happy of hearing Brazil, everybody standing and singing, and having heard the Spanish anthem and joining both countries and connecting them. and knowing everything we have in common and all the wonderful opportunities as we have and we see here that we can do together. And now the only thing I want is just thank you. Thank you very much. I am very pleased with the mayor. You are right. This is really big. This will be greater than Madrid. And in Madrid, you don't have Guaíba River and you don't have the docks. And it's true. We have to take this to share it. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, National Secretary, for being here, for representing science, technology, for supporting it, for making all this possible. Thank you very much, government, because you have made this possible and all this has become real because in the government of Rio Grande do Sul and in the municipality, you have the best teams. I have worked with the best people ever, with Gastal, with Ricardo, with the other Ricardo, all the Ricardos. So I really just want to say thank you very much. Gabriel, thank you very much to the Parliament of Rio Grande do Sul. Thank you for giving me this wonderful gaucho prize. Thank you very much to every one of you. Thank you very much. 10 years ago, the university together with us, we started this wonderful adventure of South Summit, the university that has the innovation and entrepreneurship as the DNA of its foundation, just as Technopuc, which is a great university of knowledge throughout the world, just as Rio Grande do Sul, which is the most innovative state and when entrepreneurship is really very extensive. And that's why I want to give very special thanks to Eduardo Leite, who made this possible, and he thought this was an amazing opportunity for Brazil and for the state of Rio Grande do Sul and the city of Porto Alegre. I really just want to say thank you very much. I will tell you many other things at another time. Thank you very much.
Se me ha olvidado un agradecimiento muy importante y no me puedo ir sin.
And I cannot live without making. We always say that the team is the most important thing so that something can become a success. And you know why this is a success? Besides all the people we have already mentioned, this is a success because we have been together with the best. I have the best partner company that we can have, such as For All, Jose Renato Hoff, Tiago, Wagner, all this amazing team. I am very fortunate. Thank you all.
And just another quick word from Jose Renato.
Igual a Maria, como isso aqui tem a formalidade, ok? Mas isso é evento.
A formality, but this is an innovation event, and I have to say, I sit down and I said, a partner who started this process and shoulder to shoulder, we have been together. The problem of not using papers is that I do forget things. So Claudio Gastal, Secretary of State, amazing work from him and his amazing team. They do deserve your applause. Thank you very much, Gastal.
It is my pleasure to welcome to the stage the Executive Secretary for the Ministry of Science, Technology and
Innovation. É um prazer convidar o ministro de Sergio Freitas de Almeida.
Boa noite, governador.
Good evening, government, Mayor Sebastian, Maria, José Renato, all the authorities. A special greetings to every one of you, entrepreneurs who are here. We are also impressed, and I would like to thank the organizers for the courage of making this event here on the docks. This is an example of innovation. The renewal of public spaces like this one has been happening in many cities. It allows for multiple uses of the spaces, and the city becomes more beautiful. I am representing Minister Paulo Alvim from Science, Technology and Innovation. He could not come today. He is with the president of the country. But I want to say that those who work with science, technology and innovation, they know that these three axes depend on three pillars, which are people, infrastructure, and money. People here in Brazil, in the places I have been, I have seen that there are many people, they are great, they are intelligent, full of energy, and that's the most important. In terms of infrastructure, if it is not as we would like it to be, it is improving. We have labs, we have the AS-SENAI system institutions, we have in the ministry social organizations, research units spread out in several technological centers in Brazil. I come from Recife. There is a very important research center there, working in an area similar to this one called Digital Port, and it moves about 4 million reais in the city with more than 300 companies. It is a movement with no return, going back. In terms of resources, that is always pointed out as the scarcest part. And it has been true, but in this year, 2022, things are changing. We have a set of institutions that foster science, technology, and innovation in Brazil. They are very important. So development banks, different funds in public and private sectors. We have Embrapa, which is the Brazilian company of research and industrial innovation, and we have the National Fund for Technological and Scientific Development. And in this year, it received a large amount of resources rather than last year's. In last years, we have been investing in non-reimbursable operations around 1 billion reais. This year, we have in our budget 4.5 billion reais only for non-reimbursable operations, and other 4.5 billion for reimbursable operations done by FINEP, which is the financing institution linked to the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. And we should receive another 1.5 million for this operation. So we will go from 1 billion reais to 6 billion reais. And that's already a very meaningful growth, and it should grow in the next years. But I would like to say to entrepreneurs that in terms of resources and government actions, there is a set of initiatives carried out by the ministry that maybe many of you do not know. But we have, for instance, in the ministry, a program called Spark Centelha, which means sparks, that destinates 105 million reais for investors trying to make innovative ideas into success projects. We have more than 15,000 ideas and more than 1,000 municipalities participating in this. We have connected startup in Brazil that intends to create new business in the field of technology with education, capacitation, and mentorship for the people who participate in the innovation ecosystem. 270 companies have already been benefited with this program. And another very relevant program in the ministry, which is called Innovative Women, is destined to support investments in technology and innovation that are led by women. This year, it is the third edition of the program, and we will distributing 120,000 reais for those selected. There were hundreds of people who subscribed to this program. This is very important. It is a field that needs support from the government. There is also Tech Innova, which is a program organized by FINEP destined to projects and technological projects and patents. There is a technological park that will send 180 million reais for projects for innovation. Well, and one example of this is Digital Port in Recife, but there are others in Brazil, in Foz do Iguaçu, Florianopolis, and other cities. Innovation centers will receive 50 million reais and open labs for prototyping and shared working spaces destined to projects of 500,000 reais to reais for these space projects. We in the ministry understand that the message of the federal government and all government should be simple, clear, and objective. And we in the government, we have the duty of listening to the society and making the things that society considers to be important. And we have the duty to render possible showing to the things we have done. So we hope that you hope the resources and the support that you need for your companies to prosper. I have recently read a well-known Brazilian entrepreneur saying that he didn't know any successful pessimist. That's certainly true. You, citizens and entrepreneurs, you have to criticize the government and demand things from the government because the government needs to work for you. We need your intelligence and energy. Thank you very much.
I'd like to welcome to the
Gostaria de receber agora o prefeito de Porto Alegre, Sebastião Melo.
Bem-vindos.
Welcome to Porto Alegre and its 250th anniversary, the city of our life, the city of startups, and from now on, the city of South Summit, Brazil. I would like to ask for permission for all attendees, Maria, the governor, to initially take our solidarity to the Ukrainian people on behalf of our people. The ambassador of Ukraine is here. Mr. Ambassador, your pain is our pain, our deep solidarity to you. When politics ends, war begins. This is a time of thanking. I'd like to start by thanking this youth, nice and loving Maria Becomé. Who, for the applause, she could be run for any position in the next election, right? But beside her, there is a very competent CEO who's Marta. She's been with us. So I'd like to greet your team because you are a visionary woman. Because the first time that this meeting leaves Europe and comes to the most innovative city in Brazil, which is Porto Alegre. But I also would like to greet Eduardo Lorea because any action needs a leader. And Governor Eduardo Leite empowered him, and he began to build this process to bring this meeting. That's why he deserves our acknowledgement, together with two individuals who highlight in this process. José Renato from FROL, actually a successful unicorn company from Rio Grande do Sul in Porto Alegre, and together with him, this wonderful figure who is Tiago Ribeiro. South Summit Brazil, our thanks to you. There were several reasons, in our opinion, for this event to be held in Rio Grande do Sul, in the capital of Porto Alegre. When Ricardo and we were elected mayor and vice mayor, this topic came from our commitments during the elections, and we summed up to the then Governor Eduardo Leite and then Vice Governor Ranolfo Jr., and we put ourselves together so that the state government, the local government, and also universities were great partners. Business people were wonderful too. Mr. Claudio Gastal, that day at Federação, when we called 40 business people, and we told them, in this case, our problem is not money, but the public machine is so heavy that it didn't have time, because this event was scheduled for March, and business people said, Mayor, Mr. Governor, we will take over. So thank you very much for you for refurbishing all these warehouses. Thank you. But I also need to tell you about this resolutive governance, that there were two committees that worked together with the events organizing committee. We assigned the vice mayor who led the municipality team in endless meetings so that the city could be ready to welcome you in terms of culture, gastronomy, and Captain Gastal was leading the state government. So both have led this process, and partners, Eliana and others, provided great competence to this process. But I also have to mention two other things. First, the city council. I see here several city council representatives. Thank you for your partnership. And I'd like to tell you that the governor, for sure, will mention that it belongs to Rio Grande, Maria Becomé, but at the end of the event, the city chamber will call you as a Porto Alegre citizen so that you can keep this event. And it will be here at this stage. But I also need to thank the state legislature, represented by my friend Frederico Antunes, who has led this process at the state parliament and so that we had this decisive support from the state parliament in order to have this event. So quickly, I'd like to tell you that this event leaves many meanings and legacies. It was a decision built collectively so that this event could be held at the historical district. The downtown is the soul of the city, especially in this area, which is the key. So it was a right move to hold this event here because it will help speed up the revitalization of the historical district. It has a meaning to ratify that city, which is a global city already. Definitely, it will become a global city. Now, like I said to our leader, this has happened because this city has talents. This city has political decision to innovate. And that's why that certainly was a decisive factor for them to bring this event to Porto Alegre in South America, because we provide legal security. It will not a city that will raise taxes, and it will facilitate for the entrepreneurs. This is an entrepreneur-friendly city. But it's also important to say that the world innovation alone doesn't mean anything. The world innovation, first it has to make social transformation, and social transformation for those who need most. This country is wonderful, but we need to give opportunities to all Brazilians. And formal jobs are non-existent. The social entrepreneurship is a great path. This is the meaning of innovation, but more than that, improving the life of people in order to facilitate deliveries. The pandemic has provided us with great losses, but it also showed that governments are still analogical, and the society has been digital for a long time, and we need to make deep changes for better deliveries through innovation. By the way, today we got together we met in our office, Mr. Governor, and we made a decision, and we want to stop using paper till the next South Summit edition and make it a fully digital government for the good of the city and the good of people. Therefore, this is a perfect match of talents with capital, because 1,000 startups, 50 were selected, and I'm sure that the capital, which has no fatherland, has talents, and we'll see many investments during and after the South Summit. This is also a very important role of this event because it needs to generate business and opportunities. So thank you very much in my name, in the name of my wife Valeria, in the name of my team, in the name of Paola, Ricardo's wife, in the name of all Porto Alegre team. Today we'll start the next 250 years of our city. Long live to Porto Alegre, long live the city of our life, long live to this meeting, which has a significant meaning for all of us. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage the governor of Rio Grande do Sul.
Vamos receber agora no palco o governador do Rio Grande do Sul, senhor Ranolfo Vieira Júnior.
Muito boa noite.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to say that I'm very happy and very pleased this Wednesday, May the 4th, to be here materializing a shared or a dream shared by many people, a dream dreamed by many people and by public and private institutions. I'd like to greet some individuals and institutions, which is a way to show the importance of this event to Rio Grande do Sul. I'd like to greet the founder of South Summit, Maria Benjumea. Be welcome to Rio Grande. And the President of South Summit Brazil, José Renato Hopf. On his name, I greet all players of South Summit 2022. Mr. Executive Secretary of Ministry of Science and Technology, Celso Freitas de Almeida, our leader of the government and the state parliament, Congressman Frederico Antunes, and in your name I greet all representatives, the President of the Court of Justice of Rio Grande do Sul, Judge Iris Mereiro Nogueira, Judge Marcelo Membres de Estado, President of the Court of Accounts of our state, Alexandre Postal, and also representatives of Public Defense Office and the Mayor of Porto Alegre, dear friend Sebastião Melo, and also the President of the City Council, Sirenir Sequim, authorities, media, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I want to be very straightforward and make a retrospective of this event. In 2019, we took over the state government, Governor Eduardo Leite and myself. The first mission that the young governor and dear friend, always governor of our state, Eduardo Leite, gave to our team was to pursue a great event of innovation and technology for our state. All of you know the call of our economy. Our main base is the agribusiness, farming and cattle raising. And we have an event in Rio Grande do Sul, which is a symbol of this economy, which is a symbol of that, which is Expo Inter, the International Expo of Livestock. So then Eduardo Leite, Governor Eduardo Leite, told our team, we want to have the Expo Inter of Innovation. Bring it here, please. And we put Secretary Claudio Gastal, our Secretary of Planning, Governance and Management. And I'd like to thank you and all of your team. Gastal was leading this process to bring this event here. And also, at the end of this first year of our administration in 2018, Gastal already identified the South Summit as a big event. And then, unfortunately, in March, we were fully hit by the pandemic of COVID-19, which showed the frailty of human life and the need of investing more and more in science.
Therefore, we stopped this quest, and this was again looked for by the end of 2020. In March of 2021, we were aware that our event should be South Summit. South Summit that has begun in 2012 in Madrid, in Spain. This great summit, international summit of innovation and technology that had never left until today the European continent. And in this great event that has already moved 8.2 billion reais in these years, in these last 10 years. And our mission in Madrid in October last year, the confirmation that we would be hosting South Summit Brazil for the first time, leaving Europe and being organized in another country in Brazil, in Rio Grande do Sul, Porto Alegre. And we had the partnership with public government, the partnership with the municipality of Porto Alegre, and the partnership with Mayor Melo was essential. And then we had to decide where it would be held, which is precisely where we are tonight, in the warehouses of the dock in Porto Alegre. These warehouses are filled with the history of the capital and receiving today this great summit. This summit, Maria, is so important to us that moments before this official opening, I just transferred the headquarters of the government to the state of Rio Grande do Sul here to make this edition of the South Summit Brazil. Tonight, mostly all the secretaries of state of the state of Rio Grande do Sul, we are here and we will be here in these days until Friday to follow this summit. So as the state government of Rio Grande do Sul, I want to welcome each and every one of you to our state. And to finish, I would like to wish we all a great summer. Thank you and good evening.
Governador, autoridades. Now we'd like to share with you a video.
Agora gostaríamos de compartilhar com vocês um vídeo dos nossos parceiros, Zafari, que representam esta maravilhosa cidade inovadora em que estamos, que está sediando o South Summit Brasil em Porto Alegre.
I've seen the birth of this city. I saw the couples arriving through the river. I saw their first homes be built. I saw churches and squares being
Igrejas e praças tomando forma, suas primeiras escolas,
theaters,
seus
and their
teatros,
poets.
seus poetas.
And it was hard for me to believe what I was seeing. Palm
Custei a
trees
crer o que eu
over a
estava
bridge.
vendo.
I
Palmeiras
saw
sobre uma
each
ponte.
transformation
Eu
this
vi
city has
cada
gone through.
transformação dessa cidade.
When you look at me,
E
I
quando
see in
você
your
olha para
eyes
mim,
how much you
vejo nos seus
love
olhos
this city.
o
And
quanto
at the
você
end of
ama esta
every
cidade.
afternoon, I
E no
bid a
final de
happy
cada
farewell,
tarde,
because when I
eu me
rise
despeço
again,
feliz,
I
porque
will
quando
be
eu
able to
nascer
see
de
you
novo, poderei ver você mais uma vez.
Muito obrigada. I'd now like to ask
Muito obrigada. Agora gostaria de pedir às autoridades e aos senhores que desçam do palco, mas vocês não vão embora, temos uma surpresa final. E muito obrigada mais uma vez.
Don't go anywhere. We have a
Não
final
vão para
surprise
lugar
and you're
nenhum,
not going
temos
to
uma
want to miss
surpresa
this.
final e vocês não vão querer
Our
perder isso.
final speaker for the evening
O nosso
is an
último
individual who is a
palestra para hoje é um
world-renowned
indivíduo
TV
que é
host,
conhecido,
entrepreneur,
um apresentador
philanthropist,
conhecido,
and curious
filantropo
citizen.
e
Please give a
cidadão muito
huge
curioso.
South
Por
Summit
favor,
Brazil
deem
welcome for the first time to our keynote speaker.
as boas-vindas para o nosso amigo Luciano Huck.
Boa noite a todos.
Good evening. What a beautiful anthem you have. I was singing it together. It was great. Thank you for your invitation. Thank you for bringing me here today. First of all, my God, this house is full. Can you hear me back there? Great. Thank you for being there. Congratulations for the organization of this great summit. I would like to thank Zé Renato for the invitation, and Maria, congratulations for this beautiful event, to the Secretary of the Ministry of State and Technology. Thank you, the government of Rio Grande do Sul, the mayor of Porto Alegre, and I would like to thank you, the Governor Eduardo Leite, who invited me here in the first place. Well, I received a stamp today in my WhatsApp, and I started sharing with you. And this sticker said the following: the world is full with people who want ice, but very few want to fill in the ice cup. So I think here in innovation, these are the people who want to make things happen. So it's great to see you gathered here. It's very good to be here. Since this is an event on entrepreneurship, I will not speak so much, but I want to share some things that I have been thinking during the day, so that maybe could contribute to this beautiful evening in Porto Alegre. I started being an entrepreneur with 21 years old, very young, and I never stopped that. I have been an entrepreneur in the field, doing things. I have done entrepreneurship with investments on others. I have used my own capital. I have raised funds. I have done a bit of everything. And we know that the life of entrepreneurs in Brazil is not easy. So we have to gather investors, public government, in such a special place in the city, showing us that we can resignificate, we can recycle things and renew things. After 2 years of pandemic, we only saw ourselves in the computer screens, and to meet here and see everyone in person, it's very special for investors and for entrepreneurs. I chose in my life to be on a TV career. It's and I'll tell you, it's easier to be on TV than be here on stage. I tell you, I'm very nervous here, but to be on television and to be able to talk with 46 million Brazilians every week, it's a huge responsibility. I really believe that open TV can be an inspiration, a tool at the moment where the country is split, and when you don't want to accept those who do not think like you and people don't want to talk. We have to show Brazil all the things that gather us, that join us. And there are so many people who usually gather in front of the TV on a Sunday evening, and that's a privilege that I have, and I want to accomplish this responsibility, using the best of my heart and the best of my competence to do that. And I say that working on television is like being an entrepreneur every week, because you think on a program, you go live on Sunday, and then you start over every week. So every week is like a new initiative. And me and my team, of course. So success in my professional career makes me think all the time, because I read a sentence the other day, very connected to this event, that says that success is enemy of innovation. Because it was not the ABC network that created Netflix, or Sears that created Amazon. It's not Citibank who created PayPal. So when you think that you are being very successful, be careful, because maybe you're getting old. So innovation is our constant reinvention. So even if we have reached our goals, we have to think it over and see how we can change. And what brings me here to this beautiful summit, and Maria, congratulations for your enthusiasm, and looking from up here, it's really beautiful. So what brings me to the stage on this opening ceremony is not my entrepreneur journey or my disruptive capacity. What brings me here today is a real curiosity to hear people, to listen to their stories, and to be around. I have been for 25 years going around the country. How many stories have I not told here? I have entered people's homes, they offer their best sofa, we can listen to their deepest dreams, and television shortens this path, so people share with me things that I think are very valuable. So in these 2 decades, traveling throughout the country, I have learned so much about Brazil that I could have never learned on a classroom. So sharing a little bit on the same line, I'm not, my parents are not entrepreneurs, they are simple professionals, they are university professors. I went to a different path, different from my grandparents, which are actually Ukrainian. So my grandmother, my grandfather came from Ukrainian, the other one from Russia. So we have already spoken some weeks ago, and I'm glad that the mayor mentioned your presence here. So my family comes from there.
Eu acho que a curiosidade de ouvir o outro é o que me traz esse palco. E como vocês podem perceber, eu não sou uma carinha bonita da televisão brasileira, eu não sou mais galã de malhação e nem tenho barriga de tanquinha. Então, o que me traz a televisão é a minha curiosidade de fato ouvir o outro, prestar atenção no outro, estar junto. E o que eu posso garantir a vocês, depois dessas andanças todas por esse país, é que o nosso verdadeiro tripé econômico brasileiro,
Our economic tripod is football, Uber, and cosmetic sale. And if you want to go further and expand our horizons and much beyond, it goes through what is happening today, tonight, this week. Being an entrepreneur, no matter where you were born, your origin, you should have an opportunity to be an entrepreneur or choose your path. Over the last weeks, I was thinking what entrepreneurs I've met over the last days. First was the tapioca man who got a food truck. I hope that this food truck is regularized. He received yesterday, and will be riding over the city selling tapioca. And also, I met this 25-year-old boy who went to the global Forbes list. He's Brazilian. He started programming at the age of 9, and at the age of 11, he did the crack of iPhone 3. His mother received a notification from global Apple, and in 12 years, He earned $200,000 selling a source. Her mother thought he was selling drugs, he was trafficking, and today he is one of the biggest entrepreneurs in Brazil. So this possibility to build bridges and listen to the other ones, regardless of their origin, is what brings me to this stage. And I was just rescuing my memories of the stories that I found here in this state. And I'm really sure that our life is building memories. The other day I was talking to Father Fabio, and he told me that a father playing with his son at the pool, he said, "What are you doing?" "Well, I'm building memories. Life is memory building." And I was building my personal memories very intensively, but there's something that happened in my life. On May 24, 2015, my family and I, my wife and my 3 children, began to have another stamp in our story because we survived an air crash. 5 of us, Leah, Didi, and the 2 pilots. This was near Campo Grande. Coming from a recording of Angelica's TV show. And this that happened to my life was a big watershed. Okay, it's a blessing like this to be able to have a second chance and look at your wife and children and see that everybody's healthy and life goes on. It's not possible that God gave me this privilege to be here with everyone fine, and it doesn't mean anything in my life. It could do two things. I could just take care of my life only, or go over the wall and think how I could help. And the main conclusion that I came to is then that life is not about what we get together. Life is about what we spread. Since then, there is an intense cycle of how I could contribute. And it's not a personal travel or a vanity of mine. No, on the contrary, how we could make this country better, how we live in an extremely unequal country. We live in a country where we have a terrible lottery of zip code, that the place you were born practically determines the number of opportunities that you will have over your life. This is cruel. To me, this is the biggest inequality. The inequality of opportunities is the biggest inequality that we have in the country. So the other day we were talking about this, and they told me, "Oh, Brazil, every country has inequalities. China, for example." No, I'm not talking about these inequalities. It's not inequality between the richest and the poorest. It's not that we have to take part of the CEO's salary and put in the cash, in the cashier. It's when the cashier gets to work in the retailer, she has had a trail of education, and she could look at the CEO of the company and say, "Well, I have everything to get there." So this is what we need to work in Brazil, so that people can have opportunity, and opportunity comes together with education. Thank you. I was reading an OECD data that in Brazil, if you leave the lowest classes to get to the average of median class, it's 9 generations to get there. 9 generations, it doesn't exist. You lose the right to dream. So that's what we have to debate and trying to reconnect to this event. I think that all this transformation Brazil needs, and I'm not talking about A and B, leftist and right wing. No, what is the generational legacy that our generation will leave when we come here to the 20th edition of this event? When we'll be 70-year-old, what story we are going to tell? And a lot of this goes through leadership. I'm very sure to say that in the next generations, the big entrepreneurial icons, the most admired leaders, will not be the men and women who made billions or trillions in enterprise. With all respect that I have by Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, or Bill Gates, or whoever is a benchmark, I really believe that in the next generation, the most admired figures will be those who actually could improve the lives of billions of people. I do not know in the world any kind of economic or social organization that has taken more people from poverty than capitalism. No, socialism has not worked, communism, the authoritarianism, nothing worked. But capitalism was the system that has taken most people from poverty. But it has generated a number of inequalities. So over the 21st century, we will cure the wounds of the 20th century. And coming back to leadership, the leaders will be those who can rethink capitalism. How can we do it right again, using the potentials and curing the wounds? So when you talk about leadership, and this involves incentivizing the best minds in Brazil in all industries, and actually thinking of the whole forest and not only on our own tree, because this happens a lot. I think it's very important to approach politics. We cannot think that politics is not part of our life. No, we cannot approach it. No, it's a bunch of thieves. No, it doesn't work. When your cousin says, no, you become a city councilor, you're crazy. No, good there, it's good you're doing this. And I believe in the civic movements. That's why we made Renova. And it doesn't matter the ideology. Actually, we have to raise the bar at the right level of competence. And coming to the end, I can say that get all philanthropists in the world together, that we will not change the power of inequality. Those who can change this exponentially is the state, and the state is managed by politics, and politics is managed by politicians. That's why I say we need to form new politicians. We need to develop new leaderships in all sectors, including not only in the third sector and second sector, but also in politics and the state management. With that said, I'd like to close my talk here in a curious manner. I will describe a place to you. It's a country taken by corruption, with a good part of its population living in favelas, with huge urban violence, with a very low IDH, Human Development Index, with no commitment to sustainability. I'm not talking about Brazil. I'm talking about South Korea in 1970s. In South Korea today, well, it's gone through left-wing, right-wing governments, authoritarian, democratic government. Currently, 98% of its South Korean population is high school education. South Korea is a reference of innovation and public management and a number of things. It's considered a world power in several segments. Why? Because South Korea has invested in education. Well, many administrations, many governments, but education has never changed. And I ask you here, does anybody know here the Ministry of Education's name? Nobody raised the name. It's wrong. It means that education is not a priority in our country, and it should be, because only then we will be able to stop the lottery of the century. Because, education was a priority of the state, of the people, and not of an administration, and more. And within one generation, it's not too long, we will have in this room entrepreneurs and investors from several colors, diversities and origins, state, things begin to get more mixed and fairer, ending that inequality of opportunities that I mentioned before. And to close, there's no water here. In television, right? It's good that you say and you ask someone to sing and you get some water here, speak, and everybody's looking at you. Come on, go on. But to close, I'd like to tell a story. What has taken me to South Korea? I went to South Korea to try to understand how education has transformed that country, because I wanted to put in TV something that Maria in the favela or São João in Roraima could know that it's possible, that there was a country even worse than us and was transformed thanks to education. And I went to South Korea to do this show. And I took a friend. I'm going to tell you a very quick story, right, to close it. I met Fee. She's the daughter of a bus driver and a housewife. And she has 3 or 4 children. But the fact is that in the 1980s, they decided to move to Viamão, very close to Porto Alegre. Why? Because Viamão was very cheap, right? It was very cheap. There was only wood. And they spent 1 year living under a black plastic tarp. No toilet. And then she grew up, she got married, and she was still living in Viamão. She had children. Henry was born, and when Henry was 7 and went to school in Viamão, he was not learning anything. 0. Well, she said, I need help. She went to the principal of the school and she said, I have a problem. My son has just entered school, but he's not learning anything. How can I bring him to some school reinforcement? And she told me, if you know, you tell me. And then she came back and she said, what can I do to my son? If the school they're not going to help, I will help them. This was in the 1990s. Okay?
Como você chama? Como ele chama? Obrigado, Adriano. Salvou a pátria. Ufa. A Quero Coco se deu bem. Agora em Quero Coco é ótimo, gente. Bom, mas o fato... Agora começa a contar a história. A boca estava colada já. Mas o fato é o seguinte, ela voltou para casa. Ela mal tinha o primário.
She went back to school. And she started to have school reinforcement in her house. A week later, there were 2 students. The other week, there were 3 students. After 3 weeks, there were 25. She put a bench under the tree, and on the 5th week, her husband said, our marriage is over. Either they go or I go. We have 40 kids after school. She didn't want to finish her marriage, and she didn't want to abandon the students. And the solution was in the corner. There was a mechanical office. There was a very old bus. She looked at the bus and she said, this would be a great school class. They refurbished the bus, they painted it, they transformed it into a classroom. And 25 years later, 250 children are assisted every day with school reinforcement and psychologists and many other things. And do you know how much it costs the project per month? Around 25,000 reais. Well, you know what is her revenue? 2,000. And she didn't stop even during the pandemic. I went to South Korea and I asked her to come here. This is Lolo. Can you stand up?
É isso, gente. A vida é
So
sobre...
that's it. Life is about what we share. I can't be on stage, but I want to show Lolo. Thank you very much for this inspiring evening. Thank you to the state of Rio Grande do Sul, to the city of Porto Alegre, to the organization of the South Summit. I love being here in the South. I love the city. I have already told you many stories. I hope that every year that we come here, this is more colorful and more diverse and more mixed up, and that we move forward, that this country does not go back in time, but we can really go ahead. Good evening. Thank you all. Thank you. Let's have a selfie with you. Hold on.
Obrigado.
Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Luciano. Muito obrigada a todos vosotros. That is concluding the official opening ceremony. We'll see you
Com
all.
isso, concluímos a cerimônia de abertura. Vemos vocês às 9 da manhã no estádio da Arena. Muito obrigado, boa noite e até amanhã.